Just sat down and the first thing I read, playing Siege with Herm. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chat, how the hell are we doing today? Let's turn down this exciting music. How the hell are we doing today? Chat, I got something to tell you. I need everyone to not freak out, okay? Need everyone to not freak out. So, like, I know, you know, I kind of look like Warden. We got the cosplay out of the way. But guys, I no longer. We're back to babyface mint. Oh, we're back to babyface mint, guys. Oh my lord. Guys, I'm back. Put me back in Siege at this point. I'm ready to play the game. Chat, I said don't freak out. Now you guys, like, I can't sit here and play with the mustache anymore. It's tilting me. I know that's kind of my trademark. So, you know, we'll grow it out, guys. It doesn't take me very long to get a mustache. It's obviously gone because we hit the sub goal. I don't think I'm gonna keep a no mustache look. I'm gonna lie. I don't know if I can pull it off. I don't know if I'm a no mustache kind of guy. Anyway, we're obviously watching the NAL today. Thank goodness, some good old American Siege. Let me see the hair. Oh yeah. So we did get a haircut. It's obviously still a little long, right? It's kind of like a medium hair. We're figuring it out. We're figuring it out, chat. You know how long it's been since I actually had like a true haircut? It's been months. I would try to grow it out for a long time. I've never had long hair in my life. Never had a mustache that long, to be honest, too. Both gone. Drastic change. I completely understand. Completely understand if you guys all want to unsubscribe. I completely understand. You know, I might have to build a new brand, new look. Totally understand. Welcome back, Mid DZ. Hey, appreciate that, Glacier. Missed the stash. I missed it as well, Eaton. I missed it as well. What was I reading about? Sorry, there was some earlier shit going on. NAL playoff matchup last year versus Eski, one of the most stressful matches you have coached for. Max 15 every map was insane. Not really, because the playoff matchup was like, I'm pretty sure it was just the first place game, right? Who was going to get first? And like, was there something on the line? Did, of course, we want to win and kind of prove a little bit, right? That like, hey, you know, the team ended up, we got rid of Troy. We ended up first in the season. Of course, did we want to finish first? Yeah, but at the end of the day, it wasn't the most stressful because we were making the major anyways. Is this teasing a Flipside Tactics comeback? It might just be. Guys, that's kind of the other thing I need to do. All my TikTok clips, people probably just think I'm rambling. Just some unk up here rambling, and I just gotta just put all the jerseys, badges, everything behind me. I think it's just got to be done at this point. Still waiting on my sign, by the way. Like, still waiting on that. That shit is taking forever. I prefer the stash, to be honest. Same guy. Don't you worry. Look, let's just, guys, can we just see if we get, you know, let's see if we're gonna get used to it. If not, you know, it'll go back. That's what I'm telling myself. Oh man. Still one of the best BO3s I've seen. Yeah, I mean, I think whether playing or not playing, like we're coaching, I think one of the most stressful best of threes in my entire career was actually versus the Sonics. But it was when I was playing, and I believe it was to qualify for an event or something like that, and like we barely won this game 8-7. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I think the last map was Old Consulate. That was the most stressful best of three ever. Because there was... We obviously had a lot of pressure on us being DZ, the money that, you know, we were kind of making on DZ, the amount of support that we were getting from Zach and DZ. And us losing to Sonics would have been tragic. Zach was absolutely pissed off at us. We actually ended up winning and huddling up as a team. We actually ended up huddling up as a team. We were so excited that we won, and Zach actually came over and just absolutely fucking took shit on us and made us feel awful. And honestly, something I probably will never forget, because I think it was a pretty messed up moment at the end of the day. But yeah, there was a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure playing for the DZ organization in general. A lot of what's it called? Just a lot of, I want to say backdoor things you guys don't know, but like that's not the word I'm looking for. But just know, you guys as fans, obviously you guys want us to win, but there's a lot of pressure on players on certain times. Behind the scenes, there we go. There's a lot of behind the scenes. Who's Zach? CEO of, or old CEO of, I think he's now just like a board member or whatever it is, but one of the owners. Before NAL kicks off, I want to ask about the Turtles. I was bummed with the loss to Shoes. Still a good run. How do you feel about the reps you guys got in? Are you locked for E5 quals? Yeah, I mean, the guys did fall to Shoes. Tough loss for them. Ended up bouncing back Titan League to, I mean, a team we should have beat anyways. Shubs is like a team where, like, if we want to make E5, like, we should be able to beat that kind of team. So there obviously is still some consistency problems, still some problems in the map pool we're kind of working out as well. But look, I mean, I'm not too worried. Guys, full week of practice. I've kind of been away from the whole process. The guys have been putting in a ton of work also behind the scenes. I haven't been showing it, streaming it, anything like that. I've also been kind of hands off. There's things in my personal life that I am trying to get some stuff done as well in the background. So like this week, it's been very good. Trev is back. He can kind of jump right in. Guys been putting in a ton of work, and you know, I think that's all we can kind of ask for, and hopefully look a lot better in element quals coming up.
So glad to see that Jacob talked about, like, 2019, it's been that it's taken this long for it to actually start to shape out of what it's looked like, and the biggest difference is obviously the top heavy versus the bottom.
I mean, it's been pretty split, but that being said, it makes me feel confident going into the next major events that NA is going to hopefully perform very well. I mean, we got some
using the head-to-head on Liquipedia. There's a consulate game that went 8-6. When was that?
You know, all of them are around 3.
We could do a little exploring real quick. Let me pull off a tab off screen though. But when was that? We definitely played. It was the Sonics. Easy versus Sonics.
They are at the top 12 points. But then you look at number 10, and that is Cruelty, and they're still sitting at 0.
Longer than 4 years ago, because I was playing. We're talking like 6 years ago.
You need a point. But the fact of the matter is, you need one win, and then you're already sitting in 6th place. Would you want to find yourself in the top 6? So even if it is top heavy versus bottom,
it's crazy to also think that moment I'm talking about was like 6 years ago, because
it's not like a huge gap in terms of trying to get to first. Which is
time flies, guys.
I mean,
5, 6 years ago.
Is so strong is because everybody can win on any given day,
Evil Geniuses were 6 years ago. No way.
And right now, we just find ourselves in a situation where
maybe it wasn't
our
6.
Top 2 teams are kind of just dog walking everybody, and then the bottom teams, it's just a struggle.
NAL finals. Yeah, it was to qualify us for the all-9 major. That's 100% muted. And again, there was you're now it's all coming back to me. You're 100% correct. It was for the online major.
I'm pretty impressed.
I think I said this on stream too, but it was like a lot of pressure on us too, because if we didn't make the online major, I don't want to say we were all getting dropped, but there was some drastic roster changes about to happen that were pretty open into the team. Like, hey, this isn't working. We're going to be making some changes. And even when we did qualify for the online major, which we ended up winning, before that whole process started of us practicing for it, it was out in the open. Like, again, like we made it, but we're going to be, this is like the last dance kind of thing. Like, some changes are going to be made, which is terrifying to hear as an esports player. Obviously. I mean, it should already be in the back of your head anyway. It's always like the next player up kind of thing. Esports is, there's no guaranteed contracts or anything like that. You gotta perform to keep your spot. But still kind of scary to openly talk about sometimes.
All the way from second last to second on our leaderboard. Versus Cloud9, Ashen put up 10 kills and 3 entries, which was a solid day, but completely overshadowed by his game versus Envy, where Ashen posted a ridiculous 13 kills with just 2 deaths. Lynx maintains their spot in first and is getting even farther from the competition, growing their lead to almost 80 points over second.
I drew a snowman emoji for snowing outside, stopped in on a stream after Curls went down, dropped 12 subs to force his... Nice. You were active, John. You were active.
Wins over C9 and Envy. Despite a larger lead, Lynx isn't in the clear yet.
Yeah, it looked like the guys were kind of suffering from some of the same things we talked about earlier in the week, and some of the problems that plagued us on Element is like...
That's it for week 2. Check back next week.
On defense specifically, we find ourselves moving a little bit too much. Able to, like, again, walking into people's crossfires, especially when we have man advantage. We just don't know how to sit on our hands. It's kind of a big focus right now. But it looked like they kind of faced the same or similar problems, specifically on Chalet, where we got picked apart.
That's what I'm hoping.
That's some EU level.
Some sort of thing like the NFL franchise tag.
You gotta do what you gotta do, but it's not looking good, bro.
I think the more important thing for esports is to be smart with your contract, where even if you are benched, have a clause in there that you are at least still being paid, because there's a lot of esport teams that'll, if they bench you, you're not getting paid, or they'll reduce your salary by like 75% or something ridiculous that you can't live on. There is precautions and stuff like that you can do in your contracts that is a lot more modern now, and I think Elegance has been helping a lot of players put a lot of that smart stuff in the contract, so props out to him. But yeah, definitely something people need to be looking for, because esports is what's the word I'm looking for? Like they're always looking for easy prey, and a lot of these teams are just trying to get into pro league and will take any offer they can get into a pro league team. And there's few things that you should know how to protect yourself.
To see if we can possibly see upsets.
Yeah, it's all underdogs right now for most of these games. So obviously, hopefully, we can see some of the bottom teams upset as the top teams get a little bit more comfortable. I don't know. If
What's up, Matt? Matt, I'm looking like I'm playing for Flipside right now, huh? This was a sub goal when we hit like 700 subs. It had to be done. It'll grow back. It had to be done. How do you fix playing down to your opponents? Personally, it's all mental. I think it's all mental about playing down to your opponents. There's like a little bit of egos and stuff and coming into that. It's all about having, like, as cringe as it might be, like the Mamba mentality. Doesn't matter who you're playing against. Look at, I don't know if you watch football, but like look at Dan Campbell's. Look at Dan Campbell, Lions coach. One of my favorite things that he's ever said is, like, I don't care if you got one arm, one leg, half your ass cheeks sticking out, like, I'm still gonna kick your ass. And like, that's just the mentality everyone needs to have. It doesn't matter. Maybe your scrim get canceled in T1 and you're playing a T4 team. Okay, let's just fucking 11-0 them then. Like, let's just fucking shit on them. Everyone's got to have that mentality. I don't know if it was a thing back then. Maybe one. Or, wait, was DZ Cat ever a prospect back then? It was a thing. It was a thing, Beastie. there was definitely talks about a DZ Academy. The problem is we didn't want to, at least from what I understood from Zach, right? We wanted to pay good wages. We didn't feel right. There were some teams that did have academy teams, Mirage, that weren't paying them or were paying them like nothing. And like it didn't feel right to try to get a T2 team and just almost use them in a sense. So we wanted to pay competitive wages, but also like it was also going to take a lot of back end of kind of like how Callout does it. Like you need your coach to obviously take care of the main team, but you have to offer something else to the T2 team. You have to work with them and try to help build them. So it's also like a time-wise kind of thing. Did you get a haircut? I did. I did get a haircut. It's still long, but not like down to my shoulder. Like, dude, my hair was literally like, okay, my microphone's in the way. Hair was literally like down to here.
I mean, they had an absolutely phenomenal week 2, but of course, it was
now it's hard to say, but
SSG to be able to win those games. But it really feels like SSG is finally feeling
like it's still long. Like it's, you know, if I'm wearing my golf hat, it's still sticking out. But
reload entry issue. Okay, they fixed it. Ashen's now.
I was getting sick of it. Not gonna lie, I was getting sick of it.
Benja was struggling on his new role. Phenomenal week 2 from Benja, finally feeling comfortable. The map picks that SSG is going for, the game plan mentality, it feels like everything is finally there, and that's exactly what we saw in week 2 when it came down to what maps they were going to, how they wanted to play. Those are baby steps for SSG. That's what we wanted to see. So everything is looking good. Now the biggest
bring back the stash. It'll be back. Don't worry. Give me like 5 days. That shit'll grow back.
Specifically, they're defending, and you can see there's been a huge.
Posted a new emoji in the channel on Discord. Okay, let me go take a look. Let me go take a look.
And that's what we wanted to see. The third best.
Wait, what's their third best defending team, huh?
One of the most aggressive attacking teams. Very sporadic.
Who did they play? Third best defending team, SSG. Never been that impressed with their defenses. Okay, they did play Envy. They did play Cloud9. Did lose to Wildcard, and they played Cruelty. Okay, well, strength of schedule-wise makes sense that they're third. I'm gonna be honest.
To be able to play off of that over-aggression that he brings on defense.
Yeah, which I think it's important because game day reps are going to be the most important thing.
None of that matters till everyone's played everybody. Then we can talk about who's better at defense.
It's the game day reps, and obviously seeing from week 1 versus week 2, that is a significant difference.
Also, maps play into factor. Just a bit. I emailed BC before Challenge Series started and asked if they'd be interested in a nice, pretty formal email. Got nothing back. Just figured it was chalked. Yeah, I don't know about like now if they ever would. Ion. I have no idea. It looks like DZ, like the mission of DZ right now looks like they scaled back and they were trying to be net neutral, meaning like with their organization on DZ, not spend a ridiculous amount of money, right? And just try to again go net neutral. The money from Ubisoft basically and sponsors funding the team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
and now that they're pretty close to that, or I don't know if they've achieved that goal, now it's like looks like they're expanding, which is cool. I always wanted DZ to kind of get into more games when I was there. Obviously, we had Valorant a bit, and the Apex guys, but now it looks like they are. I mean, they got a Marvel team. They got a League team. It's pretty cool.
Being a veteran team is what we need to see, especially in these map bans.
No, SSG is doing a good job getting.
Always struck me as an org that would dive into an academy team. They had so much backing, community, but never did. Yeah, it's. I'm surprised we never did because we had many talks about it. And the things that we felt like we could do with it, right? Like being able to practice against certain setups, being able to practice the maps that you want, stuff like that. Like there is tons of benefit, we thought, but it just never pulled the trigger. And I don't think I think old DZ was more likely to do it. I don't think new DZ would do it. I don't think it's a priority for him.
Against that aggressive, where you need to be a better fragger than the players on SSG, because as we know, they are going to.
Yeah, someone broke in. Someone broke in, guys. Shaved me down in the middle of the night last night. Sorry.
Taking it off the map like Bank. I agree. SSG is really going to be down your throat, in your face on their attacks, taking control of positions fast.
SSG Bank, GG.
Some walls of front. You can't just roam.
Leak Matt. I mean, we saw these Orgless guys play Shopify earlier in the season. We saw took Shopify to Bank, got 2-7'd. And to be honest, played like a couple of bitches. They gave all map control to Shopify. Never took any fights for the first 3-4 rounds on defense. When they finally started taking some fights, taking some 50-50s, it went a lot better for them. Hopefully they've learned their lesson a little bit. SSG also is going to force more fights than LFO did, or than Shopify did, sorry.
SSG is still going to be the one in the driver's seat. I mean, they're third in the standings right now. I don't expect them to lose. It's going to be their game to lose. So if anything, this match.
DZ Apex and a historic run of winning every event for like 2 years straight. Yeah, that was dope. Again, being on DZ, always wanted them to have another team because I always wanted like other people to like talk to and root for. And it was sick to have the Apex team. And also a big fan of Jen Burton as a person because that guy's the GOAT.
They do lose here, if they can keep taking away and then
if you
into their next game, that can really be a big motivator. Just to
they're gonna be worth a shot.
Like I said, to secure
I mean, it's always worth a shot.
So for me, I definitely
always worth a shot.
Take this, but as you were saying, I want to see something from LFO to be able to stall out SSG's attacks and slowly start piggybacking off of that until they need to.
Preferred canned beverage.
Yeah, they want to be in the top 6 because they want to make.
What a fantastic question right there, John. Wow, I'm stunned.
It's not looking
canned beverage.
Yes, you need to win a couple of.
Does energy drinks count? Because that's probably, I probably drink energy drinks more than I have soda in my house. And I have a Ghost coming up pretty soon, which is my favorite energy drink.
I mean, you're never sure, but at the end of the day,
if I had to pick a soda though, probably say Dr. Pepper.
And Orgless has kept it very close. Even all of their games, besides their first 2 against Shopify and DZ, it has been very close. Specifically,
Ghost, what flavor? It's the new iced tea flavor, actually. Iced tea lemonade flavor, like Arnold Palmer.
Have it a lot closer than we'd expect.
I think my favorite normally, Ghost-wise, is probably just like the blue Sour Patch, probably. But every time I see a new one, I always have to try it.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Now, this is not Orgless' first outing on Bank Ollie, but the last time they played it was at the beginning of the stage against Shopify, a team that is quite good at keeping things simple. Now they're playing it against SSG, a team that can...
Peach is also really good. Ooh, that's the one I tried also, Nez. I tried that like a couple of weeks ago. I think on stream too, but so far I do think that actually might be my favorite one, is that Peach one, you're right. But can't go wrong with an Arnold Palmer in the summer, guys. It's like 115 degrees outside right now. Might have to open the door. Let the hot air in.
Which is to be expected. And then other times, you know, struggling against Wildcard, struggling a little bit in a couple of rounds last week against Cloud9. The Envy game, it was fairly straightforward, but again, there was some glaring holes in that.
Did I ever show Matt that drawing of Gunner? It was definitely shown. I think Gunner was in here too and was like, bro. Got a couple artists in the chat, you know.
But also, what SSG are we going to see? On a map like Bank, it is very large, and as the desk very rightly pointed out,
all right, SSG on Bank.
SSG struggles, and one of the reasons it is, SSG can make a good game plan.
Someone asked earlier, do I think they're good at Bank? I do think they're good at Bank, but LFO, yeah, they got 2-7 by Shopify. Do you think they have a little bit more of a chance against a team like SSG? Am I picking them? No, absolutely not. I'm picking SSG to win this game. Again, strength of schedule-wise, SSG kind of getting rid of all their easier games out of the way. Playing Cruelty. They lost to Wildcard again. They played Cloud9 already. They're playing Envy, and now they're playing LFO. So strength of schedule, again, like SSG's got some harder games coming up. Playing Shopify, playing M80, DZ still. Yes, I did skip over Oxygen there.
Or if we see the SSG we did see in that wildcard game, hopping out of consulate windows when they don't need to, swinging when they don't need to, in a best of one, Orgless have plenty of ways in.
Yeah, I think something that really is going to go into SSG's favor in this matchup is their entries. They're currently third in the league for entries. They've got a 57% entry rate. LFO, on the flip side, 44. So you're going to be...
Oh, finally somebody noticed.
With a keen eye.
Love wearing... You guys know me. I love wearing jerseys on stream from my former teams. Today I'm repping Unwanted here.
And converting on those entries because
Unwanted, getting some rep for today, NAL.
Plenty of opportunity for both sides, obviously dependent on the band.
Someone that knows ball, finally.
On having bodies in the right spaces, and this is one of the things you tend to find on bigger maps.
Do you guys think someone sent Newers the space station sign, or is this guy a space station fan before and had that shit hung up in his room?
Someone on main, it can be quite a difficult task, and that's really where I think both these two teams are going to struggle.
Or you've got somebody where if the round is starting to go awry, somebody that can't chance it on a 50-50 in Janitor when they're
I don't have any friends, Shady.
Can't maybe push Garage late round.
Friends are the chat you meet along the way, you know?
Positions 2 on attack can make things very, very difficult. A lot of confidence in SSG going into this first game of the day against Orgless. 91% believing that the veteran talent, the long
91%, nice. All right, Space Station. So far, starting with a pretty normal ban. Habana, are we going to see the Habana ace? Is every team just kind of doing that? Alex getting carried in casuals right now. Herm's a casual warrior. That guy, you guys want some free elo. I guess that's not elo. Castle Mira, also very, very common bans. What I am seeing, though, means Cade, Azami, even Clash is up, which are very powerful bank operators. We are going to see the Clash here. To not see Cade while it's up, interesting, but we could see them go into that a little bit later. Do some Cade tubage of the hatches. But we are going to see a Clash, hopefully. The only other time I saw someone playing Clash, they were just in servers with it, and that did not look very good.
Not choosing to run that, instead going for a little
percentage. I'm giving LFO to win. Like 10%. Maybe it's not that low. I don't know. Maybe it's not that low. It's a best of one, and like I've seen Space Station troll a good amount of rounds. Also, I really don't think they're that good at the attacking meta right now. But I probably have almost no faith in Orgless. But let's just say I wouldn't be surprised if Space Station somehow lost this game.
So when you're attacking on bank and you see the potential for a Hibana ace ban, taking out that Mira is a necessity because a server plant might be completely foreclosed as an option if Mira is left on the board, just because of the way that Exothermic interacts with the Black Mirror opened, Black Mirror placed in that door. But obviously, not going to happen, as Orgless did take the Mirror off board. And as we're 30 seconds in, see a Blackbeard coming out quite quickly, and him sitting above stock. Ollie, I think we know where he wants to move.
Very standard C map for the hatches. Yeah, you're pretty much forced. If you're not running Cade, you have to run map for the hatches.
You can see on the outlines here that there is going to be nobody home on the side of Space Station. They're not choosing to extend, and obviously with that castle.
Which again, I hate. I just hate Mav. I just hate Mav as an operator. You gotta clear the map. If it's a good roam, they waste a minute and a half, and then you have to Mav a fucking hatch. If not, 2 hatches.
The secondary hard breach utility as well is going to be crucial. And I would imagine that we see that main lobby hatch getting opened up.
But we do see faults over on the server side with the Clash. With the Sense on board, most of the time what we're seeing out of this Sense is they're going to just open site hatch, take server, use the Sense wall, plant somewhere kind of weird.
Yeah, when you bring that Thermite, you obviously aren't telegraphing to Orgless or to Space Station necessarily, unless they see it. You're certainly telegraphing to us that you're really thinking about that CCTV plant because you're limiting a lot of your vertical options.
There you go. There's the mine knows. Mine knows where it's at.
Hole in the wall. You want to be able to go for that server default, but since we don't see it, as we can see from what Orgless are doing, most of the hatches are open. 2 hard recharge.
I don't know if you're forced, Mishu.
Next one on the server hatch.
Did I disagree with getting rid of Forest? No, I actually agree with getting rid of Forest. However, I think they should have picked up Spirits.
effective has the
In my, I mean, that's a completely biased opinion, having obviously coached Force, but they got rid of their meta player operator slash another good voice into the team, and Spirits is exactly that, but a big upgrade. A better meta player operator and a better voice in the team. Instead, I guess they wanted to shift something up. And now we do see him kind of struggle with playing meta operators on attack.
No, it seems like round one's gonna result in a pretty quiet death for Orgless.
Didn't they try to get Spirits? Nope. Spirits was 100% all in on going to SSG, but they messaged him saying that they were going with Newers.
Since the beginning of the round. I have to say, Ollie, pretty disappointed. We saw Orgless move in and take control of stock within 30 seconds. When it came to actually assaulting the side afterwards, we didn't see anything until that haphazard execute with 15 seconds remaining.
Did Benja leave Vault?
I don't know.
Think he did.
I think that man had his sights trained on Vault for 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Some serious patience right there. This is what we were talking about with SSG. They can be that patient team and play arguably what was
going on, Sky?
Round of Siege. They knew that they didn't need
SSG fan, that's rough to hear. I mean, they've been looking good with Newers, guys. I mean, once they figure out how to use the meta operators, I was not a big fan. Was not a big fan of the
when you look at that clock and you see 20 seconds
of the direction.
And there's still a clash up,
but they could prove everybody wrong.
It's going to take a miracle for something to happen there, because there are only a couple of ways.
And what do they say? One man's trash, another man's treasure.
Every single one of the angles, whichever hatch
been a great pickup for DZ.
It was
If we were worried about SSG overcomplicating things,
because DZ obviously needed a shield player. I do agree with that, Sev. I love Nafe, love him, but he also hates playing shields. At least when I was there, he fucking hated playing shields. So they're fully covered now.
They might cede control, but of the stuff they're going to hold, they're not going to.
I feel like New fits the culture better from an outside perspective. I just. Knowing Newer, or not, sorry, I don't know Newers, so from my own biased perspective, again, Spirits, in my head, I feel like Hot and Cold say the same thing, would have fit SSG's culture to a T. Like, Spirits loves all that shit. He loves all the outside stuff, the stretches, the gym, the food. He knows all the science behind it. I feel like he would have been a perfect fit.
And it's even easier to do it on a basement where both primary hard breaches, should I say, are going to be banned out. Obviously, you still got a thermite, but it isn't the very same. Aside, you don't really need the hard breach. Yeah, it's nice to open up long, and it's nice to open up next to elevator, but the repel is.
Dream said he was still waiting on a response. Yeah, I got to respond to Dream. Dream hit me with a 8. Sorry, he hit me with a. Time is right. Trying to think of the time change here.
There's a couple of players out there, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go for it. Instead, just gets a super.
He hit me with a late time, pretty much on Wednesday.
Himself into that rotate and replaces Kiva.
This honestly, to me,
so I got to think about it.
This is even better an example of the kind of SSG we're going to see today. Ashen was one of the players when I was talking.
It was like
hopping out of windows when he didn't need to. He had the option right there, and if he had hopped out,
8 p.m., 7 p.m., something like that.
He plays it safe. Is moving the Kivas to allow himself to aggress onto those windows, but instead takes that narrow angle, waits for the opportunity to present itself, doesn't force it when he doesn't need to, and his patience is rewarded. He takes out the.
This is looking pretty similar. I mean, I'm assuming most teams are taking something like this, but this is just a Windows take similar to how they actually got owned by Shopify. Eddie now playing, what was it, Rexon, I believe, was playing the Aurora, blocking off Trump, blocking off Meeting. There we go. He did get ADS'd. Bino playing the Troy Canadian with the Capital to fire over the janitor wall, get the janitor player out. This kind of just looks carbon copy of what Shopify did to them.
I'm not even sure that Orgless have made it into the building.
And struggled with the ADSs. Also struggled with window pressure. I don't know how they lost to Deimos, but Deimos also losing him can't clear anyone up against the windows. Big problem.
The rest have been challenged on rappel. The rest have again, just like round one, fallen to angles held by SSG since the beginning of the round, since the moment they felt they needed to. SSG have held powerful positions but passive angles and waited for Orgless to peak, waited for an opening. This round is done and dusted. It's going to be 2-0 SSG. And we were worried that maybe they wouldn't be able to break that 2-round threshold that has been a ceiling on their defense.
Nice timeout. Solid. What are the 3 most important things you made sure your players knew when we formed Turtle Tactics? Was I mean, it's just kind of like the welcome package usually. Like you go over like call outs and because it's all about being hive mind, right? It's the idea that everyone's going to speak the same language basically, and everyone's going to think about the game very similarly. So you go over the first step to that is call outs. That's part of your communication. Culture. You kind of lay down the brickwork a little bit. Talk about the expectations, culture, things like that.
It didn't even come down to it. Like there was just no point. Oh, it was Benja, sorry, on the smoke in that last.
Talk about scheduling. Talk about
okay, so we got
just all that.
And he was down. That's it.
Maybe and down. Maybe.
As far as like theory, first 3 things that they learned, that's confidential. And it's in the VODs. And I also just can't think what it was. So
he didn't shoot anybody, but he is 3-0 so far. Obviously, limited sample size, but after last week, a lot of SSG players got a much needed boost in the stats, and Benjo is one of the only people not to get a substantial benefit from it. Going into today's playday, every single SSG player had above a 100 EPS, except Benjo, who was still down at 91, not in the, or down in the 35-30 area, whereas everyone else more than and well then breached the top 20. So Benja is a player that we have been looking to show up a little bit more, especially given his reputation. Still MVP of SI, though now obviously 2 years, a long time ago in esports.
One team's care if you have the ability to be a defensive IGL. Is that something to market?
Is doing well. It's probably because SSG.
I mean, I think so.
Laying back,
Being a defensive IGL is still like you understand win cons, and I think sometimes that could be kind of rare at a T1 level. Is understanding like I've seen it myself. People don't understand win cons.
It's more of a well-rounded sort of arrangement that they've got going on.
I mean, everyone's got 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah.
You can get.
Even on DZ when we were trialing out people,
Again.
we actually trialed spirits way back.
Very similar lineup. Obviously, they brought the Ram this time.
Way back. I forget exactly when, but we trialed him way back.
They've not got a good plan.
And that was one of the things that he brought was
trying to do exactly the same things, and it isn't going to work. Ashen knows the angles that he's going to be
defensive IGL. Early pick. Fenn's taking out Benja.
Swinging onto him. Now Benja is going to fall first.
Are they going to basically do their window take?
In position to take him out.
2 take top floor. Capitao Fire Jan. You also have smokes. Roar to block off the doors. SSG just getting a little too aggressive early. No one's even inside the map yet. All sitting on the windows. Benja, Ashen both fall.
You know what the ironic thing is?
Fultz also goes to peak. Good drone there, seeing J90. SSG has to get a little bit aggressive here. Newer's already tried to do something aggressive in lobby. And yeah, at this point, good luck. J90 1v5. And I feel like that's just sometimes those SSG rounds where they just kind of lose their marbles.
We literally said it in the opening credits of this game. SSG, they can look like the best team.
I don't think anything really happened, but there was an unfortunate early pick. Maybe at that point they thought they needed to trade it up.
Round in round 3, but what went on? Because Orgless didn't really do anything too differently. SSG
21-year-old streamer. Wow, thanks, Val. That's what a compliment. I shave a mustache and I dropped 11 years. That's crazy.
Not sure where he died. He died in and around square,
yeah,
maybe in
first floor square around
sort of
blue. I think
blue,
like it looks
that sort of area. Yeah, so he's
player-coach relationship, something that you want to improve at.
Maybe a bit of a chance kill. Then for Ashen to fall as well.
I think I have a little bit of a cheat code, player-coach relationship-wise, of I've actually been in my player's shoes at one point. Maybe not my current player on Turtle Tactics, because I've never been a T3 shitter before. But in general, you know, I've been a player, so a lot of coaches, most coaches can't say that. Been in their shoes, feel like easy to establish a relationship like that. A lot easier for them to trust me on some things as well.
That's what they're going to sort of rely on this time for that delay.
And not only do
as far as inspiration, though, I just look at professional sports, people that I've looked up to. Coach K, basketball, Duke basketball.
No 2-hour arcade was present, and they still executed with 15 seconds remaining. 2 minutes and 45 seconds passed with nobody even shooting at each other. in a first-person.
Oh my god, I can't think of the other guy's name.
Siege. And SSG have seen that and said,
The guy that's all about Zen.
Game to play on the hatches with the Aruni gates. Now there's no game.
Coached.
You don't get to play.
Kobe Bryant, the Triangle, the Zen Master, Phil. There we go, Phil. Holy cow, they wouldn't come to me.
Projectile and burn it. No, you're gonna have.
Am I gonna ever coach at a T1 level again? No.
Hatches now because we see how long you took when things were better for you.
Add on to that, SSG have gone for a little bit of phantom pressure upstairs as well. They've got a couple of hatches open. Nice.
All right, next time they go down, we already did talk about this early on, so they brought that Goyo of Rooney time waste for the hatches. This time, K-Tube. Yes, they have a Mav, but I do like that they are still wasting time in open area here. Right. Minute off the board. By the time they get open area, because there's still Tube in here, Ashen's not quite giving it up. By the time they know he's actually gone, still maybe another 20 seconds come off the board here. Tube's still coming through the back alley.
Inside of open anymore. We can see Benja, he's going to drop himself in that elevator hatch as well. So some of the work here has already been done for Orgless, and that could affect things.
Eno droning still.
I mean, really frame perfect retreat on the realm.
They could easily rotate a claw to that. LG better not be relying on that, right? Like, where's our claws? I don't think he's rotating anything because he's in garage, but definitely could. We opening anything with this Mav? Or are we just kind of going for a back hit? Oh, never mind. We're already server side. Okay.
We see them popped earlier. I actually don't even think we saw it.
Surprised I got controlled that fast.
I don't think we saw it pop in
Not gonna lie, SSG kind of gave them everything here.
Is nabbed by Space Station.
And we do see sense
really low time execute Ollie unless Orgless have something vastly different to show us in the final minute.
More on hatches here. He's in open area. Could easily sense off everything. We see him about to throw. Are we going to see the plant on the table in the corner?
Still 3 nitro cells in pocket as well, so even if you're guessing at a plant spot, even if it isn't a default spot, you've got a very good chance of getting it. And it's looking like it's going to be another execute with very little time remaining. Again, in that 5 versus 5.
In the 5 versus 5, you just really cannot give a single criticism to the way SSG are playing this right now. So patient, so expertly crafted.
We didn't properly sense off the Warden.
Seeing the smokes in round 1, Ashen will fall, but it's only Eddie to cover this diffuse plant. And J9O walks right under the hatch to do away with Orgless's chances at another attack.
I'll be honest, I was expecting it to be a little bit...
Honestly, not a very good execute. I don't know. I feel like they had some operators that I feel like they should have got the job done, but that's just kind of the difference.
SSG played it great, very patient, nice little extension on the roam this time. Again, they're very hamstrung because the castle's been banned. It's not like you can hold open.
I saw most teams reinforce the 3 small walls, but since NAL, EML, and SLC, more teams reinforce the E2 wall. How come? I'm not a fan of the E2 wall being reinforced because I think it's very easy still to be on E3 rappel and get an angle over the wall. I do like the 3 small walls being reinforced. I think it helps you against server ISOs. A lot of times, if teams, you can keep the hatch open, and if teams feel like they need to get you off the hatch, they might try to lurk into archives and open up, try to open up the wall, shoot through the wall, and you can still play on the hatch, forcing them to go kitchen. Also, a full clear, if you have those 3 walls reinforced, the player that goes into Archives Tellers has to open those walls up before he can kind of help clear. Just little things like that, like time waste.
Trying to go for a plant soon around the 30-second mark, but when you're facing a utility setup like that, you got to be burning utility much earlier than that.
Are you afraid your players not respecting that you don't have your mustache? Yeah, I'm terrified.
Hopefully they can try and learn something from it.
Why would I never coach again? Because it's just not worth it. T1 level. If forgive me for not wanting to answer the question that's being spammed in chat, because I've answered this question so many times on my stream. But if you're not on a top 4 NA team, it's not worth it. The salary is not there. It's not worth it. And to be frank, having more success and more fun doing content than I would on a bottom tier NA team. I've had offers in other regions, but
Orgless are just going to bring the DMRs and rip through it. I mean,
Typical American. I don't want to leave. I don't want to move anywhere.
Army barricades, they're not going to last for as long, but it's still a risk to swing, to hit it. I mean, I think the time that it buys and certainly the position that Ashen's then allowed to play is priceless. Eddie with a snipe off the rip there is going to rip J90's head clean off. That was the warden.
All right, mixed up the window take operator. No more Aurora. Got off it.
Still giving a lot of information away.
Yeah, it's found 2.
Brought Glass. And Warden's down. Pretty big pick. They do have a Solus, though, in Tellers. That's going to be a big problem for this Windows take. 2 players downstairs. Wow. Epic got absolutely fried there. That's a massive pick there from Fultz. Almost saw him. Do they not have a lobby cam? Why are we still in the windows there?
Transition into that site take, they can be particularly vulnerable, but Orgless not leaving anything to chance. They have so much time waiting or remaining at a minute 10 seconds left, but kick throw! He avails himself to the angle by Benja, and there's another one. Bino with the diffuser, aiming for a solo clear of Fultz. He spotted them, but this could be so risky. A 50-50 gunfight, nobody to trade.
Fultz wins these. Fultz is... I don't want to say it too soon. Come on, kill the guy. Yep. Okay, Fultz is so good. Just like backed into a wall. Like couple weeks ago, he was downstairs. Cruelty almost... I think Fultz like almost 1v5 them all downstairs when he got caught out. Like he's in ATM, back against the wall. Remember another time in Skyscraper, he was just... I think he was like Harry Potter of Skyscraper, got droned out, and somehow just killed everybody. Guy's 7-2 at this point. Single-handedly, by the way, shut down this attack.
Fultz was going for a bit of a Hail Mary, to be honest, in that ATM's area. Because
Orgless had a 5v4, and if they had the info, 2 players were underneath. Solus a tube. Only 2 upstairs. Could have been an easy top floor flood. Instead, they went for the picks in the ATM and got absolutely shit on.
Really badly pinned into ATMs there. And if Orgless have had a little bit more coordination about him and a bit more...
Cafe bottom brown. Yeah. The cafe one. Yep.
They had the sight drones. So they should have known what was going on. They knew that there was a player in ATM.
Ashen saying what we're all kind of thinking at this point.
You know someone's off site. Push the site. It's 4 versus 2.
Maybe 10% was too much. Yeah, maybe.
4 versus 2. The person you saw
Maybe.
Solus, so obviously you're thinking,
This is defense, by the way. But again, these newer Pro League teams always struggle against attacks. That is like, yeah, because obviously attack is it's a lot harder. But also I feel like there's a huge lack in actual good IGLs, and I don't think any of them are good at the low level. So because of that, these teams usually are more defensive sided, especially against these juggernaut teams. Who's the IGL for LFO? I got no idea.
But going about it in a way that ended up just giving a 1v1
Someone in chat probably knows. I got no idea.
Very strong player in North America for almost 6 years now. He's going to win a fight like that, especially when he knows you're coming.
I think he won 3. He won 3 1 versus 1s.
And
one of them was one of them was baiting the hell out of Ashen, which was great.
Ollie, you know what? You know what we can say? That's the first time we've seen SSG go for like a pretty big risky gamble, and in almost a 3v5 like that, that's the exact time to make that kind of play. The one time we've seen them do it, it was really well thought out.
Just like, wasn't Bino more of an entry on CL4L?
They were all in for the gamble.
Or am I thinking about that wrong?
Fultz was being supported at the same time, so it worked out really nicely. 4-1 right now for Space Station. Going to be taking us on a little tour right now. Very different lineup we're seeing. I don't think we've seen any.
Was she read YouTube comments? I see YouTube comments. I see everything.
In round number 1, but we've got things like
I haven't seen anyone post a YouTube comment in quite a while. So unless my multi-stream is off.
Benja going to be rolling around on the Oryx as well, so someone really to keep an eye out on there for any sort of late round rotates. Now, Orgless have seen a little bit of success in the early part of the round, but it feels as though SSG are wising up to their tricks because at the moment they look a little bit one-dimensional. It's another round that's starting with them repelling into CEO upstairs.
Ooh, another one. Kickstar will get that engagement, but there's another player up top. Ashen was
got a little aggression.
He's playing pretty further back, and yeah, now he's fallen back to open area.
So Ron Tellers, I actually
contrast that with how
probably a hot take. I actually kind of like Tellers.
When they were defending open area, Ashen was
kind of like Tellers. I think some teams don't know how to end here. I think most of the time, what I see is teams try to end lobby side. And I'm assuming we're probably going to see a lobby side finish here.
The beginning, he was feigning that pressure, getting Orgless to look at him,
Which I don't... I personally think it's easier to end square side. All you got to do is make the vert, smoke off the kitchen holes, and have someone watch for the kitchen flank that you know is inevitable. And plant on that one side of that archive counter. And GG. Lobby side, though. You have to worry about both these things. The main stairs, you got to worry about E2 wrap. You got to worry about them going up the stairs on you. And the plant spot going couch side is kind of ass. Player could be back in archives. Player could be deep in kitchen.
They've got all that vertical control, but there's nothing that they can do with it. Ashen going to take one out, and well, 3 versus 3 with 20 seconds, the kills will start to fly.
Oh, the kills will start to fly, what I was going to say. Eddie set up for that backstab. That's what we needed to see from Orgless. Something different, something to break that stalemate. Janano will find one. That's the play. We're open to everything for Orgless. And they're both pushing with ATMs. He can win this. They're lining up for him. He's found one. Can peek around, wait for the second. No, just waste time. There's nothing Kixrow can do.
We didn't play hard support? Okay.
J90.
So maybe I got it wrong then.
Isolate the next and win on time to secure 5 rounds on defense.
The thing I really like about watching J90 play is that whenever he gets a big
5-1 defense out from SSG, and I don't think it's going to get any better.
You can't hide it.
Don't think it's going to get any better. Why are we waiting? I mean, they got powered by Clash.
I can only imagine that that's the team gassing him up for making that play. Cold as ice in the clutch.
But in general, these executes have looked pretty, again, what I would expect.
If Orgless have had another 20-30 seconds on the clock at that time,
unfortunately, NA is very, very top heavy.
Manipulated and worked that 2 versus 1 together. But as it stands, they just had no time left. And that was really the story of their attacks. And I think one of the reasons why SSG was more than happy to play Bank here tonight, knowing that Orgless was going to struggle a little bit with that clock.
Not only knowing that they were going to struggle with the clock, but also fully prepared to show us.
Better not get any better. Papa got money on this.
In
Damn.
fact, we can rival some of the most stalwart teams on defense. The one time on open area defense where maybe somebody pushed a
what region's the best at Bank?
That was an aberration. You're going to see literally Buddhist level patience from us. We are going to be so
I'm going to say...
You're not going to believe it. And
I'm going to say EML, personally.
SSG, I know, but the utility
I'm going to say the EU League, because G2 is very good at Bank. Falcons, I think, are the best Bank team.
SSG more than willing to win around on
VP, obviously goats at Bank.
Taking the fight to them, and that is the or a card that we've not really seen from
Secret
them,
have also been good at Bank. So, yeah. I think without a doubt, actually, EML.
And exactly against the kind of team that too.
Holy cow, guys. Wait a second. I got to highlight this. SSG totally goofing on these guys because I don't think they've been playing the meta very well. I don't think they have true shield players. And we're going to see 2 of them. We see Ashen back on a shield. Fultz on Monty. What are we going to get out of this? So far, Orgless playing exactly how they did against Shopify. Whole map forfeited instantly. 30 seconds here. 30, 40 seconds. Gone. Okay.
We were in an Orgless attack at this point. Maybe they'd be in the building.
Loud beat VP. All right, let's relax here.
SSG have just done a Bank full clear in 40 seconds. I feel like I'm watching that 92 Dream Team game.
Benja's role's been confusing to watch. Yeah, I mean, Benja, Ashen's roles. I think Ashen's look better because he's been on some more actual entry stuff, but role-wise on attack, SSG just kind of is trying to figure it out.
You wish maybe Orgless could have stayed a little bit longer. It was a really good setup for
Azami on here? This is, oh, this guy's about to get worked here. This guy's about to get the works. Never mind. Benja goes down. No. What? He made it out of there? What?
Single bit of damage there is beyond
wow. Okay. All right.
How has he been able to
Okay.
make that run? That was
Bomb going down. They're about to say LMFAO back. Hello?
One's gonna start going
Smokes.
down now.
Smokes. He missed. He missed.
In and amongst the chaos, SSG are just going to fully capitalize right now.
Oh,
They
why
got
are we
2 shields
laughing in
and
chat,
30
Orgless?
I mean,
You got 2 fucking smokes in your pocket.
I don't know how you lose this if you're
You
SSG.
missed.
Monty acting as the mirror window. Ashen can cause chaos. On
Probably
the
would have helped if Epic put his BP down in sight.
Jane, I know if you want to cover that diffuser, allow somebody to play back. They're starting to line up for Newers, a lot of HP to get that first kill. Lined up head level for the second, but Kicks are able to land the shot quicker. Consistent disadvantage widened further by SSG. But look at the time. Only 5 seconds remaining. Smoke's going out.
I don't think Fultz can stop that. Ashen on Blitz not going to be able to stop that either. Yeah.
Clean, and Ashen in the middle of a maelstrom.
That a defuse? That's a defuse. Okay. Wow. Some great siege we're watching here. One troll after another. My God. What the fuck?
We talk about Hail Mary rounds. That was really one of them right there. SSG choosing to get the plan down.
Fucking goddamn clown fiesta in NA right now.
Everything that they had, it was a really good play because they had.
Oh my.
They still had 2 shields and they had vert control.
That's one of the rounds of all time right there. That is definitely one of the rounds. Was that a 5v4 plant into a 4v0 retake? Well, a 4v5 plant, yes.
Then you are going to struggle.
Yeah.
You need to have that flank watched.
Yeah.
And as soon as Newers loses that second engagement.
Look, we can highlight. Look, it's smart for Fultz to go for a deep plant there. Backwards plant, Montaigne ignores all the Goyo fires. They smoked. So, I mean, technically, Smoke probably had no. Like, he just thought they were going to be playing default.
They still had
Look, there's a Goyo fire on the fucking door. Jesus.
So, on one hand, credit for SSG. I think they did a great job in clearing the map. And, you know, it was a ballsy play to get the plant down. But in hindsight, Orgless reacted really well. There was no overreaction. And I think that that's something that's going to stand them in good stead.
No.
The off-tempo plant? Yeah, exactly. That's the thing to highlight for me. I like the off-tempo plant as well. I think that was really good. Instead of the boring old, destroy the Goyo fires, you know, force an execute, get the smokes coming out. I kind of like the up-tempo there.
Right now. I really wish he had an assault rifle to be able to like move to a different position. But how are you supposed to know that'd be necessary when you pick the ops at the beginning of the round? Same with the smoke. You think that's such a good call to go for that?
Don't take DZ to bank because you're gonna ban double hard breach. You can't ban spirits at the same time.
No, I guess I just lagged out briefly, but we're chilling now. We're all good.
I mean, they lost bank to G2, right?
I was stunned by you.
Normally, sure, I'd say yeah.
Mortified, stupefied by you. What movies?
We have scripted against those guys, and I do know what their game plan is when hard breach bans get banned out. So
I have no idea. I thought it sounded like
I do think they're still just fine at bank.
What movie is it from? I can't remember. Anyway, Eddie with the first kill. Clean little headshot on default just now. Losing your OSA on a CEO direct.
Kind of like an old window take here, right? Instead of taking as operators like Capital Aurora, which is starting to see become a little bit more meta, instead Fultz walking in with OSA, just trying to plant in the open CEO wall.
a little 1-for-1. Kicksrow can flick onto those yokai drones now. Newers does still have a couple of Candelas left as well, but
Echo drones are probably going to be a little bit of a problem here, though, as well.
Are going to be placed
for SSG.
I think there's one at the top of those square stairs, but I mean that's only really just to hold a bit of a passive angle. It's not something that you're really looking to try and base a whole plan off. Big problem is going to be these Keybers. It was something that Orgless themselves really struggled to deal with, but Ashen's going to go for quite a direct approach right now.
Now you can see
I mean, just don't peek here. We're chilling.
In play on the defense.
That is the last smoke on board. He's just pulling Bench's attention, but Epic's got nothing else to look at, right? He's not really being pulled to look anywhere. He shouldn't look at the Glaz S2, so all he's got to do is sit in his corner and watch his door. Really good job from him. But the bomb's going to go down. Are we not able to stop this? Okay, we are. Eddie, good stop, Janitor. No Janitor pressure going out. Eddie able to stop the bomb plant.
Now locked down in the 2v2, Eddie deep into
not sure where these echo cams are. It looks like we do have an echo drone in the CEO office, so calling all these plants. You know, and Eddie should be able to just play off that vision that they have. Eddie just got hip fired by Ashen, who's on a quad kill. Oh, what are these rounds? Orgless, please. And he aced with Glaz. Oh my god. Okay.
some great
These rounds are, you guys have no idea. These rounds are hurting to watch.
They are making some fantastic calls.
That one was so within their grasp.
We've seen Space Station lack a little bit previously, I've always thought, is that
man.
when plan A doesn't work, plans B, C,
Timeout. Aren't they up 6-2?
They're just not very good. It kind of turns into every man for himself. Where they've done really well here.
Are we calling a timeout for Orgless here? Is this SSG taunting them?
Last round, for example, they lose Fultz.
What is happening?
And then all of a sudden,
Knighted, thank you so much for the sub.
there's no hesitation. It's straight in.
Very
It
much
helps when
appreciated,
actually
W
gets five
sub.
kills. That's always going to help when any player aces. But I think the
How much of a
decision
meta
making
op is
for ability
Osa?
to
What's your
run
ideal
around
usage?
the
I mean, it's
field
niche.
tonight,
Like that plant that we watched there, the Osa shield, top square.
And when it's
That
there,
kind of was
it's
meta
not
last
because the
season.
initial plan didn't work, it's
A lot of
because
times
the
you'd have
background
ace
is
up,
that
you'd open a CO wall,
when you're suddenly entering
walk
the
in,
with probabilities,
plant with Osa.
and you're
Saw these guys just
deciding
use
to go
thermite for it
XP with
instead.
Monty on basement, you probably have everything going for you to get that plant down, and you were correct. But that's like, oh wait, we didn't. waste
Pro
a lot of
League,
smokes,
by the
did
way.
we?
True.
We sacrificed playing out the
True.
utility to gain the time advantage. That
How many more
really
rounds would Mr. B's
sometimes you
team
don't
get?
calculate all the options. Sometimes you just don't see all of it. But there, as you said,
Look, I don't want to compare.
it's a bit hectic. These attacks definitely have been a bit space station-y in that they're not perfect. They're
But
completely flawless. But as you said,
at least they
that
would bring some
on
unpredictability.
calling, recognizing opportunities. It's not that they're winning the round at 80% margins, but both of those calls felt like they could be won at a 50 to 50 or 51 to 55%. And even if it's narrow, it could still be a victory.
What team do you think always has the most creative strats? I don't think there's a single team that always has the most creative strats. I think Siege, like, some people have a better understanding of the meta than others. Some people are more innovative than others. As far as creative, you guys might say one team's creative, and I could tell you exactly where they're copying their strats from.
They just wanted to compose themselves ahead of this
So,
round just in case they lose the next 4.
It's pretty hard to be innovative sometimes, though.
To be fair, they lose 2 opening duels. They especially lose an important piece in the attack like Fultz. I think there is good reason to talk about it, especially because both rounds were pivots to plan B or C. My call probably like, hey, so what if we gave plan A a shot?
All right, open direct.
I've got a crazy idea. It's called Plan A. Plan A in this instance is going to be an oldie but a goldie, trying to walk a Monty into
Open direct. I do like doing this with Glaz. This is probably my favorite take on Bank to do nowadays. However,
currently going to be inside of
Azami is up, and I believe is in kitchen. And they don't have any way to really deal with Azami. Not using a Flores here.
Flank and alongside of the Lion Scan. It seems as though SSG
Gotta see where these zombies are.
Hold on a lot of these defenders and the positions that they occupy.
I mean, just such a different trend from Orgless. I mean,
All right.
SSG have been unrelenting on
Ended up pulling the smoke player back down into sight. You see Eddie right there on the wall in small office. And already 2 smokes out too.
Control of the Archives position, but as Ashen hops in, loses his life. 3 opening picks in a row for Orgless, 3 in a row particularly for Eddie on this defensive side, putting Orgless up that 5v4 and he is the player forcing SSG to pivot to
Unwanted copycats? Yeah, pretty much, Matt. Unwanted copycats. I saw your border attacks. Looked quite familiar to Furia.
Again, Eddie on a tear this game, 12 and 5. And while Fultz has made it into the site, look at how separate he is from the team. But he's just whipped out the pistol, taking the kill behind him. And he's still massacring SSG's back line. And Newers has it all to do. Watching the back, Fultz somehow going to get this plant down. With the smoke out of position, he can't use his toxic.
Bomb down. Just let it be the game, please. Just let it be the game.
Position to hold that long angle. A must-win fight for Newers against a big pop-off player. It's instead Fultz to remove the smoke, the terror, the menace from the board.
Is that not epic? Is that not the second BP he's had in his pocket? Was he not the Goyo the round prior with the BP in his pocket? You gotta feel for him here. Not a Monty fight. You just gotta take him as far away as possible. He wastes 2 more. It's over. It doesn't even matter now.
But as little time remaining for Epic to even have a chance.
Wow, 2-7 on Bank both times. Space Station and Shopify.
Epic there, just gonna try and soften the blow with a couple
Since
of
when does Fultz play shield? He probably should though for the team. I do agree with the Monty on Fultz. I think that's going to be like a lot better.
Somehow, some way, Fultz gets the all-important kill onto the Azami. If you're not able to open up quad wall, it makes it very difficult to attack open areas through that double door.
Burned out the smokes very early there. Pressured taking tellers and archives. And then again with Monty up the power is they were able to just walk back and go into open area whenever the hell they wanted. There was no denial at that point.
On the night, still coming away with a very dominant 7-2 win on Bank, which, to be honest, was a map that we had a little bit of a question mark about. We're going to hit to a break. Let's see what our desk has to say when we get back.
What map was my first Pro League match on? I think it was Consulate. I think the game I came in for was against Kingdom, which was NVK and Eclipse's team. I believe. Yeah, we'll see. All right, 7-2, first game. Do we have any close games today? Let's take a look real quick. We didn't really get to do any predictions or any talk about that earlier. Okay, well, you know what? The next one, I don't know why, guys. Again, I know most of you Dream fans, Cloud9 fans. I don't know why. Not that you're Dream fans. Of course I know why you're Dream fans. But I'm kind of smelling like there's a possible upset potential. Hot and cold. You still in the chat, Mr. Matty Matt? We thinking any potential here for JJ Blast and the NV boys to get a dub? Obviously winless. Cloud9 not having the best season either. 1 win. But I'm thinking this could be the one, guys. This could be JJ Blast getting a dub. Envy looked pretty good against SR. I agree with that too. I mean, Envy narrowly losing to OXG and obviously taking Shopify to overtime. You know, last week's loss versus SSG is what it is. But I do feel like there's some potential. This could be a close one. I'm hoping for a close one. Again, I know we love Cloud9, love Dream. Why do I think DZ struggled against Furia when I was coaching? Well, we actually got pretty close versus those guys a couple times. I think there was a Boulder 8-7 in there at EWC. I just think playstyle wise of DZ, of old DZ, I will say old DZ now. Playstyle wise, like it was the unpredictability that caught us. Even though we could talk so much about it and playing on our toes, things like that. It was the unpredictability that caught us. Those guys are also, and back then again, we relied heavily on prep, and Furia is a very hard team to prep against. Constant different micro plays. Can we bring back Flipside? Yeah. Just need Hot and Cold to retire. Just hurry up, win a couple more, win an SI, and retire. Then we can, yeah, we can bring back Flipside. Why did LG sign a roster with random T2 players? 2 players from the roster haven't cheated anything? They weren't paying very much. And at the end of the day, that's what I mean by esports being predatory. People will sign contracts if it means they can play in Pro League, even if it's for $250 a month. I'll be right back. 20 seconds. I'm going to use the bathroom.
A 7-2 dominant performance from SSG going up against Orgless. I mean, coming into this, we said there was a world there was hope if Orgless did X, Y, and Z, but SSG came out of the gate swinging and didn't even give them the opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, it was expected. We knew how aggressive SSG was going to play. I was actually more impressed that they took a timeout after their first round that they did end up bringing back when Ashen ended up getting that ace, because it just goes to show that they know that they weren't perfect. They know where they went wrong, and sure, they didn't need to take the timeout, but they still took the timeout, which just shows me that not only have they shown respect to the other team, but also to themselves to just be like, we can be better. And this is the SSG that we've talked about of being hot and cold. I think they're making the right strides of being more hot.
Yeah, and the Blacklight detail is going to be going to that final round, which I think only further highlights the discipline that we're seeing from SSG.
Yeah, no, SSG played it phenomenally in that last round. I mean, the 2vx situation that they're in to be able to focus on going for the execute. I mean, before they even get this diffuse down, Fultz jumps in, gets an angle with the Monty to get the first pick. What? Look at this blunder right here. I mean, obviously, you never know what's going to be on the other side of the wall, but just peeking out with the C4, I mean, maybe should have taken a second, and then Fultz just needs to buy the time.
What are the standings? Who's in first place?
If this
updated?
But he plays so smart because he's just worried about the
and it did update.
Even when he could easily go for an ego.
That puts Space Station in the first place for now. I don't think that
2K for the celebration.
this will remain. I think DarkZero and Shopify should both win today. Let me look. Let me double check. DZ playing Wildcard, yeah. And Shopify playing OG. I do expect both these teams to win. M80, obviously.
It was so smart. Well done.
M80's got the freest win of the day. So we're kind of hoping this game at least gives us some upset potential.
The week incredibly strong. How was it preparing for this game? Because you're going up against Orgless, which is a team that hasn't necessarily been doing that well. Was there anything specific that you just prepared for, or was just another game, another opponent?
I mean, we kind of just did what we do for every other team and just had a good week of preparation, like just hard, intense practice and executed.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, also nice 1v3. I believe
people always ask if people prep differently. Not really. You prep pretty much as you would for any other team.
And you're the last one. Just tell the viewers what it's like. What are the comms like from your teammates? What do
I think OXG could upset Shopify? No.
Or are you just playing?
I mean, my heart's definitely going, but my teammates do a good job at like keeping the comms calm and everything. And yeah, I just try to play it the best I can and shoot the enemy.
Hey, you did pretty good.
OG's current roster.
I want to ask you guys.
I just have a lot of question marks about him.
You guys brought that round back. I believe it was the round Ashen ends up getting that clutch.
I need to see him play against some of the top teams. And today we will get to see him play against one of them.
It was kind of just getting us back on the rails. It wasn't really the best round from us. And yeah, he had a couple niche things to say, but I'm not going to get too much into it.
Not even a little bit? You aren't even going to give me something to go off of? You're going to give the audience a little piece?
I'm going to get ripped up by call out.
Okay.
Okay, well, nice try, Lex. I respect it.
Yeah. Good try.
You gotta do what you gotta do. All right, well, thank you so much for.
You can't let him go just yet.
What? You want more?
There's skins out. He hasn't even said anything about buying their skin. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Buy the new Mira skin. It's the best one.
That's all you got?
That was his pitch? Come on.
You know,
SSG, grab me. I'll sell it for you.
Nah, you should be getting a cut of those
That's what I'm saying.
But either way, I'm actually going to let you go before this gets any worse. Thank you so much for your time for the interview. Congrats once again. Who knows? We might speak to you again tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye. Lax, the salesman you are.
Why do you think Adam isn't playing as well as OXG as he did on Wanted?
Something happened either way.
Yeah, let me
All right, before I say anything, let's go look at some stats, guys, because I actually don't know what's happening here. Let's check out some stats.
Honestly, great performance from SSG. Phenomenal work. You know, we got another heater, C9 Envy coming up next. Take it away, Ginny.
I just want to say this.
No.
What?
Why is no one talking?
No, I want Lax to speak first.
Yeah, I was going to say, as much as they did lose, as much as LFL lost, I do want to praise
Wait, I actually did it.
That looked like a
Okay, I actually haven't looked at stats in a while.
Should be expected.
I've been mainly paying attention to the EML league.
in those moments, reading
But
the
goddamn.
not just giving up his life, not just giving up in the
God
game.
damn. I didn't know Citizen was having a season like that.
Real threat to
Number one
SSG
rating.
and bringing the fight to them.
Him and Ashen both. Number one rating, tied KD.
Such a threat that they got
Entry.
honestly, I have nothing good to say about them.
Cost.
Really embarrassing performance. Constantly getting
Hot cold, so clutch.
The droning was so sloppy.
Jeez.
Ashen was just tearing them apart in those opening kill department. A lot for them to work on. I would just say baby steps. Focus on not dying.
Give me
first,
1
drone
second,
before you get
guys.
into the building.
See, that's what I wanted before I was hyping up next game. I wanted to hear something about Orgless, so thanks both for doing that. But now we're actually ready to talk to you guys about the next game. It's going to be C9 going up against Envy. This is the game of the day. Hopefully not a 7-2 and maybe a little bit more close and competitive, so stick around because it's coming up after the break.
Okay, sorry. Some hooligans over in the YouTube channel, and we don't got mods over there, so I gotta do it. Didn't even know that was a thing in YouTube. Alright. Game of the day? It might very well be. What's up, Aspirin? Alright, what was I looking at? Okay, OXG. Let's look at OXG real quick. Someone asked me about Adam not having as good of a season. I mean, 32 and 33, -1. I mean, that's not the worst. They've also played, let's see, they played LFO. Let's check out, hang on, let's do a little deep dive here. Last game versus LFO. Adam top frag, 12 and 8, 1 and 1. Had a great game. Fantastic game. They won against Envy, 7-5. 10 and 8, 2 and 2. Grixer did have a vintage Grixer game, but so far, so good. OXG versus Cruelty. Wow, Adam's getting absolutely shit on. My God. Only kidding, of course. And then they played against DZ and 6 and 9. I don't know. Last two games obviously played a lot better. First Envy versus LFO. You can argue some of the weaker teams, but I mean Team Cruelty as well. Didn't play that well against Team Cruelty, but those guys are kind of freaks. I don't know. I think Adam's role is always based on like who's around him. I'm always gonna blame more so like structure-wise and things like that than a player per se. I think because I think Adam's a fantastic player. I think he's very, very good. But yeah, comes down to some other factors. But so far, he's not doing that bad. He's only -1. Only -1. I mean, hard to get anything done like on one. And he was right behind Gav. Gav was creating that space. You know what I'm saying? Gav creating the space. People were terrified of spirits. So Adam's just kind of eating up. Stash is gone. The stash is gone. We had to do it finally. 700. I mean, that was like last month's sub goal. And I did it a month later. So it'll be back. Give me like 3-4 days.
Begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Forrest's fault noted. Well, I'm not saying Forrest's fault, but there's a big difference between playing behind hot and cold IGLing somebody and Forrest. If Forrest is the IGL over there, that's where my I guess it might even be Gomez. That's where my like not hatred, but I need to see more out of OXG in a sense, and that's why I kind of like hate on them, is because I don't believe in the leadership at the moment. I need to see OXG take a step. They were what, top 8 SI or whatever it was? They made top 8 SI. I was actually thinking they were getting a lot better. Those guys went from absolutely awful, barely made SI, to top 8 SI. Huge changes, and I just don't know if it's all a fit. That's all. So we have to see. That's why games get played. People can change opinions, everything like that. But yeah, they lost Newers, Diaz. I just think like play style wise too. Grixer's kind of a baiter. Adam kind of a baiter. So you got two of, and I don't think being a baiter is a bad thing, but having two of them is not the best. Fofo kind of was struggling on SSG for a little while. A little bit of a sloppy player. Gomez kind of been struggling over there a bit. DZ has two of them. Okay, fair point, but like, I think there's a little bit of a difference right now between Citizen, who's #1 rated. Do you think it's worth target banning spirits? On some maps I do. On some maps I do think so. I think teams are starting to kind of figure out, like Blitz Ying, I think are the more annoying bans against DZ. Because and then Blackbeard. I think Spirits is a phenomenal Blackbeard as well. But I would rather go, in my opinion, I'd rather go against a Glaz. At least I have a chance to shoot back. I'm not blind. And there's things you could do to counter Glaz a little bit easier. And I'd rather go against a Montaigne because I think there's a ton of Montaigne counters. I think those are the better cheese ups. Yeah, DZ also has the aggressive entry to go with the pass players. Yeah, that's kind of basically what I was getting at. Is like, I just don't see anyone aggressive on the team anymore. I mean, you could argue Hat was kind of their most aggressive player, even though he was on Thermite. They've always kind of been a mailbox team, and I do think that was their downfall and why I feel like they were so easy to play against when we were on Unwanted. I feel like, yeah, just kind of ran the same things. All mailboxes. And didn't really add anybody into the team. And losing Newers does hurt. He's better on BB than on Blitz and Monty. No, I mean...
Who is Dream? I'm just a chill guy.
I wouldn't say Monty.
Who maybe likes playing Siege a little bit too much.
I just think, like, knowing him, I just don't think Monty's his favorite one to play. Like, he would rather play Blitz Ying.
With the big ego, I really try and relate to people, and like, I'm just here to have a good time, and I want you guys to have a good time watching me too.
That's me, guys. That's me. Wow. What a... I don't look anything like that guy. I look way younger than that guy. I don't think they dropped Newers ideas. Their contracts ended. They moved on to bigger teams. Oh, that could definitely be a thing as well. That could definitely be a thing. I don't think they dropped him either. Newers did not get dropped. Newers moved on.
A little bit more, but also a former teammate.
Yeah, former teammate of ours. Dream, you know, Dream on Cloud9. Get it? Because like when you dream, you're in the clouds.
He's just a chill guy.
Yeah, chill guy. Great teammate. Honestly, I would say.
One of the best teammates.
One of the best teammates that I've ever had, just because he's always focused on winning. I'm really glad in this last year.
Like, that's why people call Dream the glue. Because you need someone like Dream on your team.
I'm happy I pulled him off that Mirage roster to join our team way back when during the NAL. So, you know, fortunate for us.
Yeah, I mean, as much as, you know, he did find himself on a team, unfortunately, he hasn't really found the right team. I think that truly is fitting his playstyle in terms of his form of success.
Whoa. Hello? Unwanted? His best team?
Hasn't really necessarily
crazy.
A lot of success. But, however, when it comes to the fact that their schedule...
Yeah, his video was sick. I love that for him.
And regards to how strong it's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, they're back on solid ground. Cloud9 can start to feel more comfortable in their matches because when you look right out the gate, I mean, Wildcard, obviously, they get their win. It was cool.
Ooh, I gotta do the title.
Totally
Totally forgot.
Immediately go against M80, go against Space Station, go against DarkZero. Just back to back to back losses.
They should be able to beat these teams.
Right. So this is a situation. This is why this is the game of the day, because this is a situation now that C9 can be more comfortable, find their footing once again, and find more points and get more points on the board just to secure themselves at least top 6. But when we talk about confidence and we were just talking about Dream is a player that me and you and just everyone across, we need to start seeing more from him, because what we've been seeing so far.
I want C9 to succeed. I do too. I just... NA's so top heavy. I don't know what else to say besides that. Like, it's unfortunate.
Spectrum of reasons why Dream might not be finding success, and it really has to do with the simple fact is this team isn't finding success. If you're playing that support player, you're playing that pivotal role.
Poor Dream, 16 and 35. How do you do on
You need to rely on your front line. You need to rely on.
How did you do with us on Unwanted? I'm pretty sure
those are failing. Of course, you're not going to be having the game of your life. Of course, you're not statistically going to be the best player. And this is why I'm heavily emphasizing that they're back on solid ground, is because they have a lot easier games. So realistically, not only for the rest of
Give me this Dream back.
they can actually start
Second best rating, plus 11. Sheesh, Dream truly was sexy. Bring that Dream back.
Of them coming into here, you'd expect them to be able to hang with the top dogs, so then to come into one of these.
Thoughts on Brazilian Elevate being 1-4 now? Really, I have not followed APAC at all. And to hear that they're 1-4 right now is actually kind of hilarious, because they went over there thinking that region was free. Anyone else got their unwanted jerseys on, by the way?
Can they show up? Can they show us what they're capable of? Can they bring
anyone else rocking that? Trying to say he's no longer sexy. Oh, he's still sexy. But like, you know, he don't got a bunch of studs around him.
There's been a lot of improvements. I have been impressed. We talked about at the start of the stage, the NAL, they have the most potential out of the teams that qualified.
C9 make a roster change at the stage? I think they should. John, I think they should. I just think, I don't even know who or what for.
They just need to be able to have a little bit more confidence when it comes
to
inside the game server against some of these bigger teams.
When I see that roster, like, it's just unfortunate, but like, they're just not gonna be. They're just not gonna be in the top 4. They're just not. NA is too top heavy, and they just don't compete. Again, I think they should be a 5th, 6th place team probably.
You desperately need these points. So if you can't find success today going against Cloud9, where you can definitely say they're an equal playing field, then it's, to me, I'm not going to be as confident going forward.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the mistakes, because something that we saw throughout week 1 and week 2 was
they don't have top 4 NA money. No, I mean, exactly. I mean, Cloud9 tried to sign us, and it was like 1,500 or 2K. Like, how do you compete? How can you compete with M80, who's making like fucking 8+?
You're in a man advantage situation, and then your top floor flank player for pressure with 10 seconds left overextends. You have JJ Blast in the game-winning position. No reason for you to overpush. And look at this. Where's Snake? Snake is hiding behind inside of Rice.
Snake's look good on Envy. It might be worth grabbing him over Silent. I just think there's people that have Snake has a little.
And then look at the rest of Envy. They're just kind of walking around.
People. How do I even say this? I don't want to slander anybody, but like, Snake has a personality that I think a lot of people on different teams maybe don't enjoy. You can even hear it in JJ's video, where JJ talked about like there's no way in hell he wants to team with Snake, but then once he teamed with him, he realized he loves him, and like they're really good friends now. But like a lot of people don't see it like that in NA. And NA is, I mean, I'm sure other regions are like that, but NA is kind of like that, guys. It's a little bit it's a little bit like high school with cliques, and certain people don't get along, so certain people won't get offers on certain teams, you know? A little bit gate kept.
They're going to be going up against Cloud9. They're going to find a good map pick.
But I don't know if it's like that in other regions, and maybe it is. I think it's even worse in other regions because then there's also like language barrier, right?
It's going to be Skyscraper. I mean, we have yet to see Skyscraper from both these players. Obviously, especially for Envy.
Yeah.
We've never seen how these players play on, where we have seen players like Cloud9.
That's true. That's so true.
Map that really is defender sided, but if you can find some sort of success, at least 2 rounds on attacks, you realistically should win off of your defenses here. And basically what we've seen from Envy and what Fox is pointing out is they understand how they want to approach some rounds. It's just a matter
Lower
of
salaries with high win bonuses. Not sure about that. I don't think I've ever heard of that.
Because like at the end of the day, like it comes to when you're actually on the server, on the game day, in a best of
There have been some teams that I think like old M80 roster, I think was making like the normal back then, which was like 4K. Like this is back in my time when we first signed with DZ, right? It was like 4K a month was like top at the top, 4 or 5K, somewhere around there. And they would have bonuses where like you made a LAN event, you got like an extra 1K, and they made quite a good amount of LAN events, whether they won internationally or not, because they didn't. They didn't win anything internationally for years. But the rumor I heard was they racked up the bonuses quite high. Other than that, I don't know of any esport orgs kind of doing bonuses like that. Is on one of the cheapest rosters to make a payday at a major? I paid $0. Hot and Cold stole all my money. So I don't know what payday you're talking about.
However, they need to really show us what they're made of and whether or not they can hang in the NAL, not just with the top dogs, but also with the teams under them. We're ready to head into Skyscraper with Lynx and
Thank you very much indeed. We are going to Skyscraper, not only for the first time tonight, but for the first time in the NAL.
Yeah, I literally went to Cabo with my money and didn't even invite me. Like, at least buy me a drink
What are we to expect
before you take my money. Skyscraper.
While we did see a very disciplined game from SSG,
We haven't saw an NA Sky, right? I think EML, we covered the first Sky over there, I believe, with that G2 game. Pay for your flight? Yeah, that'll work. I'm down for that.
Will differ from Fox. I don't think that kind of play style will favor Envy. I think it's going to favor C9 more, just because, in my opinion, pound for pound, bar for bar, C9 has better shooters. That's just my opinion.
Wow.
And I think
What an opinion, Licks. What an opinion.
Or the flip side, who's capitalizing on
Would I beat Matt in a hand-to-hand combat?
might have the better players to actually win those fights when the opportunity is given to them. But of course, we'll see how that is. It also doesn't help that Cloud9
Maybe not hand-to-hand, but
run up the scoreboard pretty
if I can use my legs, maybe.
4-2, 5-1 half, which is always difficult, even if you're going to a disadvantaged side.
2 teams who qualified Team 1 have to requalify every stage. No, they're locked for the year, Aiden. So most of these teams that like qualified for Challenger, they should just use Stage 1. The expectation for Stage 1 is just learn and grow. Do whatever you can, figure out your identity, right? All those learning stages, and then hopefully Stage 2, you're a little bit competitive.
Think about it this way, right? Like, well, okay.
All right, Cloud9, Envy, SSG. The map that I probably hate watching the most, but that's okay. We'll watch some Skyscraper. Why not? We're seeing Dream on Tachanka. Also, why not? Hopefully he's not on Black Stairs with Tachanka, because Dream absolutely hated that position on Unwanted when Spirits would come up with a strat and say, hey, play Tachanka on Black Stairs. Getting rid of Bandit Clash, and Tubecade is up, so we are going to see some Tubecade, which I do think is really, really strong on Skyscraper. And it was banned out in that EML match, and we saw at least a little bit more attack depth because of the bans.
We're never going to get that many bans.
Ideally, I think the ban phase should take 15 minutes.
Grim ban is kind of big. I feel like for those directs, T-side directs here, Grim is another solid operator put on the purple window. Office over, also a really good operator, just kind of shoot bees for this late round executes. That's going to hurt, but we are seeing Ying come out instead. No Warden on board. That could be the key. And we are Going to open Geisha, or at least going to try to open Geisha. Never mind, we're going for a fast execute. Smoke through the wall. They know about the tech, but too late. Packer gets the C4 off. So that smoke arrow, you actually can just literally hit the corner of the wall, and it will smoke off. And if any player in drum can't help, we can just jump in the window, run at the guy. We literally did this on Unwanted. I forget who found that smoke. But unfortunately, or fortunately for a Cloud9 fan, most always a Legion mine under that window. The jumping in with Blitz, not always the best.
Literally anything to happen in round 1.
We had 5 versus 5, 10 players alive, and there's 15 seconds on the clock. Yeah, that's not this.
But good for them to try to go for something fast.
Did we even get into the... No, we didn't.
Should be a decent game. I think it should be. I think it should be.
Honestly, lasted about 55 seconds.
Also, especially on defense, my theory on Skyscraper, and you know, my teams have never been very good at Sky, so maybe don't listen to me. But my theory on Skyscraper is attacking this map is just so difficult. I don't mind those gambly 50-50 rush strats, quick plays on this map compared to other maps. Other maps I like to play pretty calculated numbers, you know, quick plays that generally work. But this is a map where, you know, 2-3 times on attack, I don't mind going for it, because if you could steal just a couple of attack wins, that's all it takes to win Skyscraper, right? Just a couple of attack rounds.
And they're going to be forced into showing it because, of course, we are changing bomb sites. We're going over to second choice site right now, Exhibition. But I think that Cloud9 are probably going to be somewhat...
So 2K'd up again, and we're not going to see it at all in Office. Instead, we are going to see the Azami Mira with a Vigil. No Boss G.
Nothing comes of it. No damage exchanged either way. Silent.
And Envy's going to want to just kind of clear T here. T over with the Montane. Going back to a very default take. Rival down here with the Demo shotgun, just in case there was any roamers over here early. Right, and now he's underneath. And it sounds like they know someone's in Geisha. Unfortunately, it's Vigil. So Demo's not going to get any use here. But being down here with the shotgun, still good if the guy wants to drop Geisha hatch. He also has that lurk potential up the wave stairs.
And that's exactly what we have right here. And guess what? He's entering with Snake from the bottom floor.
Really default kind of clear over here. Nice and methodical. Got the Ash for the Mira. All the right operators for this.
The downside is you've spent a lot of time to clear nothing. And Ollie, as anybody who watched Skyscraper know, but you and I know especially, the two big time sinks are trying to get past Exhibition. Trying to get.
I never knew how you sounded until now. Nice.
Yeah, you can
nice.
put the top floor in hard.
I've only been around the game 10 years. Just now hearing my voice. Nice.
Yeah, a little deployable shield there for Dream to play behind. He is going to get droned out, and the shield will be destroyed.
All right, once you get this control,
still a minute left to go.
Teams usually just kind of try to figure out: do you want to go Dragon side, or do you want to go Terra side? No Grim. Going Dragon side does kind of suck a little bit. They also have no nades. No real way to force any operators out of the Dragon side here. Besides opening VIP wall, we see Twist doing that. Trying to create a little bit of backstab pressure. And the Monty just kind of walking at people in Dragon. Packer downstairs, and he's down there for late C4 potential. Rival should have known that. Should have known in a late round 5v5. Someone's going to be underneath. Little careless. Dream. Can't hit a drone. A little unfortunate for our king.
Hold this position. Use that C4 in the late round. Envy have got good control. They have taken top house, but JJ already softened up. Felled by Silent. On for 2. Giddy cutting down Emilio in the process. And
at that point, that's Skyscraper for you. Funnel right through the Dragon door. The whole team. Lose all the gunfights because you're funneling. Defense just sits way back, forces a late round execute. And that's Skyscraper. That's all Skyscraper is. You kind of need some more execute ops. I mean, they had the Monty and they had the Ying. Didn't seem like they got really real value out of them.
Like, that's just a given. You don't necessarily.
Well, they didn't have Ying on that one. That was just Deimos.
It wasn't control that you needed at that point in the round because.
Feel like they lack info in general, for sure. But it's also just kind of Sky. You're just kind of relying on that Montane for info a little bit.
get the Monty downstairs. You can't drone him. Just do a full clear downstairs with the Monty. And you're gonna
I only know you because of Unwanted. I only know you because of a DZ. That's okay.
And that's also going to give you that
One, you guys are probably got into Siege
was fantastic for that round.
more recently. We don't have as many unks around. And two, and the biggest one, that is my fault for not building a brand, and why it's the #1 thing I will preach to any competitive player that's trying to get started competitive. Build your brand.
100%. And even
I've won a major. I've been to more LAN events than probably 99% of competitive players.
acquired control of top house.
And
Those defenders have nowhere
didn't
to
build a
retreat
brand.
to now. They can't rotate
And now I'm getting lost in time. What the hell?
Send somebody down
What the
low,
hell?
Maybe cut off their rotate from delivery and send that Monty to push in on bottom house and pressure them. They're completely
All right, Monty
lost at
again.
that point because you've acquired control of top house. So not only putting the cart before the horse.
This time we got another execute up, though. We do have the
even in
sense.
strategy they ended up doing, it still felt like they were more
With
offense.
this kind of looks like this might be some sort of black stair ISO. Walk down the stairs with Monty, and they're going to have that sense wall. Yes, they have Warden. Silent on Warden, upstairs and Geisha. There's that angle that you can look down, connector, Geisha, stop the tables plant. However, with that sense wall, like these holes right there that they just showed, those holes, with the sense, you can block off all of that. Plant in a completely different random spot. I do like this. If they get control, I think this might be a round win for Envy, but they have to get control. You still see Packer here contesting purple.
Surely someone going to be pushing me from downstairs, or surely someone
pretty
challenging
moral
on the window. There's nothing. You know, it's again pretty one-dimensional from Envy. They're trying to do everything with the Monty. And the Monty, whilst it can be a fantastic beat,
Flipside unks now. Hey, I'll put up the Flipside jersey for you guys. Don't worry.
No problem. And
The unwanted kitchen setup.
tells me that, you know what, he's probably more than happy to just stay there.
Are they?
Play his
I
line.
didn't realize if they are.
He's gonna get himself in
Is
through,
this?
but
Is
still a
this?
small problem of Packer to deal with. What
Sense is also going to help you get top control here, right? It's also going to isolate this smoke on black stairs. But the problem is, again, like, besides that sense wall, nothing really to get this guy off the stairs. And they're struggling. Almost 2 minutes into the round, and it's a 1v1 with JJ. He actually should have got both of those. Silent over the top ropes. Oh my god. Out all trades on the black stairs. Key position to hold. I agree with this by Cloud9. If they lost this control, I think they would have lost the round. That sense would have been absolutely huge.
Angle as he anticipates the follow-through from remaining defenders upstairs. Snake, who's been lurking on the bottom floor, lurking in every single one of these rounds so far, has only found 1 kill for his troubles, similar to the rest of the team, struggling for impact. Now in the 2v2, HP almost even, or even just a little bit better than that. Sends Kobilax, here's the hop in, lands that pre-fire.
30 seconds left. Should be pretty easy now for Cloud9. As long as they don't have any drones on anybody downstairs, just waste some time.
But everyone on about 1 to 2 bullets away from death.
Let's Ace on Clubhouse. Nice.
Nice. But you can walk through those walls.
My shining achievement.
Take that gunfight. Kobilax catches him off guard. It's C9 for 3.
Silent played really well inside of that round. Kobilax played really well inside of that round. Gitty played really well.
Fighting for the stairs.
Cloud9,
yeah.
Firing right now. They're making some
honestly, fighting for those stairs is what they wanted to do with that setup. They definitely could not have afforded to lose control.
Black stairs. Like, it's the same as any staircase in the game where you've got
who wins, Shaiko or Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy on the revolver. That hybrid right there, that is an unk. You just outed yourself as a boomer right there. And honestly, Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy would have thrived in the 1v1 meta.
There would have been no response.
Wow, he got the knife off there too? That's insane.
Very safe indeed.
And I think we should say it really did come down to the wire there. I mean, I think on 2 very tight angles, it was very possible for Kobilax to lose that fight and it be a 2v1. I have to say, very shocked we do not have a tactical timeout.
I was gonna say, did we call a timeout? Guess not.
Very surprised we don't have a timeout. I mean, Skyscraper's defined by, I suppose defined by its defenses, but the flip side is defined by you can just win one more.
It's not like the end of the world not calling a timeout here. Again, I don't want to say it's expected to go down 0-3 on Sky. You obviously want to win at least 1 or 2 of those first ones. But at the end of the day,
Yeah,
especially
we
down
always say, you know,
I feel like the team kind of runs through JJ. He's going to know strategically what to do over... not even sure who's actually coaching Envy.
Different plan. And the thing that scares the life out of me right now,
or at least it's not coming to my mind right now.
This is the lineup that we saw in round 1.
Let's be fair. Maybe they figured it out in round. Maybe they didn't need to call the timeout, and we will see something different. I should say that. But we have to assume that they have figured out in round, and if, like you said, we see JJ on the blitz, if we see more of the same, that's the worry I have.
Food just went through the magical portal in my wall.
Very similar setup to go up against. We've got laser gates,
Excuse me, guys.
To try and delay a little bit of time.
As I drink my iced tea lemonade ghost. Cheers.
Well. An extension into office as Gitty. A couple of mute jammers to play around, and he's going to need to try and dodge out of the way of this shock drone that will be coming in, but JJ immediately takes the push.
All right, another fast little entry. Into the offside, relatively fast. I mean, still a minute into the round. Cloud9's already kind of backing up. 4v4. This is good. That's some good damage onto the blitz, too. Silent. All those walls open. He's able to play deep. They have the Aruni and the Frost. Lots of ACOGs in this lineup.
Undid Envy completely in round 1. He has been a consistent thorn in their side, matter of fact. And he's just continuing to do so.
Another one. All right, let's just see another ace today, huh? Wait, did Snake purposely kill JJ? Why did it look like he actually aimed down onto JJ and put him down?
For a different look from Envy, we're staring at more of the same.
Oof.
4-0. Cloud9 looking excellent.
Oof. I'm still not going to say over. Sure, 4-0. But if JJ and Envy are somehow to win the next 2 rounds, this is a defender-sided map, guys. I mean, we all know that. Super defender-sided map.
Same stuff. Using a blitz to take ground. It's a great strategy. It's used all over the world. It's used by some of the best teams in the world. But if there's nothing behind it, it's pointless. And it really does start to get a little bit old a little bit quickly. And Cloud9 more than capable of dealing with it. I think Silent positioned himself fantastically in that middle portion of the map, a real crucial area, and is able to have so much impact, not only into what's happening into office, but can also rotate out, get himself over toward main stairs, affect the site a little bit. He's got
still no timeout, by the way. Now down 4-0.
Terrace area, you can't let somebody like that operate in that position.
And it's at this point, it's like, what do you do as a coach? Because it's kind of awkward. I've been in this situation before where, sure, maybe you don't think a timeout needs to get called at 0-3, but the longer you don't call one, 0-4, now it's really questionable, right? But in your head as a coach, you're like, there's only 2 more rounds left, right, of defense. But then if you're down 0-5, it's like, okay, it's way too late. You kind of seem like a fraud, but there's only 1 more defense round left. There's not that much to really, you're literally only talking about 1 round. And then you obviously don't want to wait till you're down 0-6. You switch to attack. You haven't even, you switch to a defense. You haven't even seen an attack yet. So what can you even discuss? Prep?
A little bit of positive, a little bit of negative. Positive.
So I don't know. They're in a bad situation.
Good reaction. Negative. That was some major whiffage from Silent, and it's pretty clear Twist had no intel in that position. That could have very easily been a 5v4 had Silent not whiffed and gotten his 10th kill of the map. Oh, all right. Well, what is happening? Okay.
How did he not kill Giddy there? That was a 3K.
Gitty is able to stabilize the shit, but he's on one.
JJ just said, Twiz, get on Ash and go kill, because they're obviously all still working a geisha over kind of take. They're still opening the wall. Twiz just walked in and should have had 3. That's insane. I would have, yeah. I mean, you could tell in his cam, he was a little pissed. I would have been pissed too. That 100% looked like a kill.
A little too fluid, a little too limber, if you ask me. 4v3 for Envy, though. Can't complain about that, though. They have had 4 opening picks in a row now. And maybe the difference maker will be removing that playmaker early.
And captains, players call timeout. I believe so. Yeah. Yeah.
Round 4. One of them on this
technically they could.
Back in round 2. And with getting on 1 HP, this should be a layup for Envy first attack. I mean, sure you don't have the shields anymore, and you I think are a bit light on utility. No Yings, no obviously Grim Bees, but just able to get the frags, finish up that kill. Giddy put down a 1 HP so early on. What does Kobe and Dream to do?
5 drones and a minute. Kobe, Knows that he's getting pressed from house stairs here, but Dream does it.
All right, Dream. First 3 here. He's got a good position, and most importantly, he's got the Vector. But kind of stuck against the wall now.
Trapped in this corner. Secondary shot. He got the C4, but you're in such a difficult position. Too scared to even reload.
They have vision. Yeah, but as soon as he moves out of that corner, he's actually stuck. JJ just say, "We want a round."
Envy will take their first off of the back of some big early round plays by C9 that are
kind of chips miting, some baked ruffles, cheddar sour cream, and then we also have a turkey bacon club, little lunch.
Just a little bit aggro.
Watch that headshot back in slow motion. Actually, no way that didn't connect.
Very unnecessary.
And I actually feel like, at least,
he kind of likes it, doesn't he?
I don't even know where I saw this too, because someone else said this on Twitter or something, and I actually fully agree with them. But
that one hurts.
CJX on the test server, hit reg felt, I think, so much better, so smooth, and transferring over to the live build, I don't know what happened.
Fortunate.
Something seems off. Just a tad.
Envy with is that they were able to take a lot of the pace out of that last round. We've seen them play a lot of rush rounds, and we've really questioned why.
All right, huge round for Envy here.
Off guard, and they're really good at reacting to what you're.
Could this be the start of the comeback?
Of hanging at a mechanical level. So taking some of the pressure.
Really default lineup. This time Snake's on Ash. Maybe Snake will run in, but really default lineup. Packer going for a TikTok C4 out the samurai window. There it is. Boom. Snake down. Massive C4. Good opening pick. Packer watched that one on TikTok last night. That's why they went Skyscraper.
It's a C4 from the... Oh, I literally was looking at him like, how is that a C4?
Shields are worse on CJX. Keep getting shot through them. Yeah.
I'm not used to seeing it. It's not
I was getting shot through them. When I filled in for that week and a half, I mean, I used to get shot through my shield a little bit more back in the day, but there was still some questionable shit happening to me.
The novelty of that wore off, and there was a lot of other things that you could pick.
Yeah, you're right about the trades too. I've been seeing more trades now that I feel like I've ever seen.
No, we actually do want to bring the striker.
Why did Envy ban the Fenrir, by the way? Can we just sort of have a moment for that? We didn't really see Cloud9 play a lot of Fenrir.
We saw it once on barbecue.
That's enough. So Cloud9 have banned the Monty, something that's been played nearly every single round. And Envy choose to ban...
All right, Kitchen, and they're playing it extremely layered, bunkered. See Kobe on the Mozzie. Like, none of these operators scream that they want a hard hold top floor. Silent on the Warden there is obviously good for direct takes, having Warden above on the top holes. But again, pretty layered. I think this was a mistake to give 2 picks up top. That could have been 3 right there. Kobe was kind of in a situation where that guy was swinging and Kobe was holding an angle, and that's just not good on online Siege. He definitely could have died right there. Why I thought they were going to layer, though, is, yeah, there's no vert. They have a Flores. Maybe JJ on? Nope, he's got Claymores. No vert after taking out Ash.
JJ and Twist both still healthy. Gitty, he's down a little bit.
And this is a site you could be anywhere. We see a guy tables. We see a guy deep delivery.
5 seconds that remains. Having used those Rotero drones upstairs to make the vert, the castle barricade's likely going to stay intact now. Do they know about
and just no drones. They have to walk. Kobe with a good kill, with another good kill. And that's wraps. That's Kobe.
A little bit of a highlight reel, a little bit of a montage right there at the end. That one's going on Twitter. Same Envy. That's my takeaway.
ESPN didn't put the Eagles offense in the top 10 offenses. I'm gonna have to go look that up for research later, Matt, and see who the hell they put in the top 10.
It's what we saw last week against SSG. It's what we saw last week.
Ooh, I should.
And not taking a tactical timeout whatsoever on a.
Sounds like content right there.
Thankfully, you got that one. But really need to be clean on these defenses on a map that Envy have, to be fair, not played since Challenger Series, but have 2 wins on. So maybe they do have FaZe Clan level defensive half in them. A little 6-0 comeback.
Why could we didn't play like that in DZ?
It would be a fairly...
DZ's a different play style. Kobe needs to be off the leash a little bit, loose, and that's DZ is more calculated, playing things, trying to be more consistent in the way they look at the game.
Continuing to miss drone people,
It's fit wise. Long story short, fit wise.
So I think for Envy, yeah, they managed to snag around, but
Neither system is technically wrong, but you need the right players for the system.
They have to try and prove that right now.
And I mean, you kind of see that right now. DZ's doing well when everyone's on the same system. What I'm saying is Kobe's. Well, Kobe was on that same role Gav was on, so sheesh.
Does that make you happy? We've got one of the big 7.
I'm very happy. I mean, I'm more happy when Grim is taken off the board because, like, I think he's a really good operator, and I really, really like him. And so, in a weird paradoxical way, I like seeing him banned because it like validates my love for him. Had the Grim and the Ying and the Dokkaebi out, but decided not to play any of them.
Yeah, Dokkaebi, Ying, Capital. Play the bees.
And the Deimos. You got two different kinds of like weird little.
Gav was plus 30 and still got dropped. Is that not impressive? Hey.
I think the Deathmark trackers are like more like a helicopter.
Hey.
You get the vision.
Was it me?
I understand.
Did I deliver the phone call? Yes.
The concern here is,
Hey,
now
but
to be fair, we're already down 4 drones 30 seconds in, but Cloud9 are playing things very, very differently the way Envy did. Envy obviously went for a clear, but they were
some people don't like people to have girlfriends.
4 rounds in a row running those shields. Packer is known for playing those shields, and he's not played it. And his main one, Blitz, is still on the board. Instead, they're looking to try and activate Kobe Lax and likely Silent 2 over by Exhibition and Office. Spotting some of that utility, of course, but putting a hot drone in front of those two, maybe using that Deathmark tracker to try to break through control on this part of the map. They've lost 2 more drones since then.
Thank God Gav didn't end up on OXG. Thank God.
My big worry, though, one player right to his left in drum, Legion just around the corner, too. There are a lot of different angles Kobe Lax could get exposed to and get hit by, and yep, there he goes, and he's shot.
All right, Gobi. All right.
He was able to get on for the trade and
all right.
cut down, but Kobe Lax has fed himself to the wolves in a way that is quite reminiscent of Envy.
You know, in that EML game, we saw really cool Aurora Blitz usage.
Well, that's only because it's happening at
where
point inside of the round. The result is
both of them stacked Ivy window. I don't know if you guys watched the game, but it was in that G2 game. Both of them stacked Ivy window. And they used the Aurora to shut off the drum door and then jump the Blitz in to go run in that direction to try to clear the office players. However, they mistimed it. Blitz jumped a little early from the Aurora.
Of this office and exhibition side
here in NA, we just have Kobe just ass charge open the door and run in.
This next minute, and I don't think they know where anyone is.
Fuck it.
I don't think they do either. You can see
trades work out for him regardless. It's a 4v3.
Utility and time expended acquiring a side on the opposite side of the map. That big saving grace though is taking the Azami off the board. And all of JJ's smokes being wasted. All 3 toxic canisters have been used, but you still have this same...
Gonna be a really tough late round execute, though. 30 seconds left. I mean, there is no smokes up on JJ. Is somebody still in Geisha? What? Wow. Okay, you just gotta waste time. You just gotta waste time, because that's a free kill. Oh my god. Rival got him. 8 seconds left, almost unwinnable. I would be impressed. Okay. Alright, we ended up closing it out. And A1 is also going to come in here and drop. Resub for 4 months. Thank you so much, A1. My favorite steak sauce of all time. Hope your day is good. Welcome back and W sub.
Cloud9, they brought the intel ops, but as much as you can bring a Deimos, as much as you can bring a Grim, if you haven't got the tracks for your Deimos and you haven't got a single idea where anybody is to send the Grim Bees, I'm not going to go as far as to say that they're useless, but their use is far less.
Have C9 looked good this game, or is Envy just looking doggy doo-doo? It's Skyscraper. I mean, I do think Cloud9's the better team. But they won 5 defenses, and really where you can tell if a team is good is on attack. Defense,
But that was very short-lived.
pretty easy in this game, and you got to be a pretty bad team to troll your defenses away.
Maybe that's going to feel pretty good for them. It gives them a chance, and it gives them something to build.
I got broken up with, and 2 months later I won a major. Wow, that's actually W right there, Gunner.
You do gotta start
Who's the real winner right there?
Skyscraper more than most other maps. You can
And MVP.
not treat as a given, but treat as a fair assumption. that
Sheesh.
We will have competitive defenses. Now, hopefully, ideally, not as competitive as what we just saw. You don't want everything coming down to a 2v2. But Skyscraper is just that defender-sided. It's baked into the map with those choke points at the center on the top floor, with how much the defense gets for quite a small amount of control, and often quite a small amount of utility invested. It's something that the attack will, no matter what game, no matter the teams, will always have to reckon with and consider. So there's a strong foundation built in that you can start moving forward from, and with one round under your belt, you're going to look to Exhibition and Office now to try to build it again. Maveline created in the wall, trying to spot something. Couple shots fired. As Giddy went out.
I need to have an uncomfortable talk with Gav. If Gav didn't have a girlfriend, wow. M80 would never lose again. That's insane.
And now instead, rotating to the opposite side of the map, clearing from T karaoke on over.
Just kidding, Alexa. Don't beat my ass, please.
Surprised not to see Packer rocking those shields again.
Trying to keep them on their toes, not be predictable.
Well, I mean, trying to be, unpredictable is one thing, but it's been a big part of the Cloud9 playstyle. They're going to try and open up this geisha wall. There is going to be somebody playing over inside of Garden.
Did I have rules for LAN events like Fabian's? Yeah, there's... I was a little bit more lenient with Unwanted. A little bit.
Sometimes as dangerous as
Those guys were good. Everyone there was veterans and pretty much knew what was up. But on DZ, we always had rules like no going out or having a drink of alcohol or anything like that until the job's done, meaning you're knocked out of a tournament.
He's now also going to turn his attention over toward this geisha.
The whole girlfriend thing was kind of just like a...
That's a very risky play in one. I'm not sure Dream should have taken Silent down. It seemed like we had a
like, what's it called? Just being a good teammate, like not...
chickens with their heads cut off.
How do I say this on Twitch?
For Giddy, who's trying to pick up the pieces, but Diffuser all the way on the opposite side. Snake perfectly framed in the feet.
Yeah, I don't know. Just being a good teammate. Just being a good teammate. Like, not going out or bringing anybody back into the hotel rooms or anything like crazy like that. Like, just full focused on your job. Just full focus on your goddamn job. No gooning at the... Yeah, there we go. Oh, I backed myself into the corner on that one. That was wild. I'm like, how do I say this on Twitch?
Of the whole defensive matrix,
that was my mistake. Oh my god.
We really did. I think that
it's just like there's those teams that'll get to a major, and they won't even practice. They're just at the bar or in the pool or whatever it is, and that's just not how things were on DZ. That's all. We were obviously more, again, just always hanging around each other. You eat lunch together. You don't go hang out with another team. That was the big thing. You don't hang out with another team.
it needs to be the focus for everybody. And
you don't fraternize with the enemy.
These things start to get a little bit easier. And when you're on a map,
because it's kind of like a scare tactic in a sense, right? It's a mental thing where like other teams try to talk to you, whatever it is, and you don't. It's not like you're trying to be like
everything was pushing in that one direction.
A dick or anything, but you just lock it in, right? You're locked in, fully focused. You're with your teammates at all times. It shows that you're just like a fucking unstoppable unit.
To give yourself that foothold to be able to then mount something on this map, because as we've seen so far, extremely defender sided, and to be honest, that isn't too unusual for Skyscraper, and it especially isn't unusual when you've got teams of this caliber playing against each other on the map.
No, not unusual at all. But this is the spot for Cloud9 to get in. That's the issue with the 5-1 half on Sky, is if you are just able to do the normal thing attacks can do on a defender-sided map, win the tertiary site, you win the game in regulation. It's the end of the day. It's that simple. That's why the 5-1 is so worrisome, and why Ollie and I were both surprised that we didn't see Envy hit the pause at all to try to mount something a bit more compelling, because 2-4, that's OT. 5-1, you just lose barbecue twice and you're cooked.
Did I not talk to Matt at all at LAN events? Well, me and Matt were on the same team, and
Silent holding the blitz.
when we weren't on the same team, I think it was quite a while until he made some land events. When did he join SSG? I feel like there was only a couple land events we were both at.
GG in the early round, 5-4 for Envy.
Actually, hard breach. Still have the ace. Still have one Selma. It isn't going to make anything easier from here on out. Kobe. He's got a chance.
Oh, 100%. If Alexa joined the chat right now, it'd be raps. A1, thank you for the gifted sub. That's 126 goddamn gifted subs in this channel.
Check that.
What's the plan?
Everybody knows.
All right, let's lock back in because we're watching attack struggle on Skyscraper, which is not a big,
Silence going to be the player.
not a big surprise.
Cold on the ground, so we're not really looking at a plan. Looks like Silence just going to go for a clear and get himself into T.
Where is that guy going?
Completely turn his back. Giddy able to level this to a 3v3, but Silent 2 rounds in a row is on top of House in the middle of the entire defense. And when it's a 3v1 like that,
Defending is too easy. Yeah,
great. Even if your front
that's why it's not the most fun map to watch for me. I truly think if Theme Park was in over Skyscraper with the new ban system, I really don't think it would be this defender-sided or as defender-sided as Theme Park used to be.
Have had 2 left. These Cloud9 2vx's and 1vx's have been fleeting at best. But now they've had some time to reset, and both defenders aren't on the site. Cloud9 have recognized this. They're giving it a little bit of time, but they're in the right position. Smoke goes out. No Warden to look through. Potentially no BPs either. They can try to go for the vertical angle, but they have no idea where Kobilax is planted.
We're letting Kobe. We're letting Kobe get a bomb down in the big 2-5.
Matters. They still get that kill. Snake now creeping down as the rest of the attack completely swaps sites. One goes upstairs too to retake the vertical angles entirely.
Snake's too slow here. They're taking vert. It's over.
Now it's Snake uncertain. Spotted through the wall. Kobilax somehow goes down. And can Giddy spot this? Just one bullet necessary. Can he spot the angle from up above? He can see it horizontally. He doesn't commit. He sprays all around him. And Snake just gets away with the counter defuse. 3 in a row. Envy making miracles in the kitchen.
I can't believe what I've just watched.
I gotta go clean my eyes out. I'll be right back.
Just watched that. Cloud9 played it really well. 2 versus 2. They decide to hit site. They recognize if these players are off site, then we've got a chance at hitting site. The vert wasn't made. There wasn't sufficient vert upstairs to try and hold it. If there had been, Cloud9 would have won the round being able to hold from upstairs. That wasn't the case. Envy should have realized what was going on. Oh, it's quiet. Oh, the clock's ticking down. We can't hear any attackers. We can't see anything. I wonder where they might be. Well, let me tell you, they're on the site and they're getting the plant down. So you need to try and rotate and do something about that. Not too much of a surprise to see a timeout here for Cloud9. Giddy on the rotate, that's a question mark. I don't know why he has to rotate there. I feel like he just plays inside a barbecue, inside a kitchen, and just peaks at the right time. Because the clock's running out.
Timeout? Yeah, that's pretty much what I expected after that one.
There's no chance that
wow.
able to pick the kill and disable the diffuser. You've just got to play the game.
Kitty vert. Wait, Gunner, do you call that spot Kitty? Or are you trolling me right now?
Blunders from both sides, and Cloud9, they really should be sat here on a match point.
You do feel for Giddy a bit, though. I mean, I think he just really...
Yeah, it's Kitty. Nice. Nice. Someone knows ball. I try to bring that to on one. They're like, what the hell's Kitty?
On the attack, but as you said, with the timing there, it took a long
and now with these T3 guys, they're like, Kitty. What the hell's Kitty?
You don't really have much. I will say, if we want to start all the way back to the beginning, I really am curious about what happened with Packer right there, because... I mean, obviously, I know what happened. He got C4.
Why, Kitty? There's one of those
behind him to play that trade really whatsoever.
Cats that go like this.
Everybody was holding passive angles.
You know that wave?
Packer wasn't pushing too far.
Oh, the chode call on on Consulate? Yeah. Or is there one on Skyscraper too?
It needed to happen at that point, especially with no pressure going on anywhere else. I mean, maybe you just stand in the doorway and then back off. That way, if you get a C4, you can walk back outside. When you're committing to top black on the inside, in a way, you don't need to 45 seconds into the round.
On all maps? Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh my God.
But, going back to the beginning, you commit to the double shield and you lose it in that simple of a way. We were giving Envy a lot of flack on those attacks, and Cloud9, to be perfectly frank, are not impressing whatsoever.
By the way, when I was gonna ask that last round for my ball knowers in here, Blitz with CJX, or maybe even before CJX, but can you not look away from the Blitz flash now? Because I said it in one of my videos, and I'm pretty sure I've seen a lot of people doing it now, where you just kind of 180 the Blitz.
Maybe that defense really not just was a skyscraper defense, so you put an asterisk there.
Is that not a thing? Because I was getting argued with that Blitz still flashes you even if you're not looking at him, and I just don't think that's true.
Well, Cloud9 have taken their tactical timeout. Good time to use it. They don't really want to give Envy a chance to draw level here, or heaven forbid, take a lead. And we'll be expecting to close this game out. Envy on the flip side, they've got a couple of rounds under the belt now. It also gives them a time just to take a breath, take a moment, and to understand how they are going to move forward. Cloud9 again with...
Wait, oh, here we go. Still flashes you if you aren't looking, but it has to be super close. Ah, okay. Okay.
Engagement that's going to go Envy's way.
Because even when I was filling in for a week and just spamming Blitz, everyone was just doing a 180 on me, and I'm like, what? Am I just not blinding anybody? Is this tech now? Okay, I didn't know that. So it's a range thing. Okay, cool.
3 out of 4 defensive rounds. Getting this opening, they are set up in a much better position than even...
I will definitely believe Kino on that.
They got 5-1.
Hella dodgeable now. That kind of sucks. I mean, I'm sure anyone doesn't like playing against Blitz. It's a good thing, but of course, as a Blitz enjoyer, that does kind of suck. But that's all right. It doesn't seem like everyone knows the tech that, at least at this point.
They have taken remarkably quick control of Drum. I'm a little worried about that. We've still got JJ on for 3 smokes. Geisha, full control of the defense with players around the corner to trade. All right, well, never mind.
It's a good pick. After they go office over, they're going into Geisha here. It's one of the easiest ways to get picks, usually, because that Geisha guy is stuck. They're able to sit at the top wave stair door, hold him in the connector. But not enough, and it's tied up 5-5. This is what I was saying. People were laughing at Envy. Guys couldn't win an attack. Guys couldn't win attack. Down 1-5. Just laughing at these guys. That's Skyscraper. 1, that's Skyscraper. 2,
Envy locking it in 5-5.
Both these teams are newer teams, and newer teams struggle to fucking attack. Defense is absolute freebies.
Comes onto the shoulders of Cloud9 now. They have had the advantage.
This could be a JJ 7-5 for all we know.
This game in a nice little bow and moving on with everything. As it stands, it's going to feel like they're back at a square one right now. Nothing they have done on the attack.
While Mint was subbing, his blitz deaths were because they changed how the flash works. Oh, yeah, of course, obviously. We're a new team. We can attack, I think. No. You know what I'm saying, Matt.
Finally, we are seeing
I just think, again, I mean, everyone knows this, but NA, EML, both attack-sided. Or not, both top-heavy. And I think why it's top-heavy is obviously the better players at the top, but also they can win attacks. They have the better IGLs. And that's kind of everything right now in this meta. Not enough IGLs in this game, guys. Not enough good IGLs in Siege. Everyone wants to grow up and be a Shaiko. Can there be more people that grow up and want to watch VODs and want to lead a team? Please. More Kerrigans out there.
It's a muted point.
You know, you could have played off it like, oh, we were spectating mute, so it was a pun. But you didn't.
And non-attackers literally won because of my call, not the net. Well, except you, Matt, because your calls suck. Your calls are just, hey, Gav, can you just walk in and kill 3? Oh, Gunner just lurked and got 2. Oh, okay, cool.
Timeout. They lost the sense immediately last round.
Cool.
They got the Ying, like they had last time on Exhibition in Office. When Silent went for that entry up main stage. Okay, all right.
Okay, JJ.
JJ getting silly with it.
Yeah, you just calm down a little bit there, buddy.
JJ for Kobe Lax, I make that deal.
Yeah, probably. I think Envy make any deal right now because whatever they're doing seems to be working. Envy can live with only 4 bodies in the site, but Can Cloud9 attack with only...
What are we doing? 3 guys downstairs. Obviously a direct take. We got VIP wall open. We're going to get that buck gun in underneath. We're going to have to get Rival out of the stone bar here.
Give Rival a little bit of a hard time. Maybe even force him out of the bomb site.
If we can get a drone on him.
Where's the pressure going to come from?
Obviously, we lost Grim. This is where you would love to have Grim.
Flores drone. Great way of not only gathering a bit of information, but also destroying some utility. And that's exactly what it's going to do.
Could have shot that Fender off from below, actually, but that's okay.
There on that sword's window. And it's going to allow him a clear line of entry at a later point in the round.
But again, all these C9 rounds, I'm thinking, what's the plan? What are we doing here? Is it just going to be a standard office?
Pro players on a roster have input on who gets picked up or dropped, or is it more coaches and managers? It depends on the team.
We have 6.
Depends on
drones.
the team.
We have 6 drones.
I think for the most part, pro players definitely have input, but there are those that have 0 input, and the general manager handles everything. I don't think it's the right way to go around things. Anyway, Warden's dead. We're sprinting in. Ooh, these end rounds are just not looking too good. Oh my god, Rival goes down to the internet, but it doesn't matter.
And NB have still won. 5 rounds in a row.
JJ's got pants on, guys.
Hole in one.
Is that what that is? I never realized. I didn't realize that what JJ was doing there was a hole in one.
I don't know if it was. I extrapolated. Rival DC'd in a 1v3. Like, that affected nothing. But, like, it feels...
What does it mean when someone talks about playing a mailbox position?
It does.
A cutoff position, Batman. A cutoff position.
Some rounds have been close.
So, if they're being a mailbox, they're not moving. They're playing extremely passive, probably with the DMR posted up somewhere, and they're kind of waiting for players to just kind of walk in front of their sights. NAL force them to put pants on? That would be hilarious.
I truly don't even know. Cloud9, you can clearly see it on their faces a bit.
That would be hilarious.
As we take some time to get Rival back in the game, we'll take a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
How does someone even prove themselves as an IGL? That's the thing. And that's why people don't want to be IGLs, right? Because everyone looks at the stat sheet. Everyone looks at, well, this right here. Let me pull up CGG. Let's see who's nasty this season, guys. Let's see who's so good. Oh, wow. I'm gonna model my game after Citizen. I'm gonna model my game after Ashen. I'm gonna model my game after Pambazao, because where the hell is Honcold? Wow, Honcold's not down here? Really thought he would be dead last. Really thought that guy would be dead fucking last. Where's Matt at? Oh my god, I'm still scrolling up. +2? That's okay. This guy only IGL's attack. Fraud. Fraud. Hoistdale stands though. It can be hard to kind of mark yourselves in IGL. IGLs kind of go off of wins. Really only goes off of like the things that people don't see. So you kind of have to market yourself as well, like building your brand. Maybe put out some comm videos, right? Show people you're making good calls. I am as good as doers. Wait, what do you mean chilling the stats? This is all people care about, Gunner. Where's your stats at, huh? Guys, let's see. Let's see. Who's the worst M80 player? Oh, that's why we weren't supposed to be looking at stats. That's... Come on. Guys, is Gunner F tier or what? Jesus Christ. Someone make a new tier list video, please. So we can have a new background. Someone save my Dream King, by the way. How's Dream doing in this video? Does Mitch need us? Mitch needs to be saved. Yeah. Mitch needs to be saved. Nothing crazy though. Nothing crazy in the stats. Ooh, diffuser. 7-2 on the entry. The young kid. The young gun. Stats are like, I hate to say it though, it's so Mickey Mouse in a sense of like, I mean, look who some of these people have played versus what other teams have played against, right? Like strength of schedule. Stats don't, none of that stuff's even worth even looking at until the end of a season. Do coaches, people in positions to change certain teams even care about the stats? I think sometimes the GMs and people that make those decisions do look at the stats because they don't know what else to look at. They don't know Siege ball, in a sense, because there are other intangibles and things that you should be looking at. I mean, unless you're trying to play Moneyball in Siege, and all you care about is someone's got to replace someone's headshot rating. We just lost NJR. What's NJR's? Hang on. We just lost NJR's 52. Wait, okay. Let's see. Who's the best headshot rating? Foltz? All right. We just lost Foltz. We need to combine 2 players and make up for Foltz's headshot rating, or we're going to suck. Okay, let's pick up fucking... Okay, I hate to see who's the worst. Kino? Is that because you're playing Glaz, Kino? 6... Oh, Glaz and shotguns.
Hello, everybody, and welcome.
I'm not worried about Kinos. What I'm worried about is this guy. How's this guy got 36%?
5 rounds in a row, down 1-5 at the half. After clinching a narrow victory on Exhibition and Office in round 5, and now
shotgun only. Good life.
How could they not take a timeout? 4 rounds lost. How could they not take a timeout? Well, boy, do I feel stupid now, because they had the defense.
Yeah, he's got no way again. That's true. That's true.
You know, it's not often that we will talk about the match in a tech pause. Often we'll get a drink and we'll just rest for a moment or two. But we actually spoke at length about...
I would hate to play against Kino. Yeah. It's pretty nice to have one of those players on your team.
And I think part of it
like
it's a good game.
Biased, but playing operators to tilt people, like playing the mental game in a sense, everyone's like, oh, this guy's got to use the shotgun. Like, you want someone like that on your team. Oh, this guy's cheesing me with Glaz. Oh, this guy can only use Cali. Oh, this guy can only play shields.
I'm sure that Cloud9 have managed to steady themselves a little bit. Their approach here is going to be somewhat similar to what we've seen before, but already it looks a little...
Run those ads. Oh, you got it. You got it.
And
Kino knows ball here.
Far ahead of the pack right now. In fact, he's only just getting his way.
I gotta do it on my phone though, or else it messes up my what's it called? Sorry guys, Kino really wants those advertisements to play.
Hops around the corner, reveals, "Hey, I'm here. I'm right here. Don't you worry. I'll just be chilling." He doesn't really have to do much. That wall's fully reinforced. He's got the shotgun on the close angle. Even Snake pushed up further.
Wait, am I not signed in on my phone? What?
These Castle barricades. Something we're not talking about. The fourth time we've seen Castle, a huge mainstay of Envy's defensive so far this half. It's been so.
You guys are good. I'm not even signed in on my phone. You guys are good. Oh shit.
Silent has to destroy it. Another C4 goes out. That's why you need that help, so he doesn't die to the C4, and it doesn't matter. Not one.
Guys, not one single attack. Up 5-1 on the Sky, and it's not fucking enough.
7 through 12.
JJ just had his way.
As they complete the comeback of the day to topple C9 7-5.
I think it's a well-deserved.
Boom! Advertisement just went out, and Kino was absolutely MVP because we just got Kino. Thank you for the sub. Yods, thank you for the sub. Dream, thank you for the 2x3 sub. Absolute MVP of the stream. Absolute MVP. Dream, that was a quick-ass resub. Your match just ended, Dream. Your match just ended. Dream. Dream, what happened? 5-1 defense. We just needed one for overtime. Please. Chat wanted overtime. Any Twitch primers?
And almost by that point,
Sky sucks. I agree. I have seen that too many times. I have been on DZ up 4-2, up 5-1 on defense, and it's still not enough. And holy shit, does it suck? Does it suck to play on a map that is just so goddamn defender-sided? It's just, God, it's horrible.
Ready and waiting to break this one down.
Dream's too chill of a guy. Because you guys never had a good IGL. True, Matt. True. Well, unfortunately for Dream and all Dreams fans, but earlier in the stream, I did call that this could be JJ's first dub of the season, match of the day, and we did not disappoint. JJ, in fact, did get his dub. And it was kind of easy to see, if you guys are paying attention to results. JJ narrowly losing out at OXG and almost beating Shopify, taking them to overtime. Like, that was a fast improving team. Even when they were down 1-5, with how defender-sided that map is, and also Cloud9 haven't really looked too crazy on attack. Yeah, JJ ends up getting it. What's that put him up to? Holy cow, JJ is in playoffs, boys. Envy fans. Screenshot this. JJ in playoffs. Who could have predicted it? The Dream promo just made him too shy. He couldn't play while blushing. He's just a chill guy. He didn't want to like ruin JJ's hopes and dreams. Ooh, dreams. Wait, that was cold. Yeah, the barbecue attack. You're right. That all could go back to that barbecue attack. The 2v1 post plant didn't have holes made above. That one's gonna hurt. That one is going to keep people awake. I miss Baldur's Gate 3. I miss you, Spider. I miss you. All right, next up, what do we got? We got OXG Shopify. Unfortunate, too, because that was game of the day, but I was definitely not dialed in. I wasn't dialed in. That is not a good enough video. I was kind of yapping a little too much there. Why is Wildcard so low? What do you mean? In the standings? I mean, they only beat SSG, right? They came out real slow, losing an awful game to Cloud9. They did end up beating SSG, but then followed it up by losing to Shopify, losing to M80. Both 5-7s against top 4 teams. So, to be honest, after this week, after they play DZ, here's the thing. They kind of have their quote-unquote freebie games coming up. So this is the thing where, like, you can't really trust the standings too much, right? They were able to take down one top 4 team with SSG. That's pretty good for them. Even if they lose to DZ today, they still got Cruelty where they should win. Oxygen, I think, personally, they're probably favorited, but we'll see after Oxygen's game today. Could be a close game, sure. Envy, they'll be favorited. And then to end it with LFO. So a lot of points still to be on the table for Wildcard. Could easily slip into the top 6. Are we gonna have a JJ interview? What is Snake doing? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Let's fucking go, bro.
Well, that
Can Snake be doing that? Please tell me you guys saw that.
Sitting here shaking your head in disapproval.
Yeah, I mean,
What do you mean, yeah?
I'm not happy for either team. I mean, great, you get points, but both teams look really sloppy. And being a former player, I mean, I don't think there's either one of these teams. You won off defense on a very defender-sided map. Nothing was convincing.
I'm gonna cut you off. Okay, you're the negative Nancy.
Good.
You predicted Envy, and you were right. How does it feel?
It feels great. I mean, I, for one, don't like to be wrong, so I'm happy that Envy came out on top. It was really good resilience. At the end of the day, yes, both teams did play very slow.
Trying to impregnate the viewers.
On their attack, so
what did he do?
Just questionable plays. There wasn't much.
I can, we can watch it again.
The trade game was horrendous. But as for Envy, I mean, to be down 5-1 and to then pull it.
You guys weren't paying attention. We'll play it again.
Defense.
You're on
I mean,
Skyscraper.
are we handing out participation points? Trophies?
Yes.
I mean, it's still amazing to do, to be such a new team to the league, to have that pressure.
It's just showing on YouTube, so here you guys go.
Have the resilience to come back,
I think.
and to be able to play off of each other. I mean, that was just, I mean, it was a really good performance on the latter half for Envy. Both teams attacked, struggled, but I think that says more.
Struggled, they were shit.
Yeah, both teams' attacks were bad, but the thing is that says more about Cloud9.
That's my own stream.
Cloud9 on attacks as opposed to
there we go.
just relegated into the league. So the fact that they were able to bring the game back and win it out,
the glizzy muncher, nice.
Envy was really good, and yeah, I was correct on my prediction of Envy.
The blacklight detail is going to be going specifically to round number 9, Lex.
Yeah, this was a little bit frustrating because this round realistically looked like this was going to go in Cloud9's favor.
Yep.
Playing in the same server as Dream, he can only hold it for so long. Oh my god.
One hell of a game. I mean, I want to give it to you. Played great.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
You have the shield. Well, it stops a little. It goes a little sooner. You see that player, but then you just want to focus on a player over in Geisha where one Giddy can't support you. Kobe Lax isn't even with you.
The one time I don't watch Envy, they win. Well, I think all Envy fans will join me in saying that you should not watch their team anymore.
You losses this round.
Just stop it.
Goes down to a 2v2. Cloud9 end up just choking it, but it's just a domino effect of these small airs.
This was a good win for them.
One right after the other.
This was one that I think they needed to win.
That you should win, especially when you're in a 5-5 situation like that. Each round is just as important as the other.
We got Shopify versus OXG coming up. Change the title.
Well, hindsight 2020, also a lesson you live and you learn specifically for Cloud9. Envy, however, has learned from the last 2 weeks because they're able to get some points on the board today. And we have JJ ready.
Yes, we got JJ.
We had a very great celebration at the end of the game. Congrats.
Let's run it.
Hey,
What's up, NAL?
You guys have done it. So you're obviously incredibly hyped going up against Cloud9 and actually being able to secure this win. Can you describe the emotions that you're feeling right now? Because the second you won, you like threw your chair back and you got up and, you know.
Well, I'm an electric guy, but first I would actually, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to the desk because, Fox, I appreciate all the love and support, but I completely side with Laxing. Our attacks were piss poor, and there's a lot to improve on as a new team in the Pro League. It's a completely different territory for most of us, especially on the attack side, which is harder. That's what always separated the T2 teams from the T1 teams anyway. They can perform on attack. So it's a big learning curve for
Do I
us.
see C9 making roster moves?
So obviously still needs a lot of work.
It's unfortunate, but I do think they need a change. Like, I don't think they can compete with the top 4.
1-5 and you still find a way to grind it out.
And they are losing some other games as well. That's like, I don't know. Sometimes you don't need to change. Sometimes like there's other things that you can change, but
I mean, I got his jersey. That guy's the ghost.
I just don't think.
Three-piece on the flank.
I mean, even when I predict you guys, somehow still Lex is right. But no, I mean, that being said, walk us through, as being a team that just came out from the T2 scene, you're down 1-5 against Cloud9. What's the communication like to keep everyone level-headed? Obviously, Skyscraper defense has its own perks to it, but still, to be able to not let that round count affect you as such a new team to the NAL, to the stage, tier 1 of the game, what's the communication like? How are you guys feeling in that moment?
Yeah, so I mean, just the main thing is just keeping the vibes high and having fun after going down 1-5. Most teams, like when they go down like 1-5 on like a defender side of map coming from attack, like everyone knows you can bring it back if you. But like the big thing is like the vibes and energy, and everyone's still playing confident.
100%.
You're like in the gutter.
JJ spitting
like,
facts.
Keeping vibes high. I'm not a big fan of going to like the defender side of maps in a best of 1, but we thought we'd test the water today, so a big like just staying confident with the team. Like a big reason we went down was just like we're still trying to find our footing on attack. Like our first couple pro games, we were really slow on attack and just kind of playing scared, like double droning things we knew were clear. So there's like times like in our last couple games we've been trying to like do a lot more like faster things to get the comms flowing, the blood flowing in the game, and that hasn't been working either. So it's just kind of trial by fire. But I mean, just being able to capitalize on the defense is what was important today.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, congratulations, JJ.
Who coaches Cloud9? I believe it's Vivid.
Respect your response to that and understanding. Yes,
I think.
You do agree that the attacks.
Do I think they keep Kobe?
I think in order for yourself to grow and for the team to grow, you
Yeah.
have to realize when
Yeah, I
things
do.
are great, you do get a win. There are a lot of things to take from that. So again, respect for that. I am kind of curious. I mean, what we were seeing on your guys' attacks, we were seeing a lot of missed drones.
Maybe a roll shuffle? Yeah, maybe.
Here, and when you're going to go into a best of 1, especially
Those guys will know better than anybody.
I would think.
But I feel like
based off scrims and just
they're going to need to sit down as a team
some of those
and
things need to be fixed, especially like
just
the
have a long talk about their direction. That's all.
Yeah, I'd have to watch the VOD back because it was kind of like, it was a blur, bro. I'm gonna be honest. There was just rounds were just like, I feel like there was a couple rounds where we were in good positions, but then like kind of just like inexperience of just not really playing composed when we put ourselves in a decent spot. For example, there was a I think one of like the early rounds where like everything went down on black stairs and like we knifed a guy.
Yeah,
it was a 2v2 and like we played it like 2 individual 1v1s, right?
Right.
So and then there's another round I think we had like almost like a 3v2 on a barbecue clear. So it's definitely like the mid round I feel like definitely has to improve on like actually working together when you get into the situations that aren't pre-planned out and you have to be off the script.
Just one question. With being a brand new team, because more experienced teams can kind of talk between the rounds. Do you guys just completely focus on the next round? You just dismiss anything that happened the round prior, or do you guys kind of talk about it and then focus on the next round?
It's situational. I usually like kind of towards the end of the round, either if it's over, like in between the rounds, I kind of try and reel the team in. And
Makes me wonder if they actually took a long look at the Stompin' sighting.
A big part of that on this team.
The rumor that I've heard is that they wanted him, but Stompin' didn't want to go there. Stompin' wanted to play for, you know, a good team, good IGL and everything.
Bigger vocal like leader on the team than people would think.
All right, perfect.
Well, thank you so much for the insight, and again, congrats on the win that you guys really clawed your way to. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good luck for your game tomorrow.
I'll enjoy this one for once. Yo, I actually get to get lit tonight, bro.
Lit tonight, Jesus.
Yeah, you do have a game tomorrow. Gotta remember that. See you then.
They muted him. They cut him off. That's hilarious. Stompin' would only join a top 4 team, which he's on one. So yeah, no, 100%. Knows his worth for sure. Like, also imagine, guys, he joined Cloud9. Like, we already see Jinxie and them pressuring, like, calling out players on G2 that they need to play better. They need to play better on Stompin' and stuff like that. Like, imagine watching Cloud9 lose 5 straight defenses and JJ win.
I predicted them to win, and I don't.
Holy cow!
Somehow Lax gets
like, would have been good for content, but I'm glad Stompin' waited and knows his worth. And again, he looks. I was questioning it, but he looks pretty good on G2. I think he's a good fit in the sense of like he's definitely a more passive sentry turret kind of player. And when you're playing with 4 run around the map kind of players, he's gonna get his there.
JJ, after a win to register today, qualifiers 20th to 22nd. That was in the past. Qualifiers number 2 are tomorrow. Tomorrow's 27? Yeah. Yes, tomorrow's the 27. Okay, I got my dates right this time. There you go. But the floor is now, or the
Element 5 qualifiers. Can we put Spider's picture up there?
You would never play tier 2, but you.
That shouldn't be JJ. Okay, let's get Spider up there.
Place for you to grow. I mean, we just saw the man on the screen, JJ Blast, qualify in for this last stage. Gets an amazing org and backing with Envy. And
Packer getting dropped for an IGL change. The thing is, IGLs are so rare. It's just like
about your dreams, anything can be possible. So if you're at home,
would have been free growth for the NAL. Oh no, 100%.
Definitely elements where you want to be able to go to.
Because like I'm not gonna lie, for the people that have been watching me and watched EML, I'm actually having a ton of fun watching the EU League this season. You got Wizard on Fnatic over there and a really young team, upsetting some teams. Obviously G2 is a ton of fun to watch. Yeah.
3 more games coming up with
I feel like there's a lot of good teams over there, or like closer matches or storylines at least. In NA, like if you look at this week, the storylines are kind of weak, which is sad as an NA fan. Obviously, this was like the game of the day. We were looking forward to JJ beating Cloud9. That was our storyline today. Other than that, very boring first match, and I don't think any of these next 3 matches are going to be that close. Kind of not fun. Again, storyline wise, we need more beef. We need something in NA. Next week too, like, sure, we got Shopify SSG. But like the fun matches ain't happening until the end. DZ wildcard, maybe. Yeah, sure, maybe. But even then, like, DZ's not, you know what I mean? Like, no one's threatened on points. Like, DZ's almost assuredly gonna make at least top 6. No one's pressured right now. Yeah, the stomping only cam, by the way, if you guys have been watching EU, is that not crazy? We're literally just watching his POV. Dean of Deans, thank you so much for the 4-month resub and welcome back. Big W sub for him in the chat, thank you. Ignoring the Cruelty 7-0 of M80 storyline we are waiting for. Guys, if Cruelty plays like they do in scrims, we could have an upset potential tonight.
They're right.
Do you think Wildcard could ever become really good?
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for
What's up, Gunner?
This is Clutch Intel.
Wait, hang on. We got Gunner video here.
Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Alibi gun. Alibi gun, says Baby Shark.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Club first floor, club top floor.
Yeah, hell yeah, you do.
Oh, of course you gotta do the floor. Wait, we don't even really get to see it. We're not even get to like we don't even get to play.
Wait, wait, the floor. Wait, no, but is the
That's second floor. That is
yeah,
second
like, is it
floor.
not the third floor? That's the second floor.
Didn't know that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Are we dead ass?
I'm going for the actual. Oh, I was wrong.
Binox.
Purple earmuff black.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that. Nope. No one has ever called that though. Nope. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
The 3 legends of NA Siege right there. Troy, Gunner, and Baby Shark. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Separate stream for just Stompin's POV and run max ads. Yo, that'd actually be genius. We actually, I think we were talking about that. That there should be a B stream or something. I was trying to say, if you guys are familiar with CSGO and how they have the app on Steam and you can like pick any player's perspective to watch. Say you're a Kerrigan fan, you could just watch Kerrigan's POV during tournaments, stuff like that. I think that would be super sick in Siege. Right? People just want to watch Stompin', go watch Stompin'. You know, subscribe to the app. But at this point, sure, we could also just load up the Bravo stream and just watch Stompin'. And the sad thing is, guys, I truly think that would have more viewers than actual Pro League. Max ads on it? Oh, 100%. You gotta, yeah. The Stompin' stream would be so toxic. No, here's the thing. They can hire Allie. Allie would have a great time in there. Sole moderator of the Stompin' only playing stream. Would that require 11 observers? It would, but we already, at LAN events, we literally load that many people into the game. There's that many spectators because every single POV is getting recorded. Just in case there's clips and stuff like that. So that it is possible. Yeah, she'd even volunteer to do it. Well, he's wearing a... Wait, Shubes has a shirt? Is that a real organization? Shubes? Oh man, I don't know what the next video is going to be going up on my YouTube, guys. Not gonna lie, storylines are we're kind of hoping for something else happening here. We are gonna hope and pray Oxygen, Shopify, or DZ Wildcard, one of these games can deliver the content that we are promised, so we can get another Pro Coach Reacts clickbait video. Gotta be JJ's first win. Yeah, but the thing is, I was kind of yapping a lot. Like, that's not good for content. YouTube doesn't want... YouTube, at least from what I've been told by some other people, that YouTube does not want me yapping to my Twitch stream, because the YouTubers want to be... Like, the YouTube chat wants to be cared about over there, you know? Like, the YouTube video people. There's no NA Pro League next week. Yeah, we have 4th of July. We celebrate America Day.
Both these teams looking to prove themselves. Shopify, a couple close games last week. OXG, still a lot of questions that they need to answer in regards to our confidence.
Daysheeps is owned by Lenny.sheep. Really?
Yeah, I think OXG's
we want
on
attention. Yeah,
in terms of
we
SR,
know.
I think they still have yet to be tested, so I think today could be a very good day for them. But overall, I think in terms of this matchup, I think it should be
YouTube's better. True.
Yeah.
Based
Bro.
on just Oxygen's performance. So
Yeah, a lot closer on paper than it might seem.
Yeah, absolutely. And OXG's roster specifically is one that we've talked about a couple of times, where like they have these players that they're bringing in from different systems. How is it gonna work with these changes?
All right, we can root for Adam here.
Their identity. At the end of the day, OXG does have a good amount of points. They're, I believe, in 5th right now. They're pretty confident where they're standing, but we have to remember
Adam.
the teams that they ended up playing were 3 of the weakest teams in the league. They've beaten Envy, LFO, and Cruelty. Their best win was against Cruelty, which was a 7-4. The only real team that they played against that was DarkZero.
Ooh, real team.
Was still pretty close as well, but for OXG,
We just said real
it only
team.
gets harder from here, and obviously not having the cleanest victories against some of the weaker teams in the league can cause issues going into it.
Is there a player in EU that you felt is underperformed?
Figure out.
I mean, you could argue though, them starting out being a brand new
Let's pull up the
team,
stat page, should we?
Starting with the newer teams actually couldn't be a saving grace because you get a workout.
We love
when you
stats.
finally start versing the
Who's
top
underperforming in EU?
higher teams, you should realistically have solved all your issues and then now can implement them going into these.
Exactly. And you have
Evan, I'm going to scroll up for you. Don't worry. Guys, don't look at the... There we go.
Couple more
All right.
maps, couple more VODs available. But the thing with
Just in case
OXG
Evan's
as well
here.
is that they do rely sometimes on individual players stepping up, and there is one in particular.
Yeah, I mean, Grixer's obviously been the standout performer for OXG. He's the only player on Lax's fantasy.
I mean, Alao is having
That being said, to find an
he would
identity
probably
is
even
that much
say
easier when you have an
not his
all-star
favorite
player
kind of
that's
season
just
right now.
making the stats that much
I know he's
easier.
IGL and
Grixer
stuff, but
continuously is showing up for the team. The only
even some things I'm seeing over there, like jumping in the window before the door shut on drum with the roar gate, does seem like he's struggling a little bit more than he probably normally does. Dead shot, sure. You guys are saying dead
But
shot.
One thing that we need to see from OXG going into this week and the future games, because they will only get that much harder, is a spearhead. Somebody that's going to be able to move players around into Grixer's crossfires. Because against the weaker team, they'll do it themselves. They'll run around like a chicken with their head cut off, and Grixer
Joystick -7 on the entry.
But at the end of the day, against the better
That's kind of
teams,
big.
That's not something
That's
gonna be
another one that's
easier,
kind of
so we
big.
need somebody from OXG to step up.
This guy's +9 on the
and
entry.
be that active
Sheesh.
line, front line, or all of them.
And that's the worrisome part, that when you go against a team like SR, that they are going to
Shepard's felt off.
They're going to try to exploit that.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't usually have to do too much.
A lot of the success that
Guys, the big one, I would put a video out over it. But this Wizard guy, the #1 rated rookie player, 7-0 on the entry. I did a match replay spectate of his border game versus VP, although I don't think Ubisoft's gonna let me put it out. I'm waiting to hear back. But he actually has impressed me. He's actually been a pretty damn good player.
Maybe not in terms of overall.
And he's 7-0 on the entry, which is pretty crazy.
Do look like they can be beat. Granted, they are undefeated. A lot of their games, even in this last game against Cruelty, you know, they could have closed it out at 7-1, but Cruelty did bounce back. And so it just goes to show how good Shopify might look statistically. They still are finding some flaws within their own camp, which in some senses it's great. With it's your own issue, it's not another team's problem, but it can still is a.
Why'd I have to ask Ubi? Because I'm trying to stay in good standing with Ubi, and you know, I did put a video out with Split already, which was my best video, but
Orgless, when you're looking at your Cruelty, when you're looking at your Envy. A Wildcard was the closest one.
Technically wanted to make sure I can continue to do it. I'm not trying to be in breach of anything.
It doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, so I do hope that Shopify has had the opportunity to learn from the last couple of weeks, because you still have DZ, you still have SSG. It's gonna be rough.
Yeah, I mean, and you could argue again, you know, even Envy was their closest game at an 8-6, being a brand new team in the org, being a brand new team in the league. But yeah, I mean, you really have to look at it. How good are Shopify actually? We talk them up so much. Their stats are looking good, but it is off the backing off versus weaker teams where, again, the games were extremely close. So now we're actually going to be putting Shopify to the test here to see if everything that we've been hyping them up for is actually going to flourish and come true.
Yeah, the map veto.
Yeah, the map
That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the map veto, and we're going to look where exactly we're going to be heading for this specific game, because at the end of the day, you want to have the best playing ground to equalize your chances.
I mean, the difference for Shopify Rebellion compared to OXG is Shopify Rebellion, the rounds that they win are clean cut. They smoke the other team. But the rounds that they lose is because they just are too all over the place. Everyone's trying to do something. So if they can bring it to a map where you don't necessarily need to do that much, a smaller map, Chalet is going to be the map that goes through. I think that's a great matchup for both teams. I would say SR is in a comfortable position because their entry game has
What are we saying?
phenomenal. It's what happens after.
Chalet. Okay. This could be a map that maybe we might be able to see a close game. Oxygen's like Chalet for quite a while, the core of their roster. Yaga, I just remember this guy always playing into the deep library corner with Castle. We'll see if we still see that, if they still keep some of that same strategy. Shopify, I feel like, has kind of struggled on this map a little bit. I don't know if it completely fits their play style. They're very structured kind of play style. This could be a good game. Matt did say it was a Chalet like an hour ago. Well, Matt's a genius, guys. Like, what do you want me to say? Matt's a genius.
Similar to Clubhouse, so I actually think this is a good common ground for both these teams. Neither have showed it.
All Pro League gameplay should be publicly accessible. I agree. And the reason I tried to argue,
for Shopify, kind of sitting pretty in that regard.
So in that regards, then, are you expecting?
the reason I tried to argue for my channel, obviously, is one, with the match replays, like, I'm not showing anyone's setup or anything, right? Like, I'm just showing an individual POV. I'm not going out of my way to try to expose anybody. But two, if you're a pro coach and you're going against one of the teams that I'm already spectating, like let's just say that Spoit video, that Spoit bank video, and I showed Spoit's drone in sync. If you're a pro coach, you should already be watching. If you're planning on going to bank, you should already have it prepped. You should already be doing that. There's nothing new that I'm leaking that a pro team does not already have leaked or have done. And then three, and the most important point, I'm trying to spread the gospel of Pro League and trying to connect the casual, right? Love the competitives, love the competitive game, and I want to be able to help and show things off and explain things to the general public, and it would just really help, you know? It would really let me kind of get into the nitty-gritty and watch some things.
Particularly exciting game, despite neither team seemingly having a very strong preference for this match in the past 6 months.
They already have access to it? Exactly. Exactly.
I would agree. It's 7 preference map for both of these two teams, so it kind of makes sense that we end up here inside of a best of one, right? We kind of go to something that neither team really hates, neither team really loves. We end up on a little bit of...
Loving the YouTube videos, bro. Appreciate that, Ted. Thank you so much.
We haven't seen it too much so far.
Let's see if we get another one today, huh? Again, Oxygen, Shopify, Chalet. Shopify starting on attack. This is generally still, I think, an attacker-sided map. Especially with bans. You're never going to see a zombie on this map. A zombie and Castle, both operators, are mainly used for cutoffs on defense. Being able to block off windows, block off different mailbox positions, different cutoff positions. Both of them being gone, the defense is not going to be able to move as much around the windows and things like that and falling back into different positions. So because of that, we are going to see Bar, which a lot of teams have been running first lately. especially with the new Jaeger change. You'll see a lot of Aruni, Jaeger, Wamai, Mira on the site, and clashes up. However, all 5 of those operators, we're not going to see a single one from OXG. We are going to see probably more of a master extend, deny the soul take. They got Gomez on the Mozzie. We already see him upstairs using pests to deny, again, the soul side. You got Fenrir for the lurks. Frost, very, very good for any sight hits. And Blitz is up. So not bad operators, expecting Canadian to be on the Blitz. And Blitz is very, very, very good on this map. Probably a top 2 map for Blitz, in my opinion. But I do think we're going to see Shopify start. So this is probably a good defense call, because we're going to see Shopify start with that soul take. And just start very, very default.
Especially when you think about Chalet and just how many double doors there are. It's one of the reasons why something like Capcan is great in your ranked games, just because there's loads of doors that you've got to check. And if you're able to Rorador any of those off, you can really start to slice through the site. There's some good information gathered here by Spoit. He's got his eyes.
This Grixer's revenge match. Wow, that's also very, very true. I didn't even think about that. Grixer obviously getting dropped off the Shopify roster when they added Spoit to the team, adding more firepower onto the team, fixing some roles in the team per se. Grixer's first crack at his former team. Shopify taking their time, and again, they are against that soul extend, so there were players on that side of the map. You still see Gomez in the master bedroom contesting this side of the map, and Troy, again, not going Blitz. Blitz would have been better for the clear, for the initial clear, getting the map control. Ying's going to be really good if he thought the team was going to play a little bit more bunkered. It's going to be very, very good on the execute, obviously, but this could be hurting them here. Although one Candela comes out, he does manage to get out. You see players sitting on the roof, Rex in there. Again, no castle, no Azami. Cutoffs are very, very good. But on this site, he was able to rotate through Wallfist, through a little rotate, avoid all that.
That isn't something that you always see for this defense. Library is going to be.
We got full map control now, so where are we going to see these roars come out? This looks like a hard roar to shoot. You see Shopify using this operator a ton, blocking off the Mez player now.
It's cost them a little bit of utility to do so. Only now with 50
gonna get rid of the door. Are we gonna see him throw another one up? We are gonna see him shoot it again. Shopify is very patient with the roar. They shut the doors, don't rush anything. They kind of let you know, like, this is what we're gonna do. Isolated blue stairs now. Blue stairs completely alone. Can't help with those roar doors. Surf, open and kill onto Adam. And now they can just kill the Mez player. That should be top floor for them. All 3 players OXG falling back downstairs. No Candelas, though, is big. No real good way to clear this guy out of stock. 15 seconds left as well. 4v3 now, not a lot of time remaining. That's the issue. It was a great play. Gonna just have to drop down the hatches. Grixer gets caught moving inside a little bit too much. Rexon gets the kill. Bomb's gonna go down, but last second. Is this flank gonna be able to do anything? Oh my god. Close round. But a good round from Shopify. They absolutely love playing late round. And what I absolutely love is Nez. 10 gifted. That's my guy. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Holy shit, W subs. Making them rain in the chat.
Too much to go up against. If you can secure the Ivy corridor in a way that the Rebellion did just then and put that pressure onto the blue player, things really start to open up. I don't think we saw anybody on the library balcony from Shopify Rebellion, but they didn't need to be. Sure, someone maybe could have got a catch there, but it maybe would have been even a
welcome, Mr. Streamer.
What they ended up going for.
Good luck in the element quals, by the way. Naz, starting tomorrow.
Using a lot of the clock, which is obviously important on that attack. You've got to get the most out of it, and there's that real fine line between wasting time.
Is there a game tonight for the Turtles?
Struck that balance really nicely.
And I think that's the thing that obviously
I think they're just double scrimming today. According to my schedule, I think they're just double scrimming.
It always feels like you're going to get a good return on your investment when you're watching him IGL. It always feels like, okay, they are taking a lot of time, but I'm reasonably confident that we actually will see good work come from this. Even if they don't end up winning the round, it'll feel like that all was going to a worthwhile purpose. And I think, like you said, that round is a fantastic example, especially with an inventive use.
All right, bar didn't work.
We're only seeing the second time.
Going to master. I think this is kind of the normal set rotation we're seeing now is bar and master. We don't really see a lot of wine as much anymore, which we do see. Like, Cade is still up. K-Tube still up. Wine's probably, I'd argue, still a good site to go to, but people, again, teams are preferring bar, master, and Shopify not doing anything crazy in this game. Just did a soul take, a normal clear over, and we're going to see him do a library clear over. So 2 clears here. Troy playing front door. He's going to be able to just walk up Mez, put a lot of pressure on the Mez player from the lobby stairs. But first, they're actually going to go for a quick play on stock. Him jumping in, hitting the goo mine. Just needs to get vision on this player. Adam's going to lead. That's really good time waste from Adam there. Good damage from that Legion mine. All right, after they got under control, they need to clear blue stairs. Normally you see Montaigne walk up Mez, pressure that Mez guy so a guy can jump in library, then you can pressure the top of blue stairs. But they could also decide to clear from below.
Trying to press as much of an advantage as they can in these early rounds while not actually taking a single gunfight.
Are you stepping back as a coach for the Turtles? Slowly, yes.
Fallen back and spent half the round, or made Shopify spend half the round to get not much from it, and in fact.
All right, they have Damos under. No mute on board. As soon as they know who the Mez player here we go. Warden. Dog's going to get pinged, and this is exactly what you should be doing. People freak out too much in the position. You just move in. He can't die to the Damos now. On hard floor. Playing just inside library, forcing someone else to come push him. OXG doing a fantastic job of just holding their ground, not just falling back because there's a Montaigne or because it's a Damos track.
He's supporting that Warden. He's supporting that Mira. It's just a clean setup from Oxygen, and where they failed.
Has them perfectly stuffed here.
Failed to make good on that early round this time.
Spoit gets a kill on the Yogg. That's the Warden down on Mez player's position. I think they have library side now.
Get taken down. Fortunately, not much impact from him in round 2.
All players should just be backed up. Don't give anything. There's 30 seconds left. Another really slow Shopify take here.
Not looking good right now for the Rebellion. They will be able to get that wall open, but it's kind of at what cost, right? The diffuser's downstairs. OXG, they know this. Under the cover of smoke, is anyone going to be able to run in and grab it? Spoit will, but it almost overcomplicates something that's already very difficult.
2v2.
Will pick himself up another, but it's going to be all she wrote right there for round number 2.
It's a good round from OXG. How come I'm stepping back from the Turtles? Even when I started Turtle Tactics, the thing I mentioned was that
we have a setup.
If there was a tier of priority, tier number 1 is going to be T1 matches and games. And obviously we are in the middle of Pro League right now, and there's a ton of co-streaming going on. So that's kind of why I'm taking a small step back. Like, we're still going to tune into them. Like, we're going to watch them during Element over the weekend.
And it worked great. He drew all of Shopify's aggro down
tomorrow as well. We'll tune in. Like, we're still going to still be around. I'm still helping the guys on the side if there's anything they need, things like that.
And then he just fell back.
But yeah, tier 1 is and co-stream. It's kind of the priority at the moment.
And sure, it's only 1-1, and Shopify did take the first round, but it had good success in the first one. Sufficient success to net a victory in the second, and I think this is going to be a trend that'll continue haunting Shopify, and it really does look like OXG might have a strategy that'll give Shopify Rebellion a run for their money.
Absolutely. I think if they keep playing in that sort of structured play style where they give themselves... I mean, there's layers to Chalet, right? There's ability to play in sort of forward positions, for example, whether that be if you're defending down in bar and games, whether they extend into sort of...
This Gatorade tastes nice. We don't have it in the UK.
Previously, or whether it's the flip
Is that true?
It's different and they extend into bar
Have I not seen Gatorade when I've been there? What do we think, Chad? Gatorade fans?
In-depth extension and to play that layered game. And I think
I'm trying to think of I love going into some UK supermarkets, finding me some
their way, and they had a very clear an almost clinical plan.
Some
as to how
chocolate.
we're gonna do that, and I think the Roradors
Some
was
candy,
the
some
key
UK candy,
component in
some
that.
what do they call them? Oh my god,
Rex into
not
forward,
crisps.
those Roradors that got placed, the round would've gone very
Digestibles.
differently.
Ooh,
And in this instance,
digestibles.
I guess seeing Canadian go down early on the Monty was the sort of big signifier of, well, that round's gone a lot differently now that they haven't got that Monty to play off the back of. Kind of felt bad for Ambi when he was pushing the stairs because he was checking all the right angles and he was just
Digestives,
so
that's it.
missing out on the head and the
That's it.
helmet of the
That's it,
lead,
chat.
just crouched at the halfway point of the
Digestives.
stairs.
There's like another brand too, right?
That Doobie Siege. As it stands, we are back into the game. Thanks for bearing with us.
Chocolate in the US is so bad. Oh, 100%. I agree. After being in the UK, again, that, and I know like Nando's overrated probably to everyone in the UK. And like, come on, do not say Nando's is good, but like Nando's and what's the breakfast place? Oh my god, the breakfast place that's like so cheap for $6. I had like a full English. Oh my god.
Keep your opponents on your toes, but I really like the game plan from them on the defense through these first 2 rounds, and we're gonna see something similar in all likelihood. It's a kitchen dining defense.
Greg's? Oh, I think it is Greg's. Yeah, I think it is Greg's. Oh no, Weatherspoons. That's it. It's Spoons. Spoons.
No Mira to aid that extension upstairs, so
of course it's
it'll be a little more difficult
Spoons.
to contest positions like Solar, for example. We still got a really good lineup. Got the C4 if Gomez wants to play down below. You got a lot of utility to burn time upstairs, such as those magnets. But Ambi wastes no time getting in, and hopefully we'll see.
All right, Shopify, another clear here.
With this setup momentarily.
3 rounds, 3 full clears. It's kitchen.
Playing that flank roll.
Troy's on the Montana's again, front door position again. Is going to have the potential here to walk in lobby, and I expect him to. I think he's going to walk in lobby, walk up the lobby stairs. They're droning for it right now, seeing if there's any traps. They know it's Wamai here. This is going to be pretty easy for Troy to just walk up and start pressuring him. And when he pulls his attention, is when Spoit could do something library side.
To hop into library, but he knows that somebody's going to be playing on that fireplace.
Troy's walking up right now. Impact's going out on him, but that's okay. Now he's just got to make this player move. He's going to be threatening the ADS. You see him right here, kind of baiting the ADS. Spoit's finding the timing to walk in. And gets absolutely gunned. Adam with the... Wow. And he's shooting bodies. Wow, wow, wow. That's Adam.
Nice little micro flick. But a 5-1. Boy, oh boy. OXG have...
Oh my. What are we doing, Shopify? Full clears, but like no other real ways to clear this guy. It was just a Habana going through a Fenrir trap by himself.
They are ready to play. I've not secured the lead yet on this Chalet defense, but Ollie, I would be amazed if Serve has a 5v1 in his back pocket.
He's got the time to do it. He hasn't got the diffuser. He's got a lot of utility to go up against, and I've got a good feeling that OXG are going to know.
Adam revenge game as well. That's true.
He's got no option but to telegraph
That is
his
true.
location. You can
Adam
see
did
he's
not
checking
enjoy his
every
time
single
on
corner.
Sonics.
There are no cams really to be watched. Canadians flicking a few, but the rest of the team just locked in.
Crazy that Shopify went to this map. I am surprised they went to this map.
Discipline from Oxygen, recognizing, hey, there's a lot of time. We don't want to
If we end up using this game
to put an end to
as a
worries there and his
actual
eye of
content piece, then I'll have to make a
OXG.
I'll have to make an intro for it and explain why.
What the rebellion was trying to do.
Are OXG really good at Chalet or Shopify? Ours? Well, the thing is, Chalet just doesn't kind of fit Shopify's playstyle. Like, they're going for these very default full clears. Oxygen have been playing Chalet for a long time with their old core. We're really good at it with the old team. Capitao and Grim coming out are also really good bans from Oxygen. Grim and Capitao. This is almost forcing Shopify to go for these library clears because you almost need a Capitao or a Grim for these soul takes.
Pretty terrible, honestly, from the rebellion.
Also on this bar here, they can't really do as well of a library direct. You don't have Capitao. You can't burn the corner position.
Canadian and his teams might be spending a lot of time.
You have to use nades. They're a little bit more dangerous.
From it, in that case, a victory. But something I want to point out indicates that this phenomenon is not really translating to actually much success for Shopify, and it's specifically in their drones. I went back and looked. In round 1, when they actually go and start
Sheesh.
like, moving into the defensive setup, contesting blue stairs, only down to 1 drone. When they start running into the setup in round 2, only 3 drones. When we see Canadian take the fight with Omai on
All right, so we're back on the bar. This was the very first defense for Oxygen where Shopify did end up winning, but it did come down to time. 15 seconds left by the time they went for an execute.
A really slow execute in round 1. That, to be fair,
Almost did lose to a flank.
2 and 3. A 5v3 for OXG.
Same kind of meta operators coming out of Shopify. They are bringing the Roar again and Troy on the Ying. Not electing to go for again like Monty, Blitz. Something I've seen more out of them.
What they used to be doing, spending a lot of their utility, getting very little from it, or in rounds 2 and 3.
And OXG did switch their defense. They're going into that more meta defense that I was talking about earlier. Running Jaeger, running a Rooney, and running that Mira.
Something that I really want to see.
Maybe thinking Shopify was going to possibly flip their take and go into a library direct, but we are going to see the same attack. Just a soul take. First problem they have to solve is opening that office wall. You're going to see Troy on. He does have cans. He's probably going to swing in top floor and open those walls. Or they might just drone it right here and know that's free, and they don't even have to.
And already in this time,
yep, completely free. They can take all this control.
Quite at the halfway point yet, but they can see on drones that a lot of this is clear.
Spoil on Ash. They have to clear all, make sure all Jaeger ADS, Saruni gates, all that's clear, so he can just get an Ash charge off for the Mira. We're about to see it. If we can hit a flashbang.
Bit of a mistake on the flash.
He ended up shutting the door. I'm not sure if he wanted to do that. I think Spoit was going for that Mira. But the door being shut also does work. Could just hurt him in the future, though. If they pop open that door at the right time and they have that Mira still. Second Ash charge going out. I'm going to assume that was the Mira. Okay, it was. They ended up opening the door. Spoit. Nice pixel peek fight. There's Adam deep.
My money's going on Spoit, and it's
looking kind of like that same Oxygen defense they've been running for a couple seasons now. Now it's just the Mez player, and if he can get any help from Blue Stairs, but Blue Stairs going to be constantly Candela flashed, and Troy also got that Ying shotgun.
It is all the boy wonder in round 4 with Grixer.
Didn't end up winning the fights up top. Shopify, really good attack here.
Highest rated player who hasn't done too much yet.
I think OHC made the right decision. They had a contest attack.
Find his first kill. He's got 20 seconds to
or the attack.
Now we've commented a couple of times about the
not sure why we went away from Grixer there when a kill is about to happen. You should just stay on the player that's alive, please. Thank you.
That should be the round said and done. They do still need to find this final kill.
Easy execute because he had Candelas up.
Under a flurry of Candelas. It will be Canadian with
and they won bar twice. Don't expect them to go bar again. Should be all the other sites at this point.
Rebellion are very good at attacking one site and one site only here on Chalet, and that's bar and games.
That's true, but I was about to say, if we're being accurate, if we're being objective, that round was not looking great. It wasn't looking bad. But Adam gets a 5. I
think this is a good timeout from Super.
Minute remaining. The library setup is
2-2 attack, and this is an attacker side of the map. You would love to see. I mean, you at least need to walk away with one more, and they've struggled on those other bomb sites. If Super possibly giving some strategic advice on some of those attacks that they did end up losing. Maybe giving them time to kind of think about some alternate plans, giving Troy to kind of come up with what he might do on some of those other sites.
I agree.
And I don't think it's one that ends well.
No, that's why you pick him. That's why they picked him up.
And I think attack is pretty crucial for them because they should be just fine on defense.
Gomez was holding to begin with.
Actually, I don't think I've looked that great on attack. So I think it's going to be really important for them to kind of win their attacks here.
It's kind of panic stations, right? Because your whole defense has been looking rosy. And then you lose
Spoit's picking up the ambi slack this time. Very true. Spoit on 6 kills, ambi on 1. First, I think this is the first game this season you get to kind of see that dynamic where if ambi is struggling in the past, Shopify just lost.
But as the timeout indicates, they're still not happy with that performance so far, and there's definitely room for improvement, especially
2 fires for Soul. Plus, they have the anti-Soul Mira.
We're going to see a pretty hefty 6-pick once again. 3-ops getting changed out there. We're going to get Ambi back on that.
Looks like they're running this back. So, again, Shopify and having Troy, having someone as good as an IZL as Troy, they should be able to problem solve what went wrong that last time, because this looks exactly the same.
Promoted the demos. And I'm glad you highlighted the Monty, because I think if we can criticize Shopify for 2 things, Ollie, this game, we've already done one. Very slow and on bar gaming, very linear.
I say it looks exactly the same, but I see Adam's position is actually different here. So we see Adam, who was playing Mez the previous round. He's now playing Soul. I think OXG, both times with their defenses, they're expecting Shopify to switch their attacks. They ran that last defense with the Jaeger Rooney, almost expecting them to go for more of a library direct play. And now I think they are expecting a Soul take here. Again, Adam is on the stairs with Wamai. He's going to contest it.
He's played it in round 1. It's the main operator he's been playing on bar and gaming. And likely going to try and, of course, be good for the...
They also have, again, the Mira facing Soul, plus those Goyo Fires top Soul.
With those Candelas in the early round.
These are the kind of rounds that we want to see, really, from the Rebellion, because we want to see that carefully orchestrated push. You can see it starting to come now. As
there's the ping on Adam. They don't have any mute.
We'll just find a little pocket of safety.
So just Deimos alone is going to be able to clear anyone close Master Wall or Al.
More work in the drones, though, to really sort of nail down this initial...
But they have to figure out the Mira. They don't have Ash this time. Oh, they do have Ash. They have Surf on Ash.
This is a top floor attack. That's a really important...
He is on the window, so they do know the Mira's there. There we go. Did he end up missing that? Yeah, he ended up missing the Mira here.
And one big difference between their bar gaming attacks in here is we have a second dimension. We have that Deimos down below, and if it feels like we're talking a lot about Shopify, not OXG, I think the reason is OXG did the same thing 5 rounds in a row, which is put forth the
Ashed it, plus they twitched it, so they double got the Mira. That's the second problem solved.
Quite patient to let Shopify push into them. And
at this point, Troy could just spam Candela's big window. They could go for a plant bed. They are going to go for that push through at this point. Again, Troy spamming Candela's. OXG are going to need a retake play because bomb's going down. No C4s on board. All players backed up way too far. They needed to contest in the mid-round. Gave up way too much map control.
It's still a post plant. It's now Shopify in the lead. Up 1 body in Adam on 1 HP. Vulcan Pack detonated behind Ambi, but he was still safe. He's still secure. He's not worried whatsoever. Grixer with a lengthy pre-fire.
Yeah, pretty easy closeout.
Teammate comes away the loser. And switching to the secondary, it might be faster than reloading, but it does not seem good enough to secure you round 5 in the face of 3 attackers.
It's a good shot from Adam, but it's not going to be enough. I think OXG needed one more problem.
And not much else to do.
They needed one more thing for the attackers to try to stall them out, because they ended up contesting Soul, and it was solved by the Deimos, right? A little bit of time waste. They had those Goyo Fires for a little bit of time waste too, but they were able to get cleared early. After that, all it was the Mira. That's not enough for Shopify. They're going to be able to clear that pretty easily. You saw them Twitch run at the Ash. And then everyone was backed up. They were already prepared with the Ying big window. I think having something where you see in other regions, like putting someone in the master bathroom, putting someone in the hot tub, would at least create another problem that can't be solved with just Ying Candelas, because Ying's on big window. He's Wamai, so you can give him some. He can sit in there, use his discs, so Deimos can't just nade up from below, try to play trades off him.
Can they make it a 4-2 half? Oxygen, maybe this is the time to wake up a little bit. You commented there, Lynx, that they've done the same thing multiple rounds in a row now, and that is just they set the
Cloud9 win. They ended up losing. JJ got his first dub today.
We need to maybe see a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more.
All right, kitchen. And I do like this. We're running mute.
Speak to that. It's going to be a kitchen site, which means that you have to control the top floor.
We're running mute because Shopify has been spamming a lot of Deimos here too. So if they try to do some type of Soul take or something, again, we have Adam playing Soul, and now we have a mute jammer.
But also a Shopify have shown. They said, okay, you were trying to go a little big brain with those
on the master wall, so you can't just get tracked and have to leave.
Recognize we were cooking a little too hard. We were overthinking it a little bit. So,
And I think we are going to see another soul clear.
You're going to need to put obstacles in our way. Because if we get set up, we're going to smoke you. All we need is Spoit to get a kill, and we basically won the round. So OXG, hopefully we'll see a little bit more activity in that early round and actually try and stop Shopify from getting set up. Because it's no longer an attack that seemingly in this final round is going to be taking a lot of time investing early on. They're going to keep it very simple. And in order to stop just hellfire being rained down upon you in the late round, you're going to need to keep an eye on these flanks, but also keep your eye trained forward and stop Shopify from getting set up in the first place.
Spoit loves entering through the basement, doesn't he?
So this is kind of looking like a poke. We'll see teams do this where you could commit to a soul take and take the actual top floor. But it looks like they're pulling attention. We see Spoit in the basement lurking library stairs. Yaga's got to be aware of this. He's obviously aware of somebody jumping in top library, which is pretty common. Rexon outside, West Main could be library side and take library. But they're pulling attention with a soul take, hitting sight here. And Spoit's going for a flank. His flank does end up getting the sight pick, but it's a little too late. All his players fell. If they were able to get the sight pick, Troy could have rotated big window here and just kind of flashed everybody off as they got a plant down. Those are huge kills from OXG holding their ground. Well aware that they wanted to hit sight there. That's a good hole.
But Canadian sees the Wamai.
Good pressure from Gomez.
He takes far more damage than he dishes out in turn. Just recovers the diffuser, but you're trapped now. He's trying to find ways to sprint across.
Just kind of dancing around.
Yaga taken down by Spoit. How has Canadian gotten out of here? And now you have a chance. You've got one.
Spoit's got everything clear. I think they know that there's two above. Troy's going to rotate over. Just try to get a dining plant down somewhere.
Vertical hole blinded.
Gomez is above, though. No smokes. That's probably a good thing because there is a warden above.
No smoke canisters, but this warden can.
Troy's just got to find a weird plant spot here. Bomb going down. I don't think warden knows. Oh, my. They have no clue where the bomb is. Troy goes down, but that's okay. Spoit's in a good position here.
Double digits to get this, but he's rotating. He's going to retake the vertical. Adam
wait, is the
this. No, he's still down below. He can hold the side. He can swing in. He can get the kill. And now just one.
That's a little bit of a troll for Gomez to still be top floor. Maybe they thought he was rotating up library. They needed to be doubled up.
He's got the call that the Dokkaebi was short, so he'll try to long arm it. Try to protect himself as Spoit.
Oh, Spoit whiff. Bad aim. Bad aim. But it don't matter. He has to defuse. Shopify winning around that they probably shouldn't. But good problem-solving skills from Spoit and Troy there. Got a little lucky. Took the 50-50. The guy wasn't going to look down the hole.
He is on a serious heater here tonight. Spoit doing the business, showing why he is such a valuable player to have in the roster.
Two guys above threw it. I mean, they did EMP the BP.
Single-handedly.
So they had no idea. But when you EMP the BP,
I mean, Spoit gets the kills.
At that point, when you know you have no vision, I think Warden needed to try to hold the run in. At that point, just hold the door and don't let him in the sight. They played a little too safe.
I have no idea.
They tried to force the bomb plant, but if you have no info, what are we forcing? You have to have a win con for that.
The strength was what little strength was left in that round for Shopify rested with Spoit and his positioning. He had a great spot just outside of
Yaga trying to hold the doorway there, but.
Sure, Canadian gets the plant down and dies, but it doesn't matter.
In a 3v2, probably didn't need to.
There must have been a drone assisting in there. They had an ample opportunity for there to be a drone inside the main lobby, a drone at the top of blue stairs, something to just give him that confidence to be able to play in that position.
All right, Shopify taking out Blackbeard Brava. This is really cool. So we're finally seeing another Brava ban. We've even scrimmed against this on the Turtles. People are starting to do a lot of Brava bans on this map. We're going to see a lot of Maestro. So we see Troy right here already running the Maestro.
Brilliant strategy or anything like that. It was, again, off the back of Spoit's gun skill. But you look at the scoreline now, you think that's a 4-2.
No way to replace the Brava, really, except for maybe you can hack a cam or we could bring Flores. So we are going to see Dokkaebi come out.
4-2 half on Chalet attack, and you needed Spoit putting in the work to get you there. A 3K to open things up in round 4, and then, to be fair, a Spoit Canadian 2v4, but a Spoit 4K. And you also needed, as you rightly pointed out, Canadian literally like vanishing in a puff of smoke in Trophy to get the diffuser over to Fireplace in the first place. You needed a lot of really unlikely things to happen just to get a pretty standard lead on Chalet. I don't think OXG are going to be feeling too tough about not only that loss, but that half overall. Sure, you could have had more. You probably could have had a 4-2. And that sucks. But on Chalet, that's fine.
It's fine on Chalet, but like again, attack is a lot harder. And OXG, when they're going against a top 4 team, you don't want to have to rely on your attacks.
It's very difficult to try and battle back against that. One of the most mechanical players we have in this game.
Open a pick from Ambi.
To open things up,
the Mez player. Montaigne going down is a huge pick here. That's a lot of their pushing power. Yes, they have Gomez lurking up library stairs.
Seems it's just an ill
hits Anella. They also have Adam on Deimos.
A couple very, very strange and impactful ends.
But nothing's really happening from Oxygen. And this is where, again,
the attack wants to put through.
I question them having an aggressive entry. Because this is very, very slow. The only person over here is
we saw Gomez
Ambi.
Flanking up the blue stairs earlier. Now Yaga taking that same position. Diffuser is out.
Took way too long. Nothing was really synced there. Nothing was coordinated there. Didn't see how Forrest died. But that looked a little too easy for Shopify. Ambi feels so bad he just left.
Basically just as unwinnable as it was before. Yaga does spot one, creeping up the blue stairs. And now I'm getting a little nervous.
Boy definitely was feeling himself there.
Just a little bit. Yaga's only on 1 HP. But he's got 2 1v1s he can isolate here. One on the right side, he's just spotted him. The first chance at it doesn't go his way, so he'll try a different position. But he can still take this 1v1. The nade goes in the corner, such a smart play. Instead, the Frost moves outside to dodge it. That's actually a really smart heads-up play by Rexon right there.
Well, after that nade, ends up hitting the Frost trap.
Not like this.
What?
Not like this. There's no way.
Rexon with the big smirk.
For 30 seconds as he tries to clutch it. Gets it into a 2 versus 1, which was actually winnable, and then just waltzes over into a frost mat. I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
No, what?
Mint type of play? Come on, chat. Let's relax, chat.
There was a peek that he did onto Rexon there, and he perfectly saw him. And he went for the 1-tap, and he obviously missed. And I was just like, oh my, if he wins that, it's all on Canadian. So he's just got to clutch it up if he wants to win.
Traps are my weakness. All right, back in my day. Wait a second. I was going to say there was no Capcan or Frost, but there definitely was. Yep, traps my weakness.
And we returned. We're now in a tactical. This is an OXG tac timeout right now. And to be honest, it probably doesn't come at a better
OXG tac, which does suck because they only ran 1 attack.
Things haven't been going
right.
way.
Defense didn't really help him out too much. And this is 1 attack got run. How can you really problem solve or fix or diagnose any problem when you've only seen 1 defense that Shopify ran?
Now that you've lost that first attack at a pretty dominant margin, now you're like, man.
Me and Hot and Cold were brilliant players in F3. Yo, this guy knows ball. Thank you so much. We were absolute technicians.
It can definitely affect
scientists. I don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah, thanks.
Given the margins and also the importance of the attacking side. But to be honest with you, I am still.
I think I actually need to speed up. I need to see some quick, more like preset plays from these guys.
I mean, I just don't entirely know. It felt like Forrest.
Both carried by Adam. That's a crazy comment. Where's Adam at now?
I mean, he just died to Ambi, and I've gone back to try and rewind, and I think he tried to hop in the garage single window, or like the
you guys see that frost mat? Other side of the kitchen door there? Why do I feel like that's getting one?
And if I'm correct on that, nobody was supporting him. Nobody was behind him. Gomez was flanking up blue. Yaga was on top of...
Adam probably has 10 girlfriends, 50 odds. All right, he did stream with King George, so probably a millionaire. Billionaire at this point, my bad.
Something that I'm finding quite ironic in this game is, and it comes back to a point that Fox
Looking like another library clear from OXG, all spawning helipad.
We have that big standout playmaker at the moment. Their best player is Grixer, and in this game
They're gonna need a problem solved. They got Ambi and Spoit to clear out if they want to do a library take, which seems pretty daunting for whoever's OXG's entries at this point.
His direction and into his crossfires, and it's kind of ironic that Shopify.
I think they're saying F that, we're gonna rotate. Looking like they're going soul at this point. This is a really good angle. A lot of people don't know, but that angle Adam just laid down in right there, if a player's ever on the half wall position in dining, you can kill him. I find myself still teaching people that. Where late round, a lot of players will go up against that half wall. Like, hey, on the other side of the half wall. Yes, anyone's outside West Main, that guy's dead.
Trying to gain control of that top floor. We do actually manage to see Forrest successfully manage to get himself in on the rappel.
I'll give him credit for that, but
early entry from Forrest.
I mean, to be fair, Surf has
Ace, smoke, swing in.
Is Forrest again by himself and Gomez a little
good trades. They have everything they need for a soul take. I think Capital Nomad is perfect. Now they air jabbed it off. They're looking for the site pick at this point.
But we can say this.
Trophy wall reinforced.
Right outside the site. You got 2 players in the
They
top
just need to look for Troy. Where is Troy at? Surprised to see Adam not check that drone hole position again. Okay, so Troy is in where we try to have NJR go for most of these dining hits. Just lay behind the table and let everybody trade you. Troy's just sitting back there, sitting on his Maestro bubbles because, again, Brava's banned. Spamming Maestro.
The West Main single, he's still got the Dokkaebi call. A lot of time being spent on this setup. A lot of time being spent waiting.
Doke call comes out, gets him off the cams. They're not pushing off it, though. They're kind of pushing off it. But not really.
Try and desperately find angles. Canadians in a great spot
again, this is where like OXG confuses me. Who's your entry? We are all just kind of sitting around. That nade, I was waiting for that nade. That took way too long. Somehow Troy lives. Adam does end up killing Troy, but that's okay. Bomb's going down. We should be able to stop it from above.
It's taken a lot of investment, but there we go. It really does pay off.
Guess not. Guess we had full control up top. All right. Slow play, but it ends up working out.
I will say, we're starting to see them sitting outside the site.
Can you capital from that hole? I think you can, because you can see that deep.
We're going to stall out here at the finish line, but no. They spent a lot of time getting set up. They find Canadian side of the site. Really like that nade, because as you said, he's in a really difficult
Only
spot.
guy willing to run in his Forrest was unfortunate because they're shield hard breach player. Yeah.
So
yeah,
Canadian's able to be taken out pretty easily, and then OXG immediately move off of that. Again, I still really would like to know what's
we even see him like he's on hard breach here.
Seems a couple times now. He's been in an off spot, but maybe
Adam,
pass there.
Quite the typer right now, being down 3-5.
Might have just hit a timing, caught him off guard. Totally fine. Could have been a one-time thing. But now as we see him back on the Monty, and we're going to.
You ran KG's pockets in year one. Wait, in year like when ranked, when he was streaming ranked, or shit, he was on flip side. Did you run our pockets on flip side? Probably. Probably.
Later in the round, because if Oaks, you're able to win rounds like that.
Our pockets were pretty dry back then because, well, we weren't getting paid. So
yeah, we don't just want Forrest to be the bait.
Just getting paid in G Fuel.
Either gets traded or he doesn't. I think
good old G Fuel.
His death was probably pretty unfortunate, and I think that Surf probably just hit a bit of unlucky timing there on the window.
Capital and Grim. Wow, getting real gluttonous here. Two very good execute ups.
Things, isn't it? Let's see how Forrest chooses to go forward from here. Atom and Yoga slowly.
Yeah, I won't even argue that. Gav, you run you 100%. I do not.
Timeout.
Like what?
Has worked out for them. Both teams have used their tactical timeout.
Your hand is still in my pocket, if you know what I'm saying.
Acquired from Shopify.
All right, so OXG gonna need to clear out the corner position. I believe there was a player in there.
Were able to pick up a good couple of rounds off the back of it. I'm not sure how.
Or did we already leave?
Really had to do with it, and it was more off the back of Spoit and his gun skill. But OXG did manage to get one away there as well. Now they're going to be looking toward this basement. Is it a basement or is it a bar? I think it's a bar.
Okay, player ended up dropping. Yep, that's fine. Early time waste. Hatch is reinforced. We are going to see Troy in bar just for more time waste here.
He's going to waste no time, I'm sure, in getting himself in.
It's actually Forrest in first. Classic Forrest.
Of course it is.
He's up in the hatch though and immediately hop back out.
There we go. I was like, where's this Mez player?
Who's now dash behind that reinforcement will dash right
If you
out.
don't have a zombie, Orcs, really good, because you can dash through the angles. Wow, there we go. Ambi is going to get the kill.
Yaga ends up being by himself. I don't think he expected Ambi to challenge him that aggressively, but Adam there for the trade. Good structure for OXG. Even if you do lose Yaga, of course, you obviously have the follow-through. But it's clear there's plans here. It's clear that even with Ambi getting aggressive in an unexpected way, they have players in standby positions to deal with it and keep a lid on things. Because now they've not lost that much progress. They do have to rotate somebody up to reestablish control of that library position, but they will, and it's actually Forrest who could put those Bs down and start pushing on in. But once they bait out this util, that has to come first.
Really awkward execute here.
The util shouldn't take much baiting out though.
First, we're going to jump in the ranked window, hit bar single.
5 seconds on the clock, so if you're the defender, you're in a pretty good position at this point. That last Toxic Babe's going to get sent out right there as well.
No more smokes. Do they ever clear the frost trap on the window?
Surely it's just
I didn't see it.
and then send those Capital Firebolts in and 3, 2.
I don't know if they did because that was the first nade we've seen used. Unless Yaga had nades. God, I hope we don't see people just jump into some frost traps right here.
Information right now for Oxygen. And that could be their undoing. There are a couple of players offside. The
All right.
Captain goes in and Surfly swings for a kill.
Swings for a kill, but Forrest
Good trade from Forrest, but this execute, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get this down here.
On time. They put Forrest to low HP. Gomez did spot
Ooh, that's an epic. Oh my God, that might be the. Please be the game-winning Finka right there. That was insane. Oh my God, Forrest, stick the bomb. Yo. Okay.
We don't see it, but that
epic Finka. Forrest down with the bomb, gets back up in the winning position. Insane. Insane. W Finka.
I've never seen Finka boost timing like that. Never. There's no way that it was planned or called for. I refuse to believe that was planned. That was just sheer.
We're banning Finka? Just kidding. We're banning Dokkaebi. We're sick of the Dokkaebi, especially if we are spamming Maestro. Very interesting to get rid of Mira. You know Shopify is trying to abuse Maestro. You know it. You know they are. They've had it 2 of the 3 rounds. They banned Brava. That's obviously their game plan is Master and Kitchen. And they're going back to Master. They got rid of Dokkaebi now, which is one of the counters. And here we see him again running the Maestro. Sure, they got rid of the Mira they were using for the anti-soul Mira, but that's so easy to clear. Just bring an Ashe, bring a Capital. You're bringing the Capital right now.
Close game right now. On the flip side, you can look at it and think, well, you know, Shopify came into this with a pretty hefty lead.
Think a permaban against OXG? Nice.
Kind of all off the back of one player. Since then,
yeah, chat said I looked, what, 21? Looked 11 years younger.
Yet to have a real impact on the defense, especially compared to the impact that he was having on the attack.
Probably a solar take. I do agree with that. Because they banned Mira, you probably go for a solar take here.
Putting their heads down, grinding. You want to highlight Gomez. Grind time, indeed.
But because they don't have the Mira, they do have the shield in tub. It's another it's another layer, it's another puzzle piece that the attack has to solve, right? Because normally you'd have to deal with the Mira.
Gomez positive in this game has been a player that
I think my favorite way to see that Mira go, by the way, I forget what EML game it was. Again, chat, you guys probably know. But underneath, obviously free. You see Spoit playing library side. It was a team that just went underneath, bucked right in front of the Mira, knew the exact spot to buck, and then they just ashed up to the floor. Avoided any magnets that might be there, any ADS that might be protecting the Mira.
Pretty vast gap between
And it was fast.
There's a gap. But still 8-7, 10-7. They are putting in the work. They're putting in some real.
Forrest baiting the smoke. Last time he smoked and swung. Doesn't look like he's going to swing here. They're kind of baiting some picks. Matchco? See, Chad always knows.
Gomez just cautiously probing
VP Matchco, yeah.
On that boiler door.
I was a big fan of that tech. I thought.
A lot of pace has been removed from
yeah,
attack in round
speed-wise, if underneath is clear, it's pretty good.
In a cagey manner. Still trying to gather a bit of information, and quite rightly, trying to get one of those kills from outside to in. There are so many windows, so many angles, and if you can try and funnel one of those defenders or just catch someone on.
Really slow soul take here. Just trying to bait Shopify to move, do a little too much. Opening up the castle. I almost don't agree with opening up that castle when you have sense. Because you could just keep that castle up. They need to remove Surf first and foremost. But then once you have Surf gone out of here, you could just plant bed. That castle up kind of screws the defenders sometimes. You could plant bed, nowhere you can't see for it. You have to run through the office.
Looking to be that tip of the spear. He's fallen. Adam able to find one though. Able to take down Spoit. 12 and 8, but started to go silent. Utility going out.
What are we gonna do? We need to get Surf out of here. Where's the problem solving, OXG? What are we going to do?
Rotate around and all the way back up. He can immediately move from solar to the bedroom window. And the attack.
We are literally just trying to bait this guy to move. Adam falls to Ambi. Grixter now going to have to walk up. No real entries. Just a bunch of baiting for picks. Shopify just holding their positions. Almost a complete free round for them.
Esports as Shopify move up 6-4.
Could be one punch though. Could be one punch, but I mean, you could still hold it, right? You could still hold the castle.
Out of the rebellion right now, are they just throwing a little bit of utility out there and seeing if they can catch anyone on a wild swing?
Not a good attack for them. I feel like with free under control,
Didn't give any wild swings away.
you would like to run a Deimos or a Buck to help clear that guy up against the master wall. Don't think they had a mute on board. But either way, yeah, Deimos or Buck, something. Use the space that's given to you.
It's a huge boom for Shopify as well, because on a side that they're not having the most success on at the moment, to pick up that round and get them
afraid of the run out the entire round. I mean, you can't play Siege like that or you'll never get anything going. And I think that's exactly what we saw there. Like, again, they just kind of baited the master guy to swing, and it just never came. I just don't think you could play Siege like that.
We know he's a beast with that Scorpion.
First basement defense, yeah. This is the first basement defense we're going to see. And I'm surprised because we do have Cade Tube on board, and we had it. Oxygen had Cade Tube as well. We are going to see it get used.
Shopify going flawless, and players like Ambi and
OXG going to go for more of a full clear here, bringing the Ram, bringing the Deimos, the Blitz to help clear. Going to try to full clear. Make some vert front door. I guess we could see a half clear too as well. Could be a full clear or a half clear. But they do need to clear the map because of the Cade Tube. It forces them to clear.
He's really shining right now, handing the Scorpion.
Unless they wanted to bring Mav, but bleh.
2 rounds they'll need to win on this attacking side. And how they decide to do it in the first time any team has
Blitz breaching charges. Why not?
What will they decide to do?
Why not?
Clear might be in order.
Forest on the Blitz, so a full clear shouldn't be too timely. And they are going to need that control, especially if they're going to start to throw these boogie drones around.
Gomez waiting to see if he can coordinate a play. Anyone goes into office, he's just going to hit this and walk in and go for the kill.
Fortunately, will be able to break the castle barricade.
Kind of a wasted ram drone, though.
Just provide a bit of sound. He turns his back again.
Forrest just going... I think Forrest is just like he's a sloppy player, unfortunately, on the shields. He takes a little bit too many of risks with shield operators. I think that was a big problem when he was on SSG. And there's another risk right there. Not sure if their lack of intel coming out, not knowing another player was behind him, but he got himself sandwiched in a bad position with Blitz. Shopify all should just fall at this point.
We had a red ping on him. We knew he was by himself. And Forrest just commits to the murkier position. And Adam goes down too. Rough chances for this 3v4. Rough chances for this 3v4.
If you're going to go for a full clear, you need everyone to full clear with you as well. There's no
kind of desperation mode. OXG 55 seconds. They're going to need to get picks from this vert, but Shopify, too much of an experienced team. Shouldn't give them anything here. Playing blue, playing where you can't die to vertical. You got smokes to hold down blue stairs. Throws his first one out. That's going to lock down blue stairs the entire time.
But I really don't fancy the chances. 2C4.
Do they not have breach open? They know one player's stuck metal, but that's a hard pick to get. No nades.
30 seconds left to go.
Just going to have to walk at them. I don't think they have con hatch open either. Oh, and there's still tube.
Welcome.
Here we go. This is why, again, I'm surprised we don't see more basement defenses. Really good Cade tube here. Have it for late round. Oh, she's just going to have to walk. Ambi in the power position here does fall. 7 seconds left. We do have 2 C4s out. There's one. That's the bomb. And it's over. Really good win con from Shopify. Good early round from Shopify to get the man advantage. And 7-4. Say what you want about Shopify, but they're 5-0 now. Some people are upset that they don't close out their games, or they look a little bit weak at sometimes. At the end of the day, they're 5-0 in first place.
Both teams have got a lot to take away from this, good and bad. You know, from
first place. Ended up closing out in regulation. That's all that matters in Siege.
At what cost? You know, had it not been for Spoit in a few rounds, it would have been a very different affair indeed. OXG there, not able to get anything going, and really just falling.
People hate to hate. Yeah.
They looked quite good.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I'll get a lot of questions.
Don't go anywhere.
I'll get a lot, like, what do you think about Shopify? What do you think about Shopify? And you're 100% right. Like, I mean, sure. If we look at some of their opponents, LFO, Envy, I get it. I get it, guys. Wildcard, they should put them away, right? Cruelty, 7-4. OXG, 7-2 or 7-4. I get it. They have their hard matches coming up versus SSG, versus DZ, versus M80. But a good team should be able to put those bad teams away, and they have been. Right? At the end of the day, they have been. But those are absolutely barn burner matches when they play the actual top 4 of NA. When we get down to the bottom of the schedule, we will be able to more accurately see where they are at. Look, all they care about is making it into the playoffs. We're playing advertisements? Definitely one of the better NA teams regardless. Yeah, no, exactly. Like I said, I think it's M80, DZ, Shopify, SSG, top 4. It's very, very clear in NA. Sure. Could we maybe see an upset in playoffs? Sure. What's the conversation like within the team after a game like that, where so many fatal mistakes happen? Are we talking like OXG or Shopify? Experience-wise, like, let's say you're saying Shopify. Experience-wise, Troy's gonna bring up some of those mistakes to like and clean them up, right? He's gonna make sure that stuff doesn't happen. Like, obviously they're chilling over there, but you have to be mature enough to be able to talk about some of the rounds that maybe should have been closed out a little bit cleaner, and he's gonna bring them up and they're gonna fix it. OXG, so many fatal mistakes happen. Not sure how OXG's feeling, because I mean, where's this advertisement? Where are we? Where? Get rid of that. Nope, the advertisement's on this page. No way, it's that. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, she's dead silent? Okay, that ad's tilting me. I'm sorry. I think they're 9 points. Like, I don't want to say try to be realistic, but like, realistically, they were not going into that game, I feel like with the intention that they could. Like, it is okay to lose a game like that as OG. Again, you're just trying to make top 6. And all it is about points at the end of the day. They shouldn't get tilted by anything. Like, playing a good site. Or a good site. Sorry, I read the chat real quick. Playing a good team like that, you're just hoping for some experience. They definitely could have won some of those rounds. Made that game a little bit closer, of course. $15 tabs open? How do I have 15 tabs open? I got 3. I know it's from this one.
It's Mario, and he's paper.
I'm just so confused where it's... Whatever. Whatever. It don't matter. It don't matter at this point. Last round, for example, in your opinion, what went wrong? Forest. It was an early round problem. I don't know what their clear was, but they lost 2 on the clear when they were bringing very, very strong clear ops into a bunker. Blitz Deimos. How are we losing our Blitz Deimos and going down 3v4? So either an intel problem, drone problem, they didn't know like that there was a guy at Master, or they targeted the wrong player. It was something early round costed them there. Mid round, late round, I mean, it is what it is. 3v4, you're not going to get picks. That is a very hard execute.
Let's go. No, you should keep doing that.
I felt like I was part of the team. Like, you know, it was our prediction. We're part of that win.
You wish.
All right.
No. Anyways, Shopify, do man.
Any content games yet? Not really. Unfortunately. NA's kind of boring right now. Could that game technically be one? Maybe, but I'm gonna hope DZ versus Wildcard. I'm gonna hope there's a banger about to happen.
You know, with the games before, I felt like they were making a lot of their mistakes. This is why they were losing rounds. Where this game, it was a lot more convincing that it wasn't necessarily them making mistakes. Oxygen was just better within those rounds.
Yeah, Shopify was just playing the objective game really well on their attacks, and to the point where even when they're in man-down situations, they knew when the case is down, they have amazing players.
Matches aren't really content games, yeah.
Put them in places to win. But for OXG, I mean, it's a little...
We'll see if we get one. If not, I do plan on trying to do a little bit of the bank strategy. I think I had a new idea for it that should help me with time-wise and make it a little easier for me. I'm going to change the format of how I've been making the strat videos.
They did the exact same thing. It sat back. They didn't seem like they were problem-solving.
I think a little less in-game, me running around, and a little bit more me showing a blueprint and showing where default walls and stuff go, and then me showing like strats used in Pro League and kind of explain the whys. That's kind of my idea right now. Less on your plate with editing, more like I just have tabs open and just show and like Epic Pen and stuff like that. Maybe? I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I think it'll be easier for me in my brain, at least, to be like, hey, bank basement, this is what a normal bunker looks like. I can show you 3 examples from different teams. I could show you Shopify, I could show you Falcons, I could show you FaZe or G2 or whatever, some bank games. All of them are running the same thing with like small variations, but I can show you like what I think is a good cookie cutter defense and how to play it, how to properly time waste in the right spots, why we're time wasting in certain spots, what the end round should look like, that kind of thing.
I mean, 13-9 in the game. Again, Spoit is such a highlight reel of a player, and we don't get to talk about it as much or see these moments due to the fact that everyone on that roster, like you were saying, is able to pop off at any given moment.
Exactly, and one of the people who we haven't spoken to from this roster yet is Surf, who is ready for the interview. So, Surf, lovely to meet you. Congratulations. Another points added to the tally. How has the journey been for you with this Shopify roster? How have the last couple of games been? What has been your main takeaway?
Well, what's up, first of all? What's up?
There's that smile. I was wondering where it was. You had that stone cold killer face on you.
Right now, for us, we're just taking it game by game. I mean, we have a lot of good players on our team, so we're expected to win. But at the end of the day, we're still barely a team for like a month and a half now with Spoit. For me, my takeaway is kind of just let Spoit and be killing everybody.
But also get some cinematics for it from like a match replay. I could do a little bit, and that's what I was doing in some of the other strat videos. Those just take time. I have to open the game. That's why strat videos are like not annoying to make, but they could take me multiple days, many hours. And I'm trying to figure out a streamlined way to get more, like, keep them entertaining, but get
anything
you know,
that you guys are
maybe at least
worried
one of
about
them at a
or
week.
looking forward to playing against better opponents?
Yeah, so for us, it's not really about who we're playing. Every team we take with the same amount of seriousness and the same amount of competitiveness. It's more so just taking it game by game and really just fixing what we need to fix, because every team will abuse our mistakes if we let them. So.
Yep.
For
True.
sure. Well,
True.
Surf, congratulations. I do want to see a little more of a smile out of you, because I'm not getting enough energy from you, because I saw you in that.
Shopify's just dialed. They're like old DZ, just like they ain't happy unless they win. Dialed. Took a break, just got back into the game. You got all this up on your YouTube already or something? I only have, like, I'm going site by site, and I'm only doing like attack or defense. So far I only have consulate, CEO attack, and lair master attack.
Held myself to a pretty
There's
high standard.
so many more I have to
It's
do,
just
obviously.
a matter of getting the same amount of, like, the same people around me. They hold themselves to the same standard, and now that I have those people surrounding me with experience, it makes my job a whole lot easier, because they have the experience, and I just kind of take away everything from them, pretty much.
Awesome.
And it's like I
Thank you so much for
could do, like, I've seen some other people do when they do strat videos, they'll do like maybe a whole map, like here's how to attack lair.
I love how you kept asking for, like,
That's gonna be a long video, guys. I yap, and I like to try to be in depth a little bit. And like even just master attacking lair, that video was like what, 18 minutes?
I am done and dusted.
It was like 18 minutes, I believe. So I'd rather break it up. Plus, it allows me to pump out more content if I can get good at it. Yeah, Aspirin's the editor.
And then we'd cuddle up all in bed.
And Aspirin, that is, I mean, that would be helpful if, as you're watching the video, you have an idea like, wow, this would be really cool if, you know,
No, Lax was so good at those foot rubs. You were amazing at it.
if this was done in like a cinematic kind of way, that would all, I mean, obviously be helpful. But yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Aspirin is my Go editor. That is helping me. We are growing together. My YouTube has been alive the last 2 weeks. High Bear is helping me with thumbnails, and I also have Cypher, who's been making my more recent thumbnails, the last 3. Unfortunately, he's on a little bit of a break. So right now I'm just kind of relying on High Bear, which is...
But, you know, best team is a stretch.
Videos might be a little bit delayed because High Bear, he's a busy guy. He's obviously streaming, making his own YouTube content.
I wouldn't necessarily put them. I think
So I don't know if I'm going to keep pumping out like a video a day.
Maybe not good. I was gonna say the other way, but I don't know if I can curse on the broadcast. I was like, someday maybe good, someday maybe not. But either way, we're gonna be back with the maybe good game. Definitely the good game after the break.
The maybe good game. I'm hoping so. Out of curiosity, during timeout, how do you word everything you want to say in so little time you get? It's tough. It's pretty tough. I talk really fast. You almost have to talk like an auctioneer, because sometimes, you know, by the time the timeout goes through and your players are listening, you got like 50-ish seconds. And sometimes there's a lot to go over, right? And you'll see, if you guys watch the G2 game, I have that game up on my on the YouTube. You hear a Romalio timeout, G2's coach, and unfortunately his mic was muted, which happens. Maybe they didn't unmute him. So by the time he was able to talk, he had like 35 seconds, and the only thing he was really able to go over was for one site, strategy-wise, which was really good. They ended up winning the round because of it, but putting mirror on the outside walls, impact tricking, denying them. So yeah, it could be tough. It could be tough. How many words a minute a caster like Captain Flowers can output? Yeah, no, I believe you. I believe you. Hi, Millie. Wait, when did you get put in here? Get thrown in? Hi. Oh yeah, with the language barrier for sure. Absolutely. No interest. No interest in the bone. Majority of my timeouts, they're more focused on strats or fundamental comms pacing. I'm a strat guy. I personally, and I also very much value coaches that know ball. And will also give some strat advice. But some teams don't need that. Like some teams really, and sometimes, like your timeouts vary, right? Like sometimes it is more fundamental things. Like your team is first dead a lot. Oh, modern. Holy shit. Alec, can you handle that one? Points got used to timeout. Yeah, your timeouts definitely vary though. On unwanted, we get first picked a lot, so a lot of my timeouts would have to be about like maybe slowing down the gameplay, maybe doing this, maybe doing that. Right? Maybe if we're not talking about the right things, like maybe we're not talking about how these guys are going for first picks, or maybe how they're falling back after they get the first pick and we need to speed up our mid round. Just like little input things, right? Can I move? You're blocking the dog. Oh, that's on me. Here, let's get a full screen on dog. I don't think she likes being in here very much. She just got thrown in here by her mom. And she has her bone. But, yeah, she wants out. She wants the hell out of here. Yeah. No interest. No interest at all. It's a nub. She's got a little nub for a tail. Target banning? Like ops? I think it's good. If you have free ops. She's begging for playtime. I'm trying. It's like more scared than anything. She's not usually in this room. Here you go. He's scared. I tried. Door open. She is gone. All right. Title change while I remember. DZ Wildcard, guys. Bomb. Like spirits, for example, everyone target ban shields against them. Yeah, shields or Ying or something like that. The thing is, not every team has someone that's worth it for target banning, right? Not at some levels. You know, at some levels, maybe they're really bad with shields. But I think it's very good to not have to permaban something and having free bans so you can target ban. Peak, thank you for the 2-month resub. Happy 2 months, man. Thank you so much. Happy 2 months, Peak. Welcome back. If it's any consolation, I too went out, doggo. That's crazy. My bad, hate. My bad.
Top dogs of the league going up against the middle of the pack. DarkZero against Wildcard here on the NAL on our 5th play day. First one of week 3. I'm Jeannie, joined with Fox and Lax. And this is the game that I have been looking forward to because why not?
Well, why? Why have you been?
Yeah, why? Because why not?
Siege, that's probably gonna be one-sided.
No, I think it could be potential to be. Oh, my cards are flying over. I think it could be potential for a great game if Wildcard can bounce.
Pete coming in here and asking Allie about the day, about her day. That's a W right there, Peak. This is kind of an international game, is it not? Like, how many American players? All right, this advertisement is throwing me for a loop. I see you now. Okay, like we got NJR and Pamazoo. We got 5 American players in the lobby. Half the lobby is from NA here. Well, I don't say NA, but America.
But I mean, this is the definition of being flawless. This roster is the Swiss Army knife of Swiss Army knives. They have everything in their toolkit to make it work. I mean, we talk about Spirits.
This is potential for another consulate, I feel like. Both teams love consulate. At least we will not be seeing another DZ border. I'm pretty sure Wildcard are not big fans of border. We should see that getting taken out of.
We've been seeing him come alive, being one of the best players currently on the roster. A player that we haven't really spoke about too much has been NJR, but even then, in the shadows, he's still performing. He's still being at the top.
It's like you're rapping praise of every single player.
Esports side of Siege, hottest take not too many people agree with. That not many people agree with.
Maybe they call me crazy. I would say DarkZero is
Chat, what have I said?
A Furia that North America will ever see. Just 5 players that can all play their role respectfully well. Everything's syncing. I mean, will they go on to win a whole year of tournaments? I don't know. I don't think so yet. But obviously, I will say when it comes to teams in North America and what team has looked the most well-rounded, I would say this iteration of DZ has looked the best out of every single team.
Yeah, I corrected myself. We said when I said NA, I know. I thought of it. I thought of Spirits. It's Canadian.
From the rounds, but not just the fact that Nafe is doing well in his role, he's also doing great as an individual.
IGL Summit. What's this?
Wait, you didn't mention Nafe. Where's Nafe? Well, this is
sick.
IGL Summit. Duh. And clearly, he's leading his team right now in first.
What is?
Now. I mean, you see Fultz.
EP.
Point is, when you are the IGL of your roster, you are
damn hot and cold 4th rated IGL.
Where you see IGLs, you can see Troy right there sitting on a 72.
Do you guys agree with that?
The fact of the matter, when your IGL is coming into the game, not only leading that charge, setting everyone up for success, being able to indulge and take everything in and set everything aligned, but also to be able to perform, that not only is a confident IGL, but that instills confidence into the rest of the team. Even for myself being a former player.
That's the standings? Oh, is it the standings? Wait. I'm not that much of a brick. God, this
that is going to ultimately make any attack significantly
no
better. And speaking obviously from experience with you,
that's not the standings.
At the highest level you possibly can, being in the ranks with us and the scoreboard, that is only going to create success. And that's
or are we going like standings before today was played?
I said that SR was one of the best teams in the league right now, which statistically right now they are off their wins. But when you put that in comparison to
it was before okay. All right.
In terms of just sheerly how they look.
Shopify and DZ are so much better than all other teams in NA. I like watching E more. Nice. Good talk, bud.
Yeah, you're gonna assume that if your IGL's
that was his name, by the way, chat.
Strategically use your IGL or your support, but obviously if
that's W Rage Bait for Hot and Cold. He's so pissed off right now.
That makes everything that much easier in calling. Also to be able to call a strat and be able to at the same time micromanage yourself.
I believe you. I believe you guys. It was the standings at the beginning of the day. Okay, that makes sense.
Because being an IGL, it's focusing on half of your team and then half on your own play. So to be able to do both,
what's up, Hike?
Going into a playing 4v5, but you know, I guess it's not necessarily all up to individual performance because we saw Canadians up there in second, and it's not up to the bubble. It doesn't matter the size of the bubble, but it's about how the IGL uses the bubble. So I guess at the end of the day, there's caveats to both, but of course, it's always going to help if you're getting kills.
Yeah, they're going to go up against Wildcard, and if anything, this IGLing has been a little...
Guys, I don't know why. I'm just thinking we're going to see Cruelty upset M80 tonight, you know? I feel like they're about to put it all together. They're going to treat it like a scrim tonight.
Shopify being a great example of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that don't necessarily have team houses.
Favorite Brazilian team? Ooh.
Players being on the same
I know Ali's going to be like, how am I not going to say Loud? Because I do love watching Loud.
We mentioned the IGLs. I mean, Spiker has been doing a great job when it comes to Wildcard, but the biggest issue with Wildcard now is the fact that their issues have created such an inconsistency and confidence that now no one's really believing in the IGL. No one's believing in the strategy. No one's believing in the fundamentals.
Well, my favorite ones, guys, probably is Furia right now.
And you can see it in the stats.
I can't lie. It's on Bank? We're leaking? All right, chat, you heard it here first. Bank. DZ Wildcard. That makes sense. I wonder who banned Consulate.
Of NA right now, and he's been putting out a lights-out performance. So we can't even talk about just performance. It really comes down to the lack of coordination and trust amongst everybody, and that's where we find ourselves when it comes to
Wildcard, DZ, Bank.
Trust was the biggest factor onto why they were losing.
Wildcard has... Oh, your game? Oh, no one cares about... Wait, Cruelty? Wait. Cruelty on Bank. Okay, wait, hang on. Cruelty on Bank. What kind of ridiculous shit could they be doing? Wait a second. What's some scrim plays? Open area? Holy shit, they're about to hit... Okay, they're hitting the site. Lower. 5 guys dropping Vault Hatch. CEO. Probably an Amaru at some point. Ooh. Yeah, this could be Cruelty. This could be a Cruelty.
Yeah, the map veto is
absolute cinema about to happen. What map are we playing here? Okay, obviously taking out Border. Okay, DZ banning our Consulate. Okay, Bank banned by Wildcard. Labs. So we are going Club.
Honestly, this is something that I actually do enjoy, just for the simple fact that Demo, when we were casting SAL, we've always talked about you don't want to bring a team that you're better than to Clubhouse.
Yes.
But I also like the analogy, or what Demo said, is that when you go to Clubhouse, you're reassuring yourself that you are not going to allow a team to get any cheeky rounds out, that they aren't going to get any one-off rounds, because you can almost predict what a team is going to do just by based up where the side of the map is being approached and kind of where where operators are being moved around. So I actually don't mind this pick coming out. Sure, in some senses it does favor Wildcard in a sense, but I think it does a great job for DZ to be able
Why my duo just become a hater?
and not be surprised by anything, to just play a perfect game of Siege.
What teams from NA this year do you think had the ability to do well internationally? God damn it. You gotta ask this question while Hot and Cold's in here.
Just because they're the team to beat, they're going to be the ones in the driver's seat. And yes, Clubhouse
internationally, I actually think DZ and M80 are our better international teams right now. I'll think about it by the end of the season when I make a EWC power ranking. But at the moment,
I like the little UK slang you had there. So maybe
at the moment I have to, right? The core of the Beast Coast team that won an internet, like the most current major of any NA team right now. We know they can perform internationally. And DZ has been looking so good.
Having as a celebratory meal, I'm not sure it's gonna be bees on toast, because that's a no. But you know what, Ollie, just let us know, because this is terrible.
Did you see that fire piano spot that avid Mint Watcher hate? Oh yeah, you're asking Matt. Never mind. I did watch Evan do it.
Getting ready for our next matchup of the day. We've got DZ, and we are going to be headed over to Clubhouse. Wildcard on the other side of things. Now, Fox likened this DZ roster to...
All right, DZ Wildcard. DZ absolutely love Clubhouse, which is the map we're playing. 83% for DZ. But DarkZero, Nafe, favorite map of all time. He'll be the first to tell you he absolutely loves a good club. The better team will win at club. That's always been the theory coming out of Nafe over at DZ. So we already know DZ is absolutely loving this map pick. And this is a map that they can play very good default Siege. If for some reason they want to target ban Spirits and ban out some Shield and some Ying, we are going to see a Blackbeard come out. So it looks like we're not going to see the normal club Habana Ace kind of bans. I think Wildcard looks like they are going to make DZ. There's the Ying ban. They're going to make DZ play default Siege. And DZ banning Cade, banning Bandit, Wall Denial off the board. And with those double hard breachers, they're going to be able to play the default siege. Nafe wants to play default siege anyways, and Spirits, either way, still gets blitz. Ban-wise, DZ kind of looks like they're having their way at the moment with the ban phase.
Pretty Furia-esque, and hopefully this doesn't age poorly. As always, we know these things can happen.
They can do. Yep.
Not a Shopify fan. I like you only picking 2 at least. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted me to pick 4, I'm going to pick NA's top 4. I feel like that would have been a little bit of a cheat answer. So that's why I picked 2.
Wildcard came in as like sort of in a weird.
Feel like it's been a minute since we got to see Spirits play some blitz here.
And I know it's opposing to use those 2 terms
Right.
to try and describe
And it looks like it's going to be another minute because we're seeing a Glaz come out from Spirits. Jim's going to be the first site we're going to, and a Clash is on board. And the one thing that I did see that was a problem in some of the Brazilian games when we saw like Cade Bandit come out is there's just so many other power operators that you can run on defense. We have a Clash, a Mira, Castle, a Zami. A lot of problems that DZ is going to have to solve. Abana's going to open up all these castles. No mute for the castles. Spec next time they go gym, they're either going to try to counter, bring a mute, or honestly drop the castle because I don't know how much value we're getting out of it.
They are going to be attacking into gym and bedroom.
I mean, another thing we can talk about. I mean,
Wildcard.
Every player on this roster has above a
Going for an extended hold, extended onto the rafters with the zombie. He's also got impacts. He could be impact tricking this cash wall here. They have a C4 over the wall for the default. NJR should not be able to just open this wall for free. Should be contested. There's the C4 that goes out. Nick Jr. doesn't go down, just ends up baiting it out. Wall should be open here, or are we going to see an impact? Impact ended up missing. Wall open.
Kansas has been one of the most consistent forces in North America, and frankly,
Mira's so annoying with these bans. DZ though with a really good clear. They just glass smoked the rafter door. Bay had to get the heck out of there. Nafe, I'm sure, shooting air jabs up in the rafters as well. Bay had to run for his life.
Now that Bay has fallen, if Kansas pressured too much, Spiker might have to put that shield down, get aggressive, but also be careful on red stairs not to
Wildcard not giving up control. A lot of teams you'll see fall back, try to play a late round execute here, but I think this is good out of Wildcard. Again, don't give him that control. Don't let the Glaz kind of do whatever he wants. Don't let the Deimos kind of use the tracks late round. Make DZ push you out of here. As I say that, we are starting to fall back slowly. They still have the Clash, though.
That's exactly what this utility is going to be for. Nath still has an air job in pocket for a little bit later on into the round. Maybe when they've taken a bit more control, that's going to get sent out as well. We do see that jacuzzi wall has been opened now by NJR. Both
so Bay went down, no impacts. Obviously, no other way to deny hot tub, even though there was a mirror on it.
And those castle barricades lasted all of about 20 seconds into the round, and they were gone pretty much straight away. The next stage is the most important. It's all about this execute in the final 30 seconds. DZ have all of the options open.
That is really good late round aggression there from Baby Shark. They don't have the Azami to play in gym, but he's going to play in here with Castle. Good trades. Not letting him go for an execute here. I think it's the right choice from Wildcard. DZ are really, really good at executes. So I think that late round aggression pre-planned. Really good this round.
About 45 seconds now.
Mr. Nick Jr. in an unwinnable position. Dash.
All that praise for DZ to start.
That was a good defense from Wildcard. Maybe they could do something a little bit better. Azami almost a free kill. Raptors position. That was a good start play from DZ.
That engagement, it just opens up Jim entirely.
I'd ask for your top 2 from you, but I think you'd pick VP Falcons. Yeah, I would definitely pick VP Falcons, especially internationally. It's an EWC event. Falcons have never lost in Saudi, and VP is VP on international events, you know. I would definitely pick them too. But in my top 4, and like Secret is there. I do think Secret's a little bit of a dark horse.
Just unfortunate that Spirits decides to smoke at that.
And G2 have looked much improved.
Better swing onto things, and it's Baby Shark in tucks behind the weights that does the business. Picks up Citizen as well.
Baby Shark and Dash living together? Yes, I believe they're both in Canada. Because of visa issues, they can't be at NA with the rest of the team at the team house. So we've seen other teams do it. Spoit, when he was on M80, I believe was put somewhere in Canada.
Really excellent resilience. I mean,
I believe even right now, I think him and Troy are both in Canada.
They got to fall back soon, and right as I thought that, they did. Even honestly, like, I think they probably should have done it 5 to 10 seconds prior, but I'm not going to blame them for getting more than they bargained for. Not going to blame them for getting...
All right, not going lower, and I think this is the right choice. I think this is the right defensive site rotation. Because you have that mirror up, you can abuse it. I know you don't have Cade and Bandit, but you can abuse this mirror.
I'm the only one who can verify that I actually thought that. So, you know, that's how you know it's good.
They almost got a kill from it last time, taking down NJ.
Exactly. That's like ultimate truth.
Here, they're bringing triple hard breach. They didn't want to even have to worry if they were to get impact tricked or anything. Nafe's going to use 2 ace. Open up that side for free, and it looks like DZ is going to want to take Master over.
And something we actually didn't talk about much were the bans. Cade Bandit, I don't think if you've
Which is good. You know, Spiker on a zombie in garage is a very good rafter operator. Dash on Jaeger. Garage takes just, in my opinion, a lot harder. And Wildcard's also forfeiting the control on the Master side. And I think, in my opinion, that's just kind of how Siege is played. If this side is free, then I feel like you just take this side. And they're going to have really powerful execute ops. They have Spirit on Blitz, who was probably going to get sent like a weapon at the red stairs player. Citizen on Capitao. Going to be able to burn anyone behind green box.
It's going to go into that sort of no man's land between not getting the kill and not getting the Selma. It's going to be Pamba.
Called somebody lower. Going for picks here. Spirit's just walking with Blitz, getting a ton of map control for his team. He almost doesn't need kills. And like, if you look at his stats, he's not even having like the craziest stat season, but the impact he has, just walking at people and pulling attention for his teammates, honestly has been like one of the main X factors for DZ and why they're having such a good season right now, good stage.
Still, that wouldn't have affected Pambazu opening things up on the 2 separate players. Dash and Bay down. 50 seconds remaining. I mean, you got... Sure,
5v3. This should just be a pretty powerful execute from DZ. Spirit staying alive with Blitz.
Can't really rotate all that far.
Want to see what we're going to do with the Capitao. They do have a Warden, so you don't want to smoke it. Wildcard needs to do some type of late round aggression. Pambazu walking up, pulled attention. Maybe a little bit missed time. Kansan with the big 2K here. That's a nice ADS from Spirits. He knew it was Warden. Was going to turn on the goggles. Went for the ADS. Baby Shark, good kill on NJ, but shouldn't have jumped in. That was a mistake. That was a big mistake from Baby Shark to jump in out of Blitz right there. Could have just held raft control. They wouldn't have been able to plant. Oh, he almost kills the planter. He has no idea. Spirits is going to win this 1v1 every single time. The actual king of shields. Really good value.
We know that Spirits is a good shield player, but boy, oh boy, he played that exceptionally well on the Blitz. There's a lot of areas of vulnerability.
So good on shields. Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest thing that he brings is just knowing when to take engagements. Like, again, downstairs, he was going for that clear. He didn't ADS. He didn't overforce his hand, right? He just walked. He just got intel. Pambazu able to get a kill. We saw someone from Khan drop down also to be able to help with it. And then when they did go for the execute, again, he saw Warden in the red hall. Knew that Warden was just going to turn his goggles on. He was already ADS going for the kill. Movement-wise, just so clean on the Blitz. Now, let me clean up real quick.
When I saw him activate the goggles, I was like, oh dear, this is going to be one of those moments where...
I hope Spirits watch this back now. Also, Spirits is going to be feeling it. Fett put out a video recently, just absolutely glazing the living hell out of Spirits. And if I know one thing, that guy watched that right before the match. Even if he watched it last night, that guy watched it right before the match. Get all that positive affirmations in his head. Boost the ego a little bit.
CCTV. Now we go to basement. Maybe just something small. something small just to try and trip DZ up a
Do you think we're gonna see less Cade Bandit bans as stage goes on? I do. I don't think Cade Bandit is the best bans on this personally. I think I agree with the Brazilian meta, which is starting to go along the lines of like Cade Mira. I think the Mira tricking and everything on the outside walls, the potential to get C forward. I think it's just like Mira's just so annoying. We could see DZ ban Mira, and I think we will see DZ ban Mira third.
Of course, it's fine right now. Is within the first minute. You can see Baby Shark take
Since we have seen it every single defense so far at a Wildcard. Unless they have another ban to counter and try to change their game plan a little bit.
Force them to clear it, and then you just immediately fall back because you don't need to. Especially as Ollie pointed out, without the Cade on the board to delay those hatches.
I'm taking current Furia over old Penta for sure.
Because they're already going to be able to get those hatches pretty easily.
No offense to anybody. I played back then, but there was a bunch of plumbers playing in back in the day. Game was a little bit different. It's like
Could see some counterplay through the vert hole.
you know, saying current NBA players versus old NBA players. Like the game was just different.
Typically fantastic at countering that impact trick. I'm also quite intrigued as to why there's not a mirror window placed on that church wall. I know it's likely that the church wall's...
That timeout was crazy. Oh shit, Dirty's still here. How long was that timeout? My god.
On the overview there, we can see it's actually...
Lower. Wall is completely soft. Church.
Onto that. Obviously, it can be shot through quite easily.
Where are the walls? We're downstairs in a 5-man bunker with a minute left up in time. Try to shoot the canister, just hide himself there. Little late. They do have a smoke with 2 smokes playing around blue. No, he actually is in church. Never mind.
It is a bit tricky, but he is on that moto hatch. We still got 45 seconds remaining. Blue control effectively.
There we go. Now he's in church.
Playing passively on the corner. And so NJR
Did get himself into a good position here.
There's no execute coming from behind it though.
But DZ are taking their time, and they obviously still have spirits on moto or in moto. I think we're about to see Blitz run through, guys. This is looking. Oh man, I gotta be. Love me Blitz running through moto door, guys. You know what I'm saying? Wow.
That's it. That's all that matters.
Too easy. Grimbees, too much of an execute. Wildcard need some type of mid-round, late-round aggression. Do not give DZ these free executes here. It is almost too easy for them.
There's got to be a hiccup in the setup there, I think, from Wildcard. I feel like they just left too many gaps, and there was never a potential for a late-round flank. There was never a potential for somebody to, you know, pop up out of nowhere and really cause a ruckus. That's maybe where they fell. They just gave up a little bit too much control too quick.
5 years younger? Thanks. Appreciate that, Peak.
For a little bit longer. Not with any sort of...
I might get carded right now. Would I consider a co-stream with Fet ever? I keep my options open. I would co-stream with almost anybody. I do like doing it solo. It's like different feels. Like I do like doing it solo because I love the interacting with chat aspect. And it's also pretty easy to record and keep it as a YouTube video because I can just talk about the game. But I also do like co-streaming with people because, you know, there's that back and forth a little bit. Just different vibe.
Heading back to Jim Bedroom now. Only round they've dropped so far. First one, Wildcard were able to win. Talked about resilience, and it was very much, not only in terms of how the round played out, but also in the formality. NGR got the first kill on Bay, and Wildcard were able to...
All right, back to the gym site, which was their only win. And again, they got a little bit aggressive here. I thought we were going to see a Mira ban, but we're not. We're going to see a zombie ban instead. So we are running the same operators. This time we are running mute for those windows, and we saw Pambazoo on Habana, right? But now, because of the intel game, he's going to go Cali here. This is a good counter. So Wildcard tried to counter him opening those castles instantly with Habana, but here we go. We're going to see him doing the same exact thing. Now he just goes Cali. Castles open instantly again.
The same level of impact. Citizen was a bit of a menace on the Deimos previously. Obviously the mute providing a little bit of sanctity for when you are tracked with that death mark. Nothing going to stop the wall from getting opened nice and early. That exthermic can be placed nice and high from Nath. He's switched over onto the thermite.
All castles open.
This time. Spirit's still going to be rocking that.
And he got hatch open.
The true potential of it. The biggest question mark again.
You see a lot of Cali on this site.
Fantastic for opening. A lot of these castle
For that main reason right there. Also for the Mira. He does still have one.
You've got a sniper and then a really fast firing SMG. So care for Pambazoo.
C4 lineup from Spiker. They're just going to try to bait this out.
He's going to be operating in.
Nafe's not going to give him a freebie here.
Didn't really have
Are we got to smoke? What are we doing here? That's unfortunate from Spirits. A lot of people don't know this drone hole angle.
You do have Pamazoo with a
But
lot
that's,
of
I've seen Hot and Cold get way too many freebies from that. There's the C4 stop. Didn't get the kill, but did get the thermite. Now they can't open tub.
No more hard breaching. That is
Yeah, no more hard breach. They have to rotate back over. They got to take server side here. Look like they wanted to do a direct take. Here comes a pivot.
Not too much that can be done with that sort of a...
This is good for Wildcard. They still have Clash over here. They still got this C4 throw about to go out. Clash is going to call it. So Bay will call as soon as they're about to walk in. Boom, there's the C4. Citizens ready for it, though. Spirits does end up walking in Red Hall. Holding the run back.
Head-to-head with the Clash. Tags Kansan.
Nave does catch Kansan. Running back. Baby Shark. Weird aggression there from Baby Shark.
And immediately 2 players on plat. Spirits push
I think Wildcard just need to come up with a better plan. Like, when do we want to get aggressive? Are we falling back? Because now we have to go for kills. Oh, we didn't see his foot. Now we have to go for hero plays. Time was not on DZ's side. I think they could have fell back and then went for some type of late round aggression, synced as a team, organized.
Everybody take up that position and not let off the pace for a single second.
That's a good C4. Now imagine they had another body or two up. This would have been a wildcard round if we didn't get that early aggression. Dash, nice swing. Again, not letting DZ set up. I like this late round aggression out of him. Spiker, we need one from you. Unfortunate, Spiker's going to go down. Okay, Dash. 1v2. Dash, are we seeing the reload? Dash, we are. Absolutely clutch. That is exactly the Dash that Wildcard needs to show up. That is why they were so successful at reload. Absolutely clutch.
Decision this week because these two were playing each other and I wanted to make a substitute in my fantasy. Dash was my lowest rated player and I wanted...
Do you really need Nomad? Nomad's just going to be for that Clash.
Do I get rid of Dash?
Not letting him go for those mid-round powers.
One of them's going to do quite... It was a very difficult decision. I chose to keep Dash. And I, of course, picked Nath up as well.
All right, that's 2 rounds, and it's very clear to me where and what Wildcard need to do. They won both their gym defenses when they went for those late round aggression plays power around the 40-second mark. That is where you catch DZ. When they think they got the map control and they're setting up that last piece to execute, and then you give them that surprise element, right? We need to see them do that on the other sides, though. Not give away free picks. Not make the game easier for DZ by giving them some early free picks, some 1v1s. Let Spirits kind of bully you for some early picks. Spirits on Deimos, which is used to be a signature operator for him.
And it is basement.
Before he was playing Shields, Spirits was a very, very good Deimos. Surprised we're not seeing him go more in meta, though, and run the shotgun on Deimos.
We're not exactly long on it, especially since Hibana is unbanned. All the hard breachers are unbanned. Pamazoo moving in very quickly. Remember, Bay was rotating up top for a decent amount of time last time. I think Pamazoo probably just moving in a position to cut him off.
Amber does have a great line there through the bottom of bar, and you can see some drones working ahead of him. A full stack, a full roster of players ready and waiting to be tracked, and Spirits already starting to zero down on a few. Kansan playing at the top of these cast stairs. We've seen him do some damage from this position before. He hasn't really got the same level of support or utility around him. He does have a mirror window to play off the back of, and he has got Bay, but that's about the limit of things at the moment. As Bay gets droned there inside a garage, he's going to be forced down.
Ooh, Kansan able to light him up a little bit. C4 goes out, but Spirits... I feel like that C4 went off. I'm not entirely sure if Spirits is still alive, but either way, he somehow gets away with it.
And this is what I was talking about. Maybe overstaying our welcome, and early round not good for Wildcard. giving 2 free picks. Baby Shark on 1 HP as well. This is just making it so easy for DZ. They're so good in these early rounds. They're so practiced.
Despite having 2 people up top, did not really have anybody playing around blue stairs aggressively to actually help their entry back.
This is where you catch them. Again, more mid-round. Good pick from Dash. Having a great game. 8 kills.
There was also a lot of people cutting off those rotations.
Unfortunately, it might just, like, again, Baby Shark, 1 HP. Not looking too good. Plus, they have 5 Grimbees. Still got a Deimos track out. And Nafe on that sense.
The problem that they're going to have.
They do need Citizen to start making top down. There could be C4 potential, but no C4s on board.
Ideally, Pambazu would have still been alive to do that with the book and the skeleton key, and it would have happened a little bit quicker and a little bit safer. As it stands, it looks as though they've already...
We're going to see NJ completely use all his Bs on the blue side here. No mute jammers. This is going to be absolutely free. They're going to have nowhere to play. Need to see, at this point, it's desperation. I need to see a little bit of aggression from them. They did try. Dash tried to walk at main. Just ended up losing the fight. Baby Shark with 2. Unfortunately, everyone else fell around him. Still the right idea, but they need to keep bodies alive and stop with these 3v5s. They're making the game way too hard on themselves.
It's a good back and forth game so far. It isn't horrendously one-sided. I think that last round is probably one of the most defining rounds that we've seen so far. DZ with a super quick clear. Yeah, they lose Pambazu early on, but it doesn't really slow them down too much. Look at this. We've got a brilliant like free view there of just seeing multiple guns all trained in one direction. DarkZero really committing to that roam clear. And quite rightly so. If you're attacking the basement, you need to full commit. You've got to have everybody pulling in the same direction. And if there's a couple of players upstairs off site, get them cut off and get them dealt with. It's always going to make your life a lot easier in the later portion of the round. Wildcard choosing to mix things up, choosing to stick to a bit of a rotation here and take us up to CCTV for their last defense. Of course, a very close round last time, single-handedly won by Spirits on the Blitz. This time, he will be playing the Monty, but still good support of hard breaches being brought. Not quite the 3 that we saw in round.
How do you decide when to retreat? It's usually just a feeling. When you know, like, key pieces of map control, right? They're getting a little bit too close. That kind of thing. Maybe they wanted to take the fights onto them, but it's usually pretty planned. Like, if they do this, then we're going to do this, right? If they open this, then we're going to fall.
Oh, it was that round you wanted me to play.
Sorry, I thought it was the other second floor site. My bad. My bad, guys. It's a pretty standard setup, though. I mean, you got the 2 hard breaching, of course, and the thing we introduced off of it is Pambazu floating from the Hibana to the ground.
All right, CCTV, surprised to not see the mirror come out from them again. I feel like that at least gave NJ some problems with Thermite. We are seeing more of a garage counter. They're bringing Wamai and Jaeger because they don't have a zombie up. Probably also do.
Spirits is just put off at the moment from walking through. The Woolbub's there and he knows...
DZ might go for a garage take, so they are stacking that.
You can hear that.
There also is a roam going on. Baby Shark over in construction was master side, so he was contesting DZ's last take when they did a master take. Did not want to give him too much. Overall, pretty good defense from Wildcard. Pambazu taking underneath control. And we are going to see them try to burn some ADS. Citizen's going to try to get some fires off, but this is going to be a lot for them to burn.
A lot of players wanting to get aggressive either on that double window or the double door and lounge to catch anybody off guard outside of garage.
I think they know it's too much to burn, so they ended up smoking the wall, acing it open. This is really good. Spiker is actually stuck here. Literally cannot stand up. Spirit's just trying to make a move at this point. His foot's sticking out. Might be able to see that. Spiker is on an island right now. Someone's going to have to do something. This is really good from Spiker. The fact that he's just not moving. Citizen coming in, but ADS is... Where's the Wamais? Wow, I can't believe that capfire got off. That's fine, though. Took him a really long time to get that initial kill. Dash is in a really good position as well.
It's going to be a big shame, and he will like...
Oh, Dash. Maybe unfortunate that he's kind of switching angles. He would have caught them walking up. Might be unfortunate that he ended up switching sides right there. Definitely could have got one.
Not with the rest of his team. It's going to leave them a little bit short. Spirits is able to get.
He's just going to try to go for a flank, but
get that plan down.
Yeah, he's putting it
is
down.
anyone going to be able to stop the bomb?
Diffuser's going down fully intact. He gets
Dash running out. Wait. Where's the rest of his team? Could someone stop the bomb going down?
Down Citizen, gunning for a third. Oh, but he misses
Oh my god. The rest, I don't know what anyone else was doing, but Dash was getting immense impact there with that flank.
Lined up right there and just missing that one kill. Maybe that
We should have been able to power something plat side.
Such a strong half up 4-2.
Oh man, that could have been huge for Wildcard.
All they did was take Garage and open up.
NJR frying. He needed to run out and kill NJR. I don't know who else he took out, but he took out the wrong player then.
Plain and as simple
Yeesh.
as that. Get a Monty. I think the Monty must have used an EMP to disable because there was so many magnets and ADSs in and around the player on catwalk.
Well, obviously really good attacks from DZ to get 4 there.
And sure enough, he gets caught off.
They were clinical, but I think Wildcard had the right blueprint. Again, that late round aggression was when they were winning. They won Jim both times with it.
They will be more than happy with that. Switching over onto that defense side.
That was probably their other best defense with potential to win.
In my opinion.
NJ just went absolutely huge.
I think it is too. I mean, obviously.
And now Wildcard on attack, which is going to be quite the task against a team like DarkZero.
But now they've gone up 4-2, where Wildcard really have need to improve has been these defensive.
Best way to defend the garage hold. Usually you'll see a lot of Azami Jaeger for the cap, make people burn. And then there's like a couple other things you could do. You could try to play underneath, right? So you don't let the Capital go underneath. You might try to play someone or something, some operator under there to contest. Echo, I think, is a really good op that you'll see. I mean, I feel like I see in Brazil more than anything. Most teams bring a Monty for that. So having Echo, really, really good. Clash. I think Clash was up, no? And we didn't see it once. Clash, I think, is a really good counter as well. Because again, it's a counter to the Monty. Kill the Monty. Kind of free. Another option is powering anybody on plat. I like to do that like when the attack is getting ready to cap fire rafters. Usually that's when their whole team is rafters, and they might leave 1 or 2 players plat. If you can coordinate at that time to double or triple swing plat.
Capital has a ton of usage.
Just different stuff like that.
Don't get me wrong. It's going to leave open quite a few toys for Wildcard to play with. The Thermite.
All right, so they took out Cade Mira, which again, I've been seeing a lot more in the SAL League, the Brazilian League. Because that way you can just run Mav. If they want to run a Bandit, which is 100% a counter. So we're not even going to see DZ bring a Bandit at this point. But it is going to be a little bit slower. Good from DZ. They are contesting map control. They are not giving the master side up for free at this point. And we do see the Mav struggling, which is why I can sometimes hate Mav. High skill operator.
Wall gets opened up, trying to find that angle onto the very player in rafters at the moment. Trying to tell, is that Citizen top rafters? No, it's Spirits actually top rafters. That's what I was curious about.
Spirits has been top rafters in a while. And he loves smoking the spot, because this is another good counter for Montanes. You just smoke off the Monty. Baby Shark, early entry on the Citizen.
Baby Shark's found Citizen though. You can see Nave, look at this off angle he's taken.
Taking their time for these picks, and do they know Nafe's and Jim? He's on the hatch, ready to drop if he gets found.
Do they know? Is NGR's taking so much of the attention?
Wow, they obviously didn't know because Nave kills Bay. And now he's gone.
Opens the hatch too.
Very good roam from Nave. Good help from DZ as well. Nick knows he has this guy stuck, and Nick is confident. He is licking his lips right now. Give me Baby Shark. Challenge him again. No, don't back off. Ah, come on. Nick wanted that guy. Don't blame him at all. Oh, he got another one. Oh, he got Baby Shark as well. That's the NJR that I know. Spiker, 0-5, and in a 1v3 at this point. Another good DZ round. I think might see a timeout at this point.
Ollie, he didn't
DZ
have
looking
to
good,
roll
and this is their playground.
4v3. They haven't cleared out Garage.
Is this guy questioning NJR right now?
And does he keep doing it? Yeah, against...
This guy is questioning. Sorry, Lynx. We don't question
But does he get one kill now?
NJR. That guy knew Buck was stuck and 1 HP.
A plan and do so successfully. Round 7 was not it.
No, it really wasn't. Time for a timeout. Wildcard are going to use this time.
30 seconds left. Let me...
Pose themselves a little
What did Wildcard ban? Did this get updated?
This game is really starting to run.
Did we update the ban phase?
Basic things that you're looking at and you think, okay, you've lost a player walking through.
Wildcard took out Lair, Cafe, Border, Bank.
You've got a player inside a Logi. So why are you not helping them? Why are you not freeing Baby Shark up there?
I don't know. Maybe they don't play Cafe. I don't know. Taking DZ to club, where they absolutely bullied Furia.
It seems to be taking.
I mean, this is DZ's playground.
Wildcard's energy right now to do.
Still not used to the baby phase. Neither am I. When I look up in the camera, trust me, I'm thrown off as well. Just give me a couple of days. It'll be back.
Characteristic of some of the problems we've seen them have on attack previously. Not only taking ages to do the simple things, but even when they get a game plan figured out.
That HEB over there? That's HEB.
Not saying this happens, but sometimes it's Dash being too far ahead. Sometimes it's Baby Shark being on an island.
Is Natalie happy it's gone? No, actually, no. Surprisingly. I took it off, and she said, I actually kind of like the stash. So... I think she also thinks that the hair went a little too short. I think she kind of liked the little bit longer. But it's kind of like, it's a big change, right? It's not like when girls get their hair cut, it's like a trim. This is a big change. Facial hair gone. Quite a lot of hair gone.
That's what it comes down to now, isn't it?
Is Club the basic map every team should be able to play? It is a fundamental map, yeah. Like this map completely comes down to fundamentals. And my theory on Club is like the better team will win Club. That's kind of how I think Club is. If you're the better team, you'll win Club.
Double positive. Spirits 5-2. There's not enough kills to go around at the moment for everyone that wants one on the side of DZ.
Bay also 1-7. I didn't see he was struggling so much. Right now they're international players, Baby Shark and Dash, kind of stepping up. Need to see more out of Bay, I feel like, specifically here.
Damning stat lines over on that side of things, and it's not going to get any easier on the attack. DZ have made themselves a little labyrinth over there with some...
Jim, and this is just a...
They've got plenty of soak
direct take out of Wildcard. Lots of cheese ops. They're switching it up. After that timeout, they probably talked about going a little bit quicker. Don't give in to DZ right now.
Slow down this push from Wildcard.
We're going to see Spiker on Ying, which could get huge use. There's no Warden up. We got Grimbees. We're about to have a Blitz dropping down the Logi hatch. They got Logi control, but DZ just doesn't need to panic. Losing Logi control is not the worst. Dash, fortunately, gets blinded there. Aggressive swing, but does end up getting Pambazoo. Citizen in a 1v3.
All the pieces placed, the setup established.
I'm very surprised DZ didn't read into that a little bit sooner.
His own bomb site. He got 2 kills too. Started 2-7, now up 4. But the diffuser's down. The whole team.
After a timeout, though, this is a great tempo shift. Again, very surprised DZ didn't read into it, though.
Given time for Wildcard to completely set up in their post-plant positions. 1 in Logi, 2 in Logi.
But after this round, I feel like the only thing they're going to be talking about is the only way these guys can win is they're going to cheese us. They're going to go fast. Let's just be ready for stuff like that.
That is what we needed to see from Wildcard.
Much better from Wildcard. I think they've pulled.
Why does G2 hate Club so much? I don't know. I think they think it's too default, and they would rather play. I mean, their play style is like not.
Maybe just not aware and not ready for something quite so.
Like they rely on a lot of lurks and stuff like that, and maybe it's just hard for them to do it on Club, right?
Slow going. Everything's been fairly well telegraphed.
Why the tub on that defense? For time waste. I actually kind of like it. So they have Pambazoo on a zombie, and he could easily contest Rafters for a little bit. In fact, for 40 seconds, if a team just brings aces up, right? So if they go if spawn up an ace, that's 40 seconds of additional time waste. And then before the wall opens, Pambazoo can cross back onto red. At that point, you're talking probably 2 minutes in the round. We're just spitballing here. Probably 2 minutes in the round. And then you have Pambazoo with 4 or 5 Kibas, able to hold down red stairs. Very good time waste.
Execute is very small. You don't have a lot of execute. You're coming from outside the building, directly inside, right by the site. Here on basement, you can't really do that. You can. There are ways, but it's a lot more difficult, and it usually requires some intel.
I believe he was more red side. When I've seen them run this defense before, it was for the CC wall.
It's also great to see they can commit and fulfill a plan set at the beginning of the round. Ali, I don't know if you disagree, but I'm really looking right here because there's going to be...
And I believe I did see him over there.
...to be sure. You're going to have to react a little bit more to what DarkZero actually do in the round, in the defense. And if Wildcard can coordinate well there, could have a game.
Spirits hopping on the Clash. This is exactly what we wanted to see. We need to see some Clash tech. If anyone's going to show me some Clash tech, it's going to be Spirits. Pambazoo. Caught moving a little bit too much.
Great coordination.
Try to go lounge. That's a good pick from Wildcard, and now we're going to see him up-tempo here. But here comes Spirits. Goyo's popped out. They can't rush. They have to stall.
No hesitation on popping that Vulcan.
And we're going to see Spirits come over and stuff. No blue rotate.
I thought it was Blackbeard. I'm like, how is Blackbeard in the site? But it's still only a temporary solution because Kansan has control of blue, and Blackbeard can immediately walk in once that fire dissipates, and we've still got 1:50 remaining. Only caveat. How firm is Wildcard's control in the main stairs side? Because somebody could rotate up there. We've got drones watching it. Okay, this is looking really good from Wildcard with everything they've got set up.
Does he have an Ash Charge? Doesn't matter. Okay, he can trick it anyway. No air jabs. That's the last piece of util, really. Nothing. Yeah, Clash is going to be able to do whatever Spirits wants to do right now. Nothing they could do. No EMPs. No Ash Charges, no nades, no air jabs, just 1 flashbang. 3 flashbangs, sorry.
Bit of rotation.
This is going to be really hard for Wildcard here.
Solid minute now. You can feel the momentum starting to shift a little bit. Not only with that kill acquired by
They do have the map. We are going to see a Baby Shark lurk down Moto. Try to get behind Spirits. This might be good. I just got to pull Spirits' attention here. This is, yeah, really good. Dash able to find the gap. Another good kill on the Knave.
Caught reloading. Some fight from DarkZero, but with NGR, the top player on low.
Nick Jr. with 2? Oh my god, Baby Shark falling. 4v2. Just letting DZ just pick them apart. Where were the trades, Wildcard? Where were the trades? That should never happen. Oh, that ain't never happening.
Goes to waste off the backs of NJR and Spirits.
It's a shame as well because you look at the way that Wildcard played the opening portion of that round. They get the pick so early.
Do Wildcard probably just take out the Clash at this point? Was it that annoying? Do we think DZ's gonna, or are we gonna go for the Azami ban, which they are running a ton? Neither. We're gonna see a Fenrir ban. Okay.
Was also the lowest because the immediate
Ying taken out.
Right, push oil pit, push down blue. We're just gonna take it, and immediately the momentum starts to drain out of it. Vulcan canisters slow him down. Ingredients around the map.
DZ with the tack pause. I think this is smart from Kenny. They did win the round, but you can kind of see what Wildcard are trying to do right now. And they are getting themselves in some really good positions after their timeout. I think if Kenny's seen something, maybe they're not talking about in-game. This is a really good time to use a timeout. Make sure we're not going to give away any more free round wins, any more free early picks.
This might be a little bit more to do with what happened in round number 8, I think, than necessarily what happened in
Stop any momentum Wildcard might be happening.
Two of the rounds you've won have involved NGR going massive.
Fenrir seems strange.
Especially in round 9 with NGR and Citizen needing to clutch a 2v4 to actually win it in the first place. And
yeah.
Problematic. I think the more worrying trend is 3 rounds in a row.
I don't know why we're worried about the Fenrir a little bit on this map.
A 100% opening pick rate for the attack at the moment.
Wow.
Doesn't mean
What a shot from Nick.
100%. The attack.
Knowing that Nick is in dirt, though, right there, they 100% should have all ran at the guy in church and just leave Nick in dirt.
And figure out what to do. And I think it's not necessarily DarkZero making a lot of mistakes.
But it was Nick and Citizen in the 2v4, and like those are the type of players you don't want to just give once. Slower paced, more passive players that are absolutely clutch in those kinds of rounds.
You are thinking that gym bedroom where you were caught off guard by that set play. You've just seen they do it again. You've just seen Wildcard have a pre-made rush. They sprint in that they commit quite heavily to, as you pointed out, Ollie.
All right, back to cash.
I have a feeling what the plan is. And if DarkZero's instincts are right and that pool isn't as deep as Wildcard might be showing.
Or is this the first time we're seeing cash?
Maybe they'll call their bluff.
No. We saw NJ get the crazy. Never mind. Back to cash. Indeed.
Halfway point in the stage is
Wildcard last time tried to do master over.
I would have expected to see the Blackbeard band.
Looks like we are still kind of seeing that take.
Well, the Blackbeard or the Blitz, either or, but both are something that Dash will play.
Bay with a nice little lurk here. Dirt.
Quite a bit of success with taking that early control. For whatever the result of the round has been, you can't argue with the fact that Wildcard do use shields quite well to take early control of the map. Now, that's not game-breaking analysis, but it is something
Nick
that
wants his freebies.
rely on, and then it sort of throws into question what happens for that second half of the round, right? If they take the early control and they do well off it, or they get lucky, then they may win the round. If they don't and they end up just on an island, then sure, they're going to lose it. But you sort of roll that dice and take that chance by leaving it still in.
Well, look at it this way. You only have the option to ban 1 shield, so you know that...
Dash. Wow.
Dash has killed Pamazoo.
15 and 7. Again, Dash is... We look at his CGG. He was one of the lowest rated players coming into this game. Needed to show up for his team, and he definitely is. Unfortunately, the worst timing. Bay's having one of his worst games. Spiker 0 and 7. Cans in 3 and 8. You just normally don't see that trio struggling so hard.
So maybe that's DarkZero's logic, of course. Does require that the shield actually run into it, and Dash doesn't have to run into them when he's taking a fight outside the building. Now he's looking to clear out garage with 1 player up there.
And this is why Spirits likes to use smoke in Rafters. Good against Monty. Good against Glaz takes. If there was a Glaz at the door, he would just re-smoke into their smoke.
Using the toxic babe canisters to stem the flow of attackers through there.
Fast entry. We're going to see the DMR on Buck. Baby Shark's going to end up taking down the Rafter player. That's garage control. Obviously killed Pamazoo earlier. That's the underplayer. Last 3 players above. And only 1 C4 on Nafe. The only thing that can win the round for them. They're going to have to go for a power play or an aggressive kill here.
Not loads of time left. Still not looking bad for Wildcard here. They've got a bit of a
Wildcard, just don't bleed picks. Do not let them get anything free, please.
There on the repel from Spiker.
Think we're going to see Kansan go in for a default plant.
So Dash going to try to make some space. They also rotated up. Now on top of Logi.
Wonder if they have a cam in con. Yeah, he's going to go for the backstab on the C4. C4 down. Just Nick in a 1v3.
C4 and another down 2.
Good round from Wildcard there. Again, it's those quick plays that are catching DZ off guard. Same thing with defense. It's when they did stuff explosively, was catching DZ.
But Ollie, the plan after that, the setup.
He's the lowest rated player.
I love the rotate from Bay there to get himself into Logic.
Really?
Just to be that alternate pressure.
I think you're right. I think I actually remember seeing that. That's kind of crazy.
Somebody to that kind of position. You've got the eyes. Spiker, he's out there on the rappel. He's able to watch and cut across the side.
Wow. Minus 24. What a big game from Dash then. And again, unfortunate timing.
To keep control of Garage, but I think that opening pick from Pamba was, again, it was the start of the dominoes falling, wasn't it? It was a big undoing in the round. You question why is he there challenging that. You know, you don't know that it's a Blackbeard on the other side of it.
But that's what we like to see. Big round out of Kansan and Bay.
I get that you're a castle and your utility's already set, but
opening kill by Dash.
That fight would have been a better thing for DZ.
And now we're going to see the gym site. They won this site last time, just rushing.
Still on map point, and Wildcard are going to be fighting up against that.
Ended up bringing the Clash, which I think is going to be a little bit better at stuffing any kind of fast plays or any kind of rush that Wildcard might have. So I feel like we'll see more of a default clear out of them.
first round they dropped.
I think a default clear and just up tempo something
Point out, by the way, it's just especially weird given where it used to be a lot of Jaeger play.
would be their best bet.
Every single round, save for one, save for that basement.
Do BR players just get smoked in NAL? Just look at Los.
NJR's hands twice. Now it's in Spirits with the M80.
All right, well, Los, come on.
Of all weapons.
What are we saying about Los?
That was still a factor, though. Clearly, the way
I got no comment about that former NA team.
Wildcard, and it's nothing set. Doesn't seem like a big rush from Wildcard.
Those guys were just something else.
But will they reckon with that extension over in CC and Cash? Will they deal with it? Most teams do.
All right, I like this out of Wildcard. Open up the tub early. Threaten the site hit, right? Last time they did the site hit, Nafe's a little bit pulled. He's that midfield player. He has to play more master side holding windows. You have to respect Wildcard with their fast plays.
Just give him something. There's almost an argument to be made that there's maybe a lack of firepower.
Wow, pulling a lot of pressure here, Spiker. What are we going to see anything off it? Pambazoo, kill on the Baby Shark. Is that the window player? That looked like a full-on pull. I'm not sure what Wildcard was trying to do off it, though. Spirits on the Jaeger shotgun. Why does this guy always have tech? Why is this guy always playing the freak shit?
M870, they let Spirits slip the net like that?
Sheesh. You know, he's got a big fucking grin on his face right now. 4v2 for Wildcard.
All of that good work, all of that setup.
All the Grimbies used.
Wildcard have time to reset, but Kansan's expended all of his utility. Spiker's only got one nade. This is such a shame.
Rob got himself in. What a weird but good position here. Good setup for trades here with Nafe. I do think he maybe knows, so they're trying to nade Nafe out of that spot. Nade doesn't end up working. Clash, this is just 100% Rabs. This is perfect crossfires. Sure, we can EMP the Clash, but it's just going to be a free mirror window. Pamazoo, kill onto Spiker. And at this point, boys, just swing. Demoralize. Come on.
Will they let the 1v4 do the talking? Will they let the round
Damn. Robbie, no.
for itself? It is a shame. 1v3.
You won't. You won't. Oh, Kansan. Wait a second. Shotgun versus shotgun.
No, surely he doesn't win this. Surely he doesn't. No, shut up. No.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That would have been one of the sickest aces. Oh my god, they're laughing about that one. Yo, Nate's like, we got a little too trolly at the end there. Just a little too trolly. Holy shit. The sprint. Yeah, why did he sprint? No. Oh my god, that could have been a classic. I would have loved to watch another round. That was actually probably my favorite game so far. But good shit out of DZ. 7-4. I don't know why we're taking it to Clubhouse, but their map pool is too big as well, showing that they're definitely one of the best teams in NA. Bans are on their side. All the right players in the right roles. Most stacked team right now, I gotta say. Thank God DZ didn't lose. Yeah, that would have been a funny ass round though. Those guys would have just laughed it off. You could just see Nafe though, like, that was a little too close. We might have trolled a little too hard. All right. So we got one more match. Did that one go in already though? Let me just double check. Where we at? So technically that match didn't get input, but DZ will be, what, 5-0? 5-0 at this point. 15 will put him in first place. Shopify second place. Space Station third place with M80 yet to play. M80 obviously taking on Cruelty, who is yet to win. D tier looks like the worst team right now. Unless in scrims. M80. I think everyone's easy predict should be able to close this out, and we're going to see a very heavy still. If M80 closes it out, we're going to see a very heavy top four, all pulling away in the double digits. Unless Cruelty loads in. Unless Cruelty loads in and pretends this game's a scrim, then maybe And Hot and Cold did already leak. This map should be Bank. We might be seeing some freak shit on Bank. Maybe a Maru on CEO. Lower, I expect to see a 5-man vault drop. Open area. We all better be hitting the goddamn site. Should be seeing people locked for playoffs by tomorrow. Yeah, because it's only top 6. I was thinking the same thing, Foresight. At that point, we actually might be seeing people locked, which is crazy. Because looking at the rest of the schedule, obviously, the more exciting games are in July, guys. When we start to see like SSG versus M80, we start to see obviously that Shopify versus DZ game. We start to see that DZ versus SSG, that Shopify versus M80. But none of this is really going to matter. People are already going to be locked. It's going to be all for seeding probably. And the games that are going to be important is who's going to get 5th, 6th. Cloud9, Oxygen, who knows? Could be a banger of a match. We'll have to find out. And they just have a yearly scrim team, pretty much. There's always what's it called? Always those people that just show up in scrims, but when the pressure's on, nut up or shut up, they definitely shut up. What made you pick up Nafe when you're on DZ? So I'll say the funny way. We picked up Nafe on DZ because we couldn't get Usus and Solotov. Nafe would get a kick out of that one. Anyway, true story though. DZ at that time did try to get Usus and Solotov, ended up not working out. So had VODs and it was actually Julio who heavily recommended over anybody else. Actually, Julio, we got into a call with him and said we should be looking at Nafe. Said he's an excellent IGL, big part of their M&M success. And as soon as we watched his very first VOD, we kind of knew wait, this guy's actually kind of nasty. So, and obviously talking to him, it was an easy choice. The guy actually, he's got a really good brain for the game. I think people are finally seeing it now on the DZ that more reflects his vision of the roster. Obviously adding Kenny and Citizen and getting Spirits, which is a big weapon for him. The roster's finally coming together, I think, the way that they intended. I think people were sleeping on Nafe because obviously working with him, I think he's very, very good. He's a very good IGL. Understands the game at a very high level. Yeah, and then obviously we paired Bolo with him because Bolo's going to unretire. You're going to pick up Bolo. What did Troy thought about bringing in an IGL? Troy wanted it. Troy wanted a second voice on the team. He was more excited for Nafe than anybody. I want to hear Nafe.
If you ever call DarkZero again, fucking spanks are coming out.
All right.
What do you call G2Ella?
Game indeed. 7-3, 7-4 from the side of DarkZero, and we said
Kenny giving out spanks over there on DZ, huh? I know why they're performing so well now. Now I understand. That's on me, guys. I didn't know we were.
This was kind of expected.
I didn't know they were into the spanks. What about Cruelty on scrims? The rumor is, and not even the rumor, when I was a coach as well, I would see it. Cruelty is the best scrim team of all time. Those guys have so much cheese and so much just freaky shit that they do that catches teams off guard. They regularly shit on teams in scrims.
Yeah, that's the outcome that
the problem is I'm not seeing it at all. They're trying to play default in these matches, and
years of experience being able to break down.
I don't know why.
When things go wrong, so it doesn't really.
I don't know why.
Much micromanaging inside of the server to figure out problems. It's just about focusing on tying those gaps up, and I think DZ did a really good job at doing that. Consistency all the way through, and I love seeing Kangaroo Kenny at the end, just keeping everyone hyped because everybody on the team is always so passive after a win for the most part. So to have that energy as well, it's definitely a new and improved DZ this season that we've been seeing.
Yeah, for the Blacklight detail this time around is going to be NJR. I feel like at this point, every single one of the players on this roster has had the opportunity to be in the spotlight, which is pretty good in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that we're highlighting NJR because, like I said in the beginning of this, we don't really get to see him too much. He's kind of just, you know, a little bit of a shadow, but he's getting the job done in his respectable role, and now we're seeing it today.
Like, why are we peeking Nick in dirt?
NJR in that round specifically.
You know he's in dirt. Your teammates are calling a guy in church. Why are we peeking that guy?
It's the whole reason why, again, we talk
Leave
about
him in
DarkZero
there.
and how well that they look
Go
at
for the other
and
guy.
players, and I like what you said. They kind of remind you of similar to a Fury that you can rely on all
This DZ team's better than 2017 F3. I sure fucking hope so.
But DZ is winning, and everybody on the team can pop off, and it's nice to see NJR have a little bit more success in this matchup because since they've revitalized the team with bringing on Spirits, adding a lot more elements of aggression, NJR has always been that person that we looked at to hold a position and be able to lock it down. If you tried crossing through a window he was holding or a position like his position in Dirt Tunnel, you know, that's where you're going to find the problems. But going to a map like Clubhouse, he got to flex a little more, hold those death positions, those hard hold positions, and, you know, he always pulls a rabbit out of a hat, gets those big plays, so congratulations to him.
Yeah, and we have Panbazoo ready for the interview. First
Ooh!
speaking to him as well.
Panbazoo! Let's go!
Everybody give them a little bit of time in the spotlight. So
Robbie!
Congratulations on another win. You guys are undefeated so far. How is it for you to be in a team that is so versatile where anyone can pop off at any moment?
I mean, it's definitely amazing. I'm sure it makes Dave's job a lot easier too, but yeah, no, we're actually just so good. I think all of us are extremely smart players, and obviously we have the mechanics, so...
Self-glaze.
Yeah,
W.
absolutely. I mean, intelligence has always been your guys' key, but now since bringing on Spirits and Citizen, it looks like you guys have so much more energy, so much more life, and as, you know, that entry player for DarkZero that you've been for a long time, how much easier does it make your job when you know you have Spirits entering in on those shields, being that X factor? Does it alleviate a lot of that pressure that you have going into it first or second?
Yeah, no, it definitely makes it a lot easier to have a teammate like Zach. Like, he literally causes so much pressure for the enemy team, constantly pulling people for us, so sometimes you just get absolute freebies, shoot people in the back. It's amazing.
Well, it's Pamba party time always over there. Pamba, I gotta ask you, I mean, going to Clubhouse, it is a little bit of a risk. You know, as a player, Clubhouse is a very default map.
Ooh, I don't think it's a risk.
Weaker to be able to bounce back.
I don't think so.
Why you guys chose Clubhouse, knowing that Wildcard
That's
is
their map.
struggling
Rob,
in their
just be confident here. Say that's our fucking map.
Was there a reason why you allowed Clubhouse to go through? Versus
Why did they allow it to go through?
Really, like, bring it to them and make them crutch even harder?
Let them know.
It definitely is kind of a basic map, but with the new ban system, I think the better team will always show.
Mhm.
A map like Club or just quote-unquote basic, but it also is, you know, one of our best maps. I think if you watch any game, we always have an absolute dominant performance. So
Yup.
no problem taking a team like Wildcard or Club.
For sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time for the interview, and once again, congrats. We're gonna let you go, and we'll probably see one of you guys around pretty soon.
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean,
He said,
but
goodbye.
it's
I'm
like,
out of here.
Who's actually gonna be taken down?
Oh, man.
We're gonna have to wait and see. But for you guys at home as well, a reminder when it comes to Element, because the qualifiers...
Main word, you can see unlocking shirt. You can see his dream. I don't blame him. Can we get some dream merch? How about that?
I think I'll ask you this time.
Yeah,
'Cause
I mean,
I
I'm
know you're
just-
like a serial tier 2 hater, but...
I'm just trying to tell if that's rival, but I mean, it's not that I'm a tier 2 hater. I just didn't play in tier 2. But the fact of the
Okay,
matter
weird
is,
flex, but okay.
joining Element, again, it's a good showing for any player that wants to test their limits in terms of competitive. Sure, ranked, champion ranked, you know, that's to some people, that's their highest pinnacle, but Element can be that next pinnacle for you to really test your proving grounds, really test yourself as a player. And if you can muster up 5 friends, well, 4 friends, you being the 5th, you can really bring it to light and really see how well you can compete against
Where Dream gets his jeans from? Oh, man, you could probably ask that. I'll probably tell you. He'll give you the secrets.
the T2 scene and then possibly
He'll give you the secrets. If I had to guess,
Would you be able to like rock up to Element tomorrow?
I got Fox.
seems like a
I got
Gap
Skies,
kind of guy.
I got who do we pick up?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Who would you guys pick up to play in tier 2, and then how would that go up against like Cruelty?
Skies, Vert.
Yeah, we could get Vert. We could get, I don't know, like Thinking Nade.
Yeah, I think that we could make something work with that.
Could you?
Bosco.
Yeah, we could get like Pengu, like bring Pengu and Fabian back.
Sure, I think we can make it work.
Yeah.
Make it work that way.
Fabian's like on
We could beat Cruelty.
I'm sure there's chat right now just talking
Damn.
about the old rec right now.
Yeah, we could get Retro and Mark. We would
reset.
Would you beat Orgless?
Yeah, we'd beat Orgless. We'd beat Cruelty.
I think we'd be top 5, top 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Respect. We're gonna have to wait and see whether or not that's the case. But either way, we still have one more game here, and
L self-glaze.
Against Cruelty, actually. So stick around and find out how they're gonna be going up against M80. We're gonna have a little bit of break, and then we'll be back with the final game of the day.
All right, chat. Perfect timing. Already changed the titles. We got one more game of the day. M80 versus Cruelty. Are we going to see a big upset? Probably not, but I know you guys can wish so we can get some content. I'm going to use the bathroom. Everyone grab a drink. Let's lock in when we get back.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from NA. Today they take their kingdom from Clubhouse.
Available now.
Hi, I'm Gunner. I play for M80, and this is Clutch Intel. Okay, what if we don't spell it correctly?
This is spelling bee too. Lock in, buddy. If there's numbers in this, it's chalk though.
Wow.
Yeah, there's always numbers.
You should know this.
I do. It just takes me a second to get my bearings.
Oh, we have to do the.
Oh yeah,
All right,
hell
bro.
yeah, you do.
Oh. Nice.
Wait,
Nice.
how wait, the floor, wait, no, but
Oh,
is
that's
how does
second
this even
floor.
live
That
up?
is
Yeah,
second
like, is
floor.
it not the third floor? That's the second
Didn't know
floor.
that it was like called ground floor, first floor, instead of
That's-
like the second floor.
Are we dead ass right now?
Whoa, what is that?
I'm going for the actual gadget name.
Okay.
Oh. I was wrong.
What? Purple earmuff Blackbeard. Nice try, guys.
I'm not over the ground floor. I'm still not over that.
Nope.
No one has ever called that though. Thanks for watching. Peace out, guys.
Later, guys.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You want to see Gunner slam his desk more? Is Gunner a desk slammer? I didn't think he was. All right, we got 3 minutes. Can we get a connections done? Isn't that the game we were playing? Yeah. Stupid Yahoo. Connections. All right. Probably not gonna be able to get this done in 3 minutes. Sometimes he does, really. NV1, yeah, that was the big upset for today. NV down 5-1. Brought it back, but it was Skyscraper, right? Definitely possible to bring that back on defense. Cloud9 didn't win a single attack. Okay, what are we thinking here? I'm seeing like lettuce, I'm seeing dressing, but like that's too obvious, right? Sure, we got cheese. Protein? Like, we making a salad here? That was too easy. That was too easy. What else we got? Check my Twitter. Heard. All right, freebie out of the way. I'm thinking a machine here, but we're missing one. I don't know what a Matlock machine is, but maybe it's that then, or a Bojack. Don't know what either of those are. One away. Okay, it's not Matlock. Bojack? No. Pinball machine, vending machine, sewing machine. Enigma machine? A hawking machine? I don't know. I'm just about to start clicking. Oh my god. Oh my god. Enigma was a machine at World War II. Okay, I'm going with it. I'm going with the chat. Oh, thank god. Okay. I just didn't know what they were. Suits and Lovelace are TV shows. Okay, well, so is BoJack Horseman, and so is Matlock. So, we going with that? I think we're going with that.
The final game
No.
today, though, day 5.
Suits, Matlock. I shouldn't have went with Lovelace. No. You got me thinking with the TV shows, but that's okay. We're back. Got me thinking with the TV shows, though. Can you spoil? Yeah, well, you gotta help me out. But the TV shows got me thinking there.
To prove themselves, because it's been
Dang. If I didn't mess up the machine so many times, we would have been fine. But you got me thinking with the suits. Suits and Matlock. I should have known when I saw. I didn't piece together suits as a... You look at me shit talking you to Spirits? I did. He said, freaky man recognizes freaky stuff. Spirits knows.
That does nothing for you. I'm going to keep it blunt. I think you have a higher chance of getting first in the Siege fantasy draft than Cruelty does of getting a point.
Wow.
That's insane.
I don't think Cruelty's getting a point for the rest of the stage.
I mean, you know, there's many things that you could talk about Cruelty, maybe not so much in the positive sense, but the fact of the matter is they did work their way to get here. Every game you do have to take it with a little bit of grain of salt, realize from the region that they're coming from or sub-region that they're coming in, it wasn't the most competitive. Naturally, you aren't going to be finding your stride in a very...
Wait. Hang on. Am I about to see drama? One sec, guys. Hang on. Love when I see some game day tweets or some after. What did Kenny tweet out? Kangaroo. I'll keep this on until I
But
find it.
The reality is that is the reality of the situation.
The reality is that is the reality, and reality
Twitter?
is
Why
that
do I
they
not
are
know?
struggling very much. And you're talking about a
Oh my
competitive
God.
region. I do want to highlight here that it is pretty top heavy, and M80 is one of the top dogs, which is just going to make this even more difficult of a reality.
Yeah, way harder for.
What
any
the
team
heck
to
is this
do
Twitter?
M80. I mean, this should be a blow-through week for M80. Obviously, they're playing two of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard currently in the standings. And M80's just been firing on all cylinders. I mean, they've made a lot of drastic roster changes recently, or not roster changes, role changes behind the scenes. And that's been the biggest reason as to why they've found success. But at the same time, it's a lot harder to counter their current play, but they're still having some growing pains to go through it.
Yeah, and you know, it's a little bit of deja vu when you look at Cruelty outside of things from M80, because when you remember
There we
when
go.
Low
Wait, I
Scores
literally
joined
typed
the
in
league,
Kangaroo Caddy exactly
Low
like
did not find any
that.
Success. I mean, we talked about them time and time again, kind of giving them the same hope. It's almost the exact same situation here with Cruelty. And the reality is, again, brand new
Oh,
to
it's
the
just-
region.
just a
You can
whiff
honestly
tweet.
Give more credit to Cruelty
I think
than
that's
you
all
could
it was.
Lowe's was already experienced players, where these are not
Uh,
experienced players. But even then,
Rookie streamer here. Rookie streamer. Oh my god. All right, what are we tweeting out here? I like drama.
Oh my god, bro. 10 a.m. 10 a.m. No warm up, bro. 10 a.m. no warm up.
Wait, I'm waiting for you. I need you to start moving.
10 a.m. no warm up, bro. Oh my god, bro. 10 a.m. no.
Okay. Quite the whiff. Quite the big whiffington right there.
On Cruelty give up, which already shows a great sign of resilience. Then you go into the next round. Again, everything is on the situation for them to lose here, but they fight back. And this is the Cruelty that we need to see, where they play the correct style of Siege. And we talked about their defensive half being their weakest. They look significantly better than what we saw previously, playing their angles, playing their trades, playing their rotates.
They threatened to spank the guys in the playback. Oh yeah. That's why they played so well.
After this, they do end up losing. But again, it just speaks into how well
That's how you get spirits motivated.
what they need to do, the
I know
priorities
from
in these rounds,
experience.
and what needs to happen in order to close out the round. And again, it's just as simple as not getting overzealous, not overplaying your steps that you don't need to. Play off your teammates, play those crossfires, and they do it beautifully in all of these rounds that we're displaying. So as much as we do give a lot of negativity towards Cruelty, there are positives from this game that we can take away, that it is showing, okay, we are seeing something. And if you are going to play in one of the highly competitive regions, you need to be able to
How do you motivate
extract
Spirit?
from these rounds and these games and add them into these
Spirits is into
was their defense significantly
no
far better
into a little bit of spanking. No shot you're spanking a man with divorced dad underneath, spanking you and calling you a good boy. Jesus.
Yeah, and it's like
It goes both
the thing is,
ways.
They obviously know what they need to do, and that is why they're here, because they have worked their way here. And every single team genuinely does know what they need to do, but it's a matter of being able to see that being done in practice. Because if you're able to do that in certain games, but not consistently, a lot of questions that you need to answer, and just it's not gonna
Wow,
work
look
out.
at Matt, just looking like I should put a lumberjack shirt on that guy.
And then last week,
What a great beard and head of hair.
but can they
If only I could grow a beard like that.
I mean, you like to hope so. We talk about practice and earning your spot here, and obviously behind the
Ooh, look at the
scenes,
roles. IGL, second IGL, support,
like I mentioned,
entry,
that's
flex.
a big decider on why they've been able to win. It's a revolutionized M80. It's no longer just
Gav is
an
having a
entry,
blast.
and that's what we've seen directly
That looks like Gav after he just played some
players that have
ranked.
been absolutely phenomenal throughout this stage so far are, you know, Diffuser and Hot and Cold. They have been performing exceptionally well. These role changes, we talked about it, highlighted the change for Diffuser, where he's now on a utility-based character. He's going to be throwing down
Oh my
the
God.
util, and then he turns into entry.
Kobe
to
getting
point.
mobile there.
Once they're set up, then they can go for the classic M80 aggression. Hot and Cold, on the other hand, has been exceptional on those X-Factor operators, specifically the shields. Not only that, but him being on shields means Kino is not on shields. So Hot and Cold gets to liberate a new player on the team to be able to flex new and improved roles. And that's honestly the name of the game when it comes to M80 is flexibility, because every player on the team has been playing different style of Siege, different utility-based operators that's carrying them through rounds. We're no longer seeing that entry-focused M80. That also has its caveats and downsides, because two of M80's biggest entries, biggest hitters,
Gav's the ranker and Reaper, 100%.
also needed a little bit of time
Because he just doesn't care. You know, you watch any of his his YouTube videos that he's putting out, like this guy's just running around, man. He's just having a blast. I think literally the first clip I saw out of it was him and Dream just like, oh my god, there's a guy in garage, help me, bitch. And then they just challenge him.
Yeah, but time is not necessarily something that you have when we're already like past this halfway point. Like you got today, you got tomorrow, and then you have 2 days.
Well, M80's not playing for the stage so far. They're just playing to be able to make it to the next phase so that they have time to get into the playoffs, potentially make the next event. And obviously, these two players, we're used to seeing Gavino.
Wow, big yawn there, Gav. Time to wake up, buddy. Lock in. You got a big match about to happen, Gav.
Now we're seeing them on Nomad. We're seeing them on Ace, on Gridlock. And it's just the whole team is using a lot more utility. They're using a lot more of their brains to set up their attacks before they execute. So it is better fundamentally, more structured, but obviously it's going to take some time to get those players comfortable.
Gavino is also
Big match, really? Yeah. They don't want to be a laughing stock. Hey, guys, I think they're going to bank, by the way, unless I got trolled.
I was never envious of playing late. I always like to play middle of the pack. So
If they lose this match, though, you know, a little bit of laughing stock. I think they would be pissed. Oh my God, it's bank. Wow.
This is a little bit of a head scratcher.
Never would have thought.
Maybe you got to feel good here. You're confident on this map. For Cruelty, we haven't seen bank out of them, but what we've seen from their playstyle in terms of their attacks, where they've looked better then, but even then, that's a small margin.
All right, M80 Cruelty. Cruelty 0 wins this season. D in my personal tier list, the only team in the D tier. Struggling in the NA League. The team from Mexico.
It's kind of a one-trick pony.
Versus M80.
Over and over and over. Not necessarily problem solving, just hoping you get that pick in those key spots and going from there. Now you're on a map like
Who feature the core that run the most recent major by an NA team. Have we seen a bank out of them, though? I don't think we've seen M80 on bank. What have M80 played so far this season? They played Consulate, played Border, where they played another Consulate, played a Labs. All right, first time on bank.
Cool. That's it. Like, cut the promo, send it. Like, what am I gonna say here? Like, Ollie, it's M80. I mean, you know, maybe Cruelty got some sick, nasty full clears.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's the problem. It's like they're 0-4, still taking time to develop. We saw some signs of life against Shopify last week, but have we seen much else outside of a game against Orgless? Not really. A lot of smiles, at least.
Every time I see a camera of that guy's room, it's coming along. I don't know what they're working on in there, but work is getting done. Ivan Cam, we are inside of him. Gavin, probably watching Sir Pineapple on his phone right there. M80 absolutely locked.
I'm not gonna go as far as to say cemented.
All right, look, should be an easy match for M80. However, my worry with M80 is, can they sometimes play down to their opponents? I need to see these guys just absolutely put Team Cruelty away, put everybody to bed nice and early, tuck us in, give us a nice 7-2 max.
M80 in this matchup here on bank. It's a very loyal 15%.
M80 getting rid of Montaigne. Those full sick nasty clears no longer going to be able to happen. Monteban also really good at denying anyone from just walking up the red stairs. Ace gone. So Habana is up. Normally you'll see a lot of Ace Habana bans keep the E3 wall from opening up. Habana, though, is still up for at least the first 3 rounds. Cruelty can abuse E3 wall getting opened, which truly I don't think is that big of a deal. E3 wall opening. It's nice, but Bank has been played for a long time with that wall open. Regardless, not the biggest deal. Cade ban, Clash ban. Not really the best operators. Like, normally you'll see a Castle Mira, which is really going to hurt like CEO and like even open area. But we are going to see Cade Clash. Cade is more so going to target the lower site. You see Diffuser hiding Oryx here.
I'm with you.
M80 trying to pull some cheeky plays out, which I don't know if you really need to play like that versus Cruelty, but hey, for content, I love to see it. The question is, did they reinforce Lobby Hatch? Did M80 reinforce it, or is it soft? And if it is soft, I personally think that should be a dead giveaway to a team where if you see lobby ad soft, why is that not reinforced? You got to start asking yourself those questions. Why is it not reinforced? Did they need to use walls somewhere else? And they really couldn't reinforce it because they needed a wall somewhere else. Or you got to start thinking to yourself about the Oryx.
Really funny. We got Cavini.
I just warmed up Cruelty, so better not lose. Well, we're seeing, this is the fastest I've seen Cruelty move in an actual match and not a scrim. Mutombo just running in.
That was really funny.
Flash, boom.
Not that crazy though. I mean, if you're M80,
Full map control.
if you're M80, what do you really need to do? You're dealing with a more
Kino on the blue stairs is going to be the next problem they have to solve.
wherever you want to put the negative in that sense.
Don't know where these Echo drones are. We got one in basement. And I wonder if Diffuser is going to jump up lobby hatch off another cam. Are they going to use an Echo for that? Looks like both of his Echoes are downstairs. So hatch is reinforced. Okay. So they're not leaving it soft where it's a dead giveaway, but he is going to open it. And we might not see any use because it looks like we're going to set up for an execute here. No, nothing quick. Okay, this could be... One. Can we please get on Diffuser? Please.
There is no 2-row on the board, and all you have are hot and cold, those smoke canisters, and, well, hot and cold's around the block. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. He's not giving up those toxic canisters until he sees body presence.
Now's the time to flank, Diffuser. This is the perfect time to flank. Guy in Archives droning. He has no clue. They're going to use the Echo drone for intel. See if he can jump up. Here comes the drone down. Hopefully they don't... Yep, okay. Still didn't drone out the Oryx.
That's the 5th drone shot on the side of Cruelty. So they still have plenty of utility and honestly a decent amount of time to set this up. Only issue is just with the nature of the turtle setup. M80 have everything. They have the Vulcan packs. How many have been shot? They got the
Like to see if they're about to go for an execute.
All toxic canisters and the C4 too.
Like to see a flank happening.
Necessary to close out this round. It's just a question of
gotta go.
Cruelty burn it, or if they can't, can they get players in the right position? So far, excellent job. Almost all the toxic.
Oh my god, bomb's gonna go down. We now see Diffuser in lobby. He's flanking, but I think it might be a little too late. Smoke's hitting, but bomb's gonna be down. However, it is a 3v3.
Immediately 2-kill swing their way.
Diffuser flanking Archives right now.
Cruelty at the start, but I'm actually pretty impressed with this attack. Not gonna lie to you. Diffuser's gone for the retake. He's got 2 players to deal with. One around elevators.
Habana in the backside. Wait, Gav didn't kill that guy? Where did the bullets go? All right. Cruelty. Good attack. I think M80 were really trying to hope for that flank, and it just took way too long on that.
Set up the ROU projectors on the backside, almost to try to do like
M80 already down.
See in other esports. Then they get all the utility in place on the hatch, drop down.
Are Cruelty always going to be in the NAL? Because if they get relegated, they will win the Mexico qualifiers.
I know it's attack on bank, but
it's more of a question of do they get rid of
Cruelty made it.
Mexico qualifiers as a spot in the Pro League? That would be more so the question at the end of the year. Do they get rid of that as a spot? And I think that kind of depends on how well
you said you went,
they perform all year.
You know the thing about Bang? And I said, what?
M80 hiding another operator. They're hiding Maestro here. On CEO. Gunner. Come under the desk.
I was just like, are you going to say anything? And I realized you were gone.
Could be really, really big if they're able to keep all 3 of these.
Because it's 2 a.m. in the UK.
All 3 of these bubbles.
No one is doing anything important online. And they love to throw like a little...
Seeing Cruelty, I have absolutely no clue. However, they do have a Doke on board, and if they are able to get an early pick, they could hack the cams. That could be enough of a counter.
I'm not going to sit here and sort of pretend like I did, but I'm kind of surprised to see Cruelty come away with it, I'll be honest.
I can describe it to you. You want to hear?
I'd love to hear it.
So, it's a basement defense, right? M80 not roaming super heavily up top. They fall back pretty quick. I think that's a fair play. Cruelty fill the space pretty quickly as well. Then they just spend the whole time getting set up for their server execute. And then they do a really good job at baiting out the util. Bait all the smokes, pop all the Goyos early, bait the C4, and then they get the diffuser down. It was a pretty standard server execute, but like for a team that we in the depths were kind of like right.
Hey, Cruelty, again, playing pretty default, just kind of setting some things up, using the IQ. There is a player underneath, and if they're able to kill Diffuser down here and hack the cams, this could be bad for all the vision that they have.
Zone as has
Question of, do they know Diffuser's down there, and do they want to go for that clear?
attack. It's a big map, and there are a hell of a lot.
Gonna see the first Maestro bubble get taken out here.
Skimsy, gonna start
Gav goes down.
pick out some of that
Where did Gav go down? Is that the stock player? Gav usually playing around stock.
That's the frost
Yep.
being taken care of. The welcome mats will, of course, remain. It is going to be on the
Good
back.
opening pick from Cruelty.
Window. Is there going to be one underneath?
And they have vision on hot and cold in open area. What are they going to be able to do about that, though? Where is our lurks? We do have Ivan on the basement main stairway. I think we're going to see Dokkaebi backstab right here after this Doke call. He's going to walk in the E2 elevator behind hot and cold. But does Matt know? Matt has no idea.
I was about to say, a bit of a buffer. Love that
Big gap. M80 just giving way too many ones right now. Cruelty absolutely working these guys. Diffuser also downstairs, though. Probably had no idea. Ivan going for the trade. Just a little too slow. Should see him walk up the stairs here. And he's out. Yeah, I'm glad Fatal didn't try to get too aggressive on the blitz. This is going to be rough for M80. I'm surprised we didn't at least go for a phone hack and get the rest of the bubbles. Hopefully that doesn't come into hurt Cruelty at the end.
Then, once you have that figured out, push in. And that seems what they're doing.
I always get scared when we like stall out an attack like this. Like, it's good to see them take their time. But this is like the mid-round potential. M80 could get a little bit aggressive, try to isolate some ones. We see right now IQ versus Solus. So it's a it's a 3v1 up top. Gunner does go down. Diffuser goes down. And Cruelty actually look half decent. 2-0 already up on M80. And to be honest, I would like to kind of see a timeout at this point. Something looks off with M80. I feel like first round gave them everything that they wanted in 30 seconds. Relied on the flank. I think they had too many power operators to go for an execute. Able to get the bomb down. And second round, way too many picks. Too much vision up on these guys.
That was excellent.
No timeout. Going to open area. We're just going through the site rotation.
Control as M80 were trying to hold vertical to allow Diffuser to get in a position to deny the plant later on. Cruelty immediately identified that and dealt with it early to get a twofold advantage: the control and the kills, the 5v3, and then of course the 5v2 afterwards. It's not just that they've won these 2 rounds, but that they've had a really good.
I told you M80 would be lucky to get around. Oh, not this again. Not this. VP is going to go perfect on defense. Oh, I told you. I meant one.
If we see a clean top floor,
the reverse. What's it called?
Early round from Team Cruelty. I'm hitting the pause button if I'm Fabian.
Yeah, I would have called a timeout there too.
It really wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd have sent.
It would be pretty much a shame to go down 0-3 at this point.
And the thing that M80 have got going.
We are going to see another lurk. A lot of lurks coming out of Cruelty. Dokkaebi, knock as well. If you're going to want to keep doing these lurks, I feel like they're going to get rid of either Dokkaebi or Blitz in the next couple rounds here.
Cruelty are going to have to go for something slightly different. Now, they have got hard breach, but it is the Hibana. Now, the Hibana isn't great for opening up the triple wall to transition through, but, well, quad wall, should I say, but they are able to make some good lines of sight. There is an extensive roam to deal with as well, which is, of course, going to start to slow things down somewhat. So, full map clear, and surely Matumbu is not just going to be allowed to waltz up these main stairs and feast on the defenders.
Do they know he's up, though?
That barbecue sound.
Must be a drone in Trump. They're not even looking in Trump. The only player up top. They have a guy in the hallway who got caught. Another early pick. Is that Gav? All 3 early picks?
M80 being so lax about that main stairs position and
just getting caught rotating. I would like to see Gav just hold his ground a little bit, but maybe that's also what costed him on stock. Probably try to get aggressive. Gav not having the best start.
Is really impressive throughout these.
And this is where M80 sometimes feels the need, like they have to go for a trade back, which is kind of what's also costing them in these rounds. Now they're down 4v5. Right? Cruelty doesn't have the best
great stuff from Cruelty so far.
Site exec operators, right? We don't see Yang or Blit or Grim or anything like that. M80, or sorry, Diffuser right now is in the next spot that's most likely cleared. Dokal coming out. He's completely alone in tellers. They are going for him. He ends up at least trading it. Great for him, because if they would have went 5-3 at that point, that would have been real bad.
That's a deal that you'll take at this point as Cruelty.
50 seconds left. The next free pick on this site is Gunner in the basement. If they have intel, they could not try to site exec. Could try to go into the basement and work the numbers. You'll see some teams do that, especially if on the main stairs. Really easy to pinch this guy. But they might look to ignore him, go for more of a kitchen side exec. Here we go, going on the site hatch. Matt going down, Blackbeard dropping in the corner is kind of OP. Kino does smoke, but oh my god, what a weird fight. And now we're down 0-3, and now it gets awkward. Are we really gonna call? I mean, we have to call a timeout at this point. Bank defense is hard, but you're against the worst team in Pro League right now.
Nobody had any expectations of.
Hasn't won a game.
Still, well, potentially a timeout after this banning phase as well. I'm not sure that there's one thing that M80 can choose to.
All right, Blitz or Dokkaebi? Blitz. Okay. Smoke coming out. That's a good ban.
I don't really think that it's
maybe they were expecting the Blitz ban, right? They got the map extremely fast. They're going to go back down to basement. And they got the map extremely fast with Blitz. But smoke ban could look to do more of a server-side execute, just an ISO. Too cocky. I don't want to say they're too cocky, but this is what I've seen out of M80 that even like after they won the major during that NA season where they struggled, it just seems like sometimes they play down to their opponents. Like when they all fucking want it and they want to beat somebody, they're like one of the best teams, which is why I think they're really good internationally. But nothing on the line. This is not a good look.
Cruelty have been showing a level of confidence in their playstyle, a willingness to take risk, and willingness to take very smart risks too, that I don't think they, one, have really shown so far, and two, I don't know if you really could have expected if you're M80 or any team going into this game. So obviously Cruelty are playing well, and I don't think M80 are playing like particularly poorly, but it definitely seems like the reactivity from M80 isn't there, that when Cruelty are getting aggressive and speeding up the pace, they aren't able to match it. Feels like they're kind of just stuck in neutral, and hopefully that's what we'll see after this.
Better wake up soon. Yeah, I mean, again, we got a timeout. And realistically, for me, M80 should perform pretty good on attack, right? Realistically, they probably need 2 of these next 3 rounds on defense here. Don't think you can afford to go down 5-1. And try to win 5 attacks to win the game. Or 5 attacks even get to overtime. 2 defenses, realistically, you can pull this back.
We're better. Just go on with. Well, it's effective.
Is Fabian M80's coach? Yeah, Fabian is the coach for M80.
Before. To the basement we go. Plenty of denial being brought. We've got Vulcan canisters. And we've also got that Tachanka now.
You guys hear when my headset's low, by the way, when it screams in my ear, battery low?
Roam clear that we've seen from Cruelty. Typically not. There aren't really many ops that are being brought at the moment from M80 that are going to do a great job of slowing that down. It's not
we're plugged in.
Vigil. It's not like we've got, you know, a Solace or anything like that that's going to be able to go out there and harass on the roam. What we are going to have, though, is going to play in way...
All right, Blitz obviously taken off the board, but we're going to see Matumbo on Blackbeard instead. We're still seeing a lot of lurks coming out from Cruelty. They have another knock. They're going to have that sense that, like, this is good. They have good operators to exec here. Sense, very, very strong operator on basement. You're able to just sense wall from the hatch, cut it off in half, and basically... The defense just doesn't know where you're going to plant. You could be planting default. You could be planting deep cross wall. You could be planting bomb. You could be planting on top of the desk. So because you're able to mix up the plant spot and smoke's taken off the board, only 2 C4s and a Tachanka. If they get the map control, this could be a very good execute for Cruelty.
He's got no idea. Valkyrie. Oh no, they do.
Really good intel game coming out of these guys. This is constant vision on them. Hot and cold, here's the secret weapon. Put hot and cold on Valk. This guy wins when he's on Valk. Opening picked, knockdown. And I like this out of them. They're holding their map control now. No more backing up. No more free map control for Cruelty. We are better than these guys. Let's just fight them. Guy on the site hatch. Look, even he's not leaving. Gav absolutely fries Blackbeard. Gunner with another kill on Sense. That's what I like to see out of M80. I bet that timeout was like, we are better than these guys. I can see Fabian just yelling at him.
They still haven't really gotten control of anything inside of the map. Skimsy, he's going to be positioned on the
Round's pretty much wraps at this point. Almost impossible. 50 seconds left.
The diffuser cold. I don't fancy Cruelty's odds right now.
No. Get one. Skimsy the bearing 9. 4-0 so far. We'll find Gavini. There's still one on the middle floor. Playing around archives right now. If Skimsy wins this 1v1, 3v2 is a much different position, but tucked around the corner. It's hot and cold. He's been here the whole time. And Skimsy.
There's Matt. Always good for 2-1 Valk. And that's about all she wrote.
Good fight from M80 to get their first round on the board. Crazy.
That was a bait. They went to kill Mira, but Valk was there.
That M80's just now getting their first.
Yeah, if they didn't have an archive drone, then they definitely didn't know that there was 2 guys in archives teller. But it's not like it's like an amazing or that surprising thing that there's 2 people in there.
Hot and cold into the play. They held harder onto that middle floor. I wanted to see a bit more, something a bit more dynamic from M80. I got my wish.
They needed it. We know that this is a team that's more than capable of contesting for a lot more of the map. We know that they're capable of winning.
Fabian was stepping in if they were down 4-0, probably.
This Cruelty side, a lot to drone
I could see it.
to try and consider on that approach. Timeout good for a round.
On cold, not on Valk equals no round win right here.
I'm not going to say necessarily a comeback for M80 because they're only a couple of rounds down.
But I do like the bandit pick. Obviously, like with the micro play, obviously Habana's up because of the bans, right? They can open up E3 wall if they wanted. Hot and cold being on bandit at least forces them. They're going to have to bring nades and EMPs. And like you got to be pretty dedicated if you want to open up the E3 wall. Just from that one operator pick.
So far, it looks like a Flores and a gridlock will be brought. Try and secure those flanks a little bit.
Gunner on castle. They do have the Flores for it. If he does know the Flores drones from the roof.
We've seen so far from Cruelty did involve that Dokkaebi.
Do have an Azami that could play close windows. We don't see a Deimos. So far, I've been operator-wise. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of M80. Not sure what attack we're gonna see out of Cruelty here.
Now make a comeback in round 5 as we move back to the CEO site, where she first made her appearance. And if Fatal is able to have any
Diffuser pretty much able to just sit close. Hot and cold can too. Shoot some drones. Why not?
One difference I'm already noticing is the other Dokkaebis were in position inside of the site with the SMG, or inside of the building. Pretty.
Ooh, a little risky map, but why not?
I want to see if she's going to have a bit more presence on the windows, since with the Azami, you kind of want those DMRs to destroy some very important utility being the Kiva barricades in sight.
Pyrox prepped and ready to send the nade through. Is it going to find the mark of
Wow.
the shield? No, Gaveni can retreat.
Gaveni just out-ordered him right there. Shield still stays up. Missed the nade.
It will likely get dealt with either by a nade.
Still got Flores drones though.
It is going to buy him a
Up tempo. We're going for some kind of execute. Absolutely just pulling with gridlock here. We're going to jump stock, run curve with the shields. It's a good attack from Cruelty so far. Do get the guy close windows. Matt traded. We should have hallway control. It's just Gaveni stuck in hallway. He's got to go massive here. He's actually stuck.
Still holding on to outside of stock.
I can't believe Gav's still here.
Janitor, I believe. With that shotgun or SMG-11 potentially. No, actually, he's fallen back.
If they don't know Gav's here, okay, now they know.
Position, though, Gavini can still contest from the long vending hallway. No, there is Kino, just around the corner with the SMG. This man has not been droned. There is no way. It's such a default position. Surely they check it. Surely before the Blackbeard sends it across, they have an idea that maybe
Kino's playing tucked, but there is someone in CO Gunner that should have eyes on his door.
There's the flash. That's what we needed to see. 1-2 punch.
Gav swings, trades it, but good trades by Cruelty. Get a dope call out, find Gunner. They know he's CEO. I'm surprised we're just dry peeking him, but wow. Good attack from Cruelty there.
Revitalized and like a completely new animal.
Actually, a good attack for them.
Against one of the highest rated teams in the North American League.
kind of did something a little off meta, because you'll see teams all doing a window take. We saw it earlier today. Rora, Capital, stuff like that on the windows. Sense. But them going more for a curve stock push. Windows was just completely bait, masking the sound with the gridlock there, throwing the tracks in, throwing the smokes as bait. All right, still good. I still got faith in M80. I think they literally just, I mean, this is a big round for them. I don't think you can go down 5-1 on defense. You gotta win one more here. 4-1. Yeah, not looking good. Not looking good, Spirits. Not looking good. I don't even know why I called you Spirits. Not looking good, Zach.
And the nades are getting sent in at the right time. Everything's falling into place as it should be.
Just getting absolutely picked apart here from Cruelty. We joked about it in chat earlier, but Cruelty treating it like a scrim, and they're kind of showing up.
Fluid, almost kind of like, you know, 5-man setup where everyone's trying to find their own opening, find a gap, hit some kind of
open area. I feel like Cruelty's licking their lips with open area. No smoke on board. You see all them take that out third. I think this was part of their plan. Now they can go for this direct take. You don't have to worry about Kino, who was playing smoke earlier, dropping from janitor, smoking plant. They got Ivan on the glass and Twitch smokes. I actually seen this at a DZ. I'm pretty sure this exact thing. Maybe not Sense, but I seen them play Twitch Glass right here, which I think is really good. Get the BP on Twitch. 4 smokes for this Glass. Kind of scared for M80.
I love the setup that they're going for here as well.
Wait, are we going printer with Glass? Okay, this I don't know if I agree with.
I mean, look at this.
Bomb's going down. M80, hello?
No.
Where's the denial? Only now
They froze the C4. Oh my god, there's no coordination. We're going to see a 5v5 retake.
It got frozen by the Zoto canisters. He couldn't detonate it because it landed in the Tubarão.
I mean, they're in a fun, like, they need to kill the guy on blue stairs.
But there's blunders, there's misplays, but there's still Cruelty doing these excellent attacks that are catching M80 off guard. What's that angle from Fatal? Who holds that?
I mean, 3v2, 16 seconds left. 2v2. Saka on Windows too strong? Yeah, Ivan too strong. Guy outside as well. 5-1 Cruelty. I'm surprised we went to open area with those bans. We have no way to defend against a direct take. There was even no one in kitchen. That looked absolutely free.
I love that from Cruelty, and that to me is a win.
I've never seen that angle on the top of the
I think that's going to be a little bit too much. I said earlier they weren't warming up. Oof.
Like, bro.
Was been saying M80 was going to lose all day. Damn, chat. M80 hate watch.
Get a job. Like, dude.
Oh boy.
What? Who is holding that? Like,
M80 taking out the Clash, the K. This is the same bands, except you see Cruelty taking out the very typical Habana Ace band. Ego's the enemy. Unfortunately, I mean, we were saying it a little bit today. Half as a joke, half serious, but old M80. I mean, Zach, when you... after the season you guys won on Beast Coast, I said it in my power ranking video as well. The one problem I have with M80 domestically, this core domestically is, for some reason, seem to play down to their opponents. I don't know what it is, but obviously show up in the big matches internationally. Like, you can't argue with the success this core had, but for some reason just can't stop playing down to quote-unquote weaker opponents.
I just... Obviously, we can credit, and we should credit Cruelty, because they've played fantastically well. But some of these holds from M80, there's been big...
Zach, be honest with me.
They had Nazami previously.
The FET video that he made on you. Let me know that you watched it right before the match, right?
Bomb chassis position where you just make yourself a little fortress, and you tell...
You watched it for that self-glaze like 15 minutes before the game.
As soon as you see the ROUs go out, as soon as you see the sends, as soon as you see any of that, you should just be like, right, we need to get ready for a plant, because they might try something quick.
Prepare for the possibility.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's like, bro, I don't be real. Like, I don't even care.
First thing I woke. Oh, I figured you. I figured you watched it right when you woke up, and then right before the game. All right, CEO first sight, which I think is good because M80 took out the Cade in the Clash, but like, I mean, sure, the Clash is good for CEO, but Castle's up, Mira's up. I mean, we're not seeing either of those, but Azami's up.
From a region that nobody is really taking.
Also throwing M80 off just a tad. Probably they expected going lower at first. This kind of looks similar to Cruelty's attack. They got that Gridlock, Flores, Blackbeard combination. Are we going to see something similar here?
On the attack now. It's a very different landscape with Cruelty on the defense. Double heart breach ban. So the hatches are going to become a little bit more pressured. Especially when we look towards...
I'm going to make my team watch the full video in the living room with me. Oh, yeah.
M80 are vying for control.
They would absolutely love that.
The presence out on the rappel and a good sight line into
I think this is looking kind of similar. Kino, just kind of pulling attention, CEO. Just kind of baiting. Just a bit. Gav, hot and cold. On the ready to hit curve stock. I think we're going to see more hallway pressure here.
On the hit list there for M80 to deal with, but that smoke is going to cause a little bit of a nuisance, fortunately for Fatal. He's going to be able to see through that and continue to hold his angle, but what's this, hot and cold? He's threatening to go
Matt, Gunner early pick on the E3 repel.
Man count again.
Oh, they have the walls reinforced like that on Jan. Okay, I see why we're just going for a plant here. This is absolutely free. I feel like Cruelty setup-wise, not sure why we reinforced the double walls like that. You can't swing anybody planting the bomb. This is a free bomb plant. Good find by whoever found that on M80.
Ooh, that came really close. High and low setup.
Definitely the weak point of the defense.
It's still an advantage 3v2, and unfortunately you're in a position.
Bomb down, and this is a good start for M80 for the comeback.
They set up one to the far left, one to the far
Can they long arm this bomb though? Is there anywhere they could?
Try to go for the defuse. I don't think you can long.
Gunner is way too far. Oh yeah, he can long arm, but they do have a nade.
Tumba will have to fall off, but he wins that fight. Hello?
Can we get on the bomb? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. They trolled the bomb plant.
Guys!
Okay. It's over for M80 after that one. It is absolutely over for M80. Why they didn't rotate Gunner? Why was he still lobby? Someone needed to be S2 side. You have the wall open. Why was nobody S2? No, we're not talking about win cons. We said we probably have one nade to get him off bomb plant. That's not enough. You can't defend that from CEO windows. Oh my god.
And then just tuck it in behind the bomb chassis. I'll be honest, plant position not.
Com's got to be dead silent after that one. That is a rough round to lose. Lion still had 2 nades in the pocket. Well, Lion was E3 repel though. But yeah, you could have rotated. Like Gunner was way too far from the bomb plant for my liking. Like I understand locking down lobbies so your players can play windows, but like there's no communication because if they are long arming, our nades are on the E3 side.
What is happening?
And again, we could have stacked more S2 side. Wall was open. That's. This is a rough watch.
What if they choke 5 rounds?
I mean, this got to be the biggest upset that I've watched, right? Even EML League. This should not happen for a team as good as M80.
Not just 3 hard breach.
Way too many good players on this roster.
Grim, Deimos, Monty.
Something is off.
They're bringing it all. They're all literally sat there playing with Fabian breathing down their shoulders. They're like, guys, we need to bring everything. We just need to bring it all.
Oh my god.
A little bit of a panic, Monty.
Hot and cold at half HP.
Think they like to call it in the EU League when you're already on match point and we're bringing out Montaigne.
Break up the pace from him and the Deimos. Oh, trying to get aggressive, but Ivan gets away with it. Good trade by Gunner. Holding that position, that main lobby position. He tried to hold in the post plant, but now in the early round, secures the 4v3 for M80.
I'm awful on shields. Kyle has no respect for me. Damn, Nafe.
This is the tricky spot when you're skimsy, though, Ollie. It's like
You're just lucky you got spirits, you know? It's okay. It's all right. Get back on a gun, buddy. Get yourself back on Dokkaebi and just hop in radio window a couple times, huh?
By Gunner at the moment as well. Looks like there's a BP that's...
Oh, please don't peek. Please don't peek the garage guy. Matumbo, you're not him. You're not that guy. Wait, 3-man power off the Echo Drone. Wait a second. We might be onto something. Oh, he's running deep. Ooh. Oh my. Absolutely clinical, but Diffuser took the space. Yo, look how pissed off he looks in his cam here. He is focused. 100% bomb down, right?
It has to. I mean, there's no way. He's got 5 Bs. Everybody's blind, though. Literally everybody in the lobby just lost their eyesight there. But now
My DMR's falling off due to shield. Yeah. Oh yeah. With the limbs.
At least see what's going on, but not much else he can do.
It's all right. You got the SMG 12.
Sees one around the corner. Oh, it's just not happening. I feel bad. It's like, what do you do here?
She should have been 2 good rounds from M80 there.
Not a single. Oh. We're looking a little boomed on the face cams.
Let's see some happy smiles, guys.
Well, I think
right?
That's the first step in what could be quite a long game for him.
Let's see some fucking giggling.
And my boy
I want to see Gav not happy. No, that's they lost.
You can whatever the result of this game, it isn't going to do it entire justice because if
what a shot by that smoke.
Cruelty have played some
I swear Fatal is legit T1 material. I mean, well, he's in T1 right here.
They knew that Gunner was coming through garage, and it was just
or he's saying like,
there was 2 people peeking it.
Does he speak English?
To get in that kill. And
place him on a great team. Well,
extra kill on the roam early on, and perhaps there's not a Monty. Maybe Monty's banned.
Maybe we can just like cut spirits, pick up Fatal. Maybe.
Play that'll win you around because immediately you deal with that garage pressure. There's not enough time for anyone to rotate and fill that gap. So all of a sudden you don't have to worry about it, and you can just play from.
How many games after this one? This is the last, yeah.
Some really good decisions.
Last match of the day, and M80 are asleep.
I think also M80 quickly on the fly recognizing the inherent consequences of the decision they made. Not that it was a bad decision, but when you have all 3 players stacking up in lobby and it gets spotted, what do? Diffuser immediately drops and they're all kind of lined up for him. It's not necessarily that Cruelty made some major misplay, but it's like when you're ever in a man disadvantage like that, you have to make a decision. They commit to the play. The play doesn't really work, not because it was a bad idea, because Fatal, like, just smoked him off the face of the earth. Like, headshot through the car window. But because you committed to everybody, M80 are good enough to recognize the opening. They're able to make it work. Hello, Fatal. A little antsy. Let's not start overplaying our hands now.
Okay.
It's paying defense. You need to contest control, but there's no reason walking out in the main lobby.
Awkward fight.
Got a guy there early on every single round so far.
I mean, Cruelty up 6-2. Honestly, just force some executes now and open. M80 running a ton of clear ups here. Obviously, they got the Blitz, Blackbeard. Don't give them anything. These guys are already pretty slow to get in top floor with 2 shields up.
A little bit of a slower round again from them here. They've got some good information, though.
Tumbo does fall back. You still have Fenrir up in the E3 elevator. But this is fine. Shoot a drone. Just end up dropping. Cool. All right. So far, liking this defense from Cruelty. Not giving them any freebies. Matt trying to drop. Probably go for something pretty quick here.
Maybe just start trying a little bit too hard.
However, the free kill here is the guy downstairs in lockers. If M80 has info.
Talk about attacks overcomplicating it, but it's very
and I think they're going to be going for this because you see Gunner already droning out lower. There's 2 guys in the basement. This could be some absolute freebies. They need to be careful down here, but they might not know there's 2.
We'll spot Pyrox down below, but importantly, there's another guy downstairs, and I don't know if they've spotted him.
What's the call, Matt? Are we hitting sight? We swimming? Okay, we are up tempo. Screw the 2 guys in sight. Fatal going huge. Diffuser with 2. Gav is not having a great time. I feel like he did not need to jump in there. They had all the control in the world to just plant. Gav could have just stayed outside.
Nice flank watch from Gunner, keeping a lid on things as it's just 2 players in cafeteria to try to bring this back. Both Diffuser low, Blackbeard 2, good for the trade. All on Pyrox. in the 1v2. No utility to try to make this easier. Hot and Cold will take the fight, tag him low, weary about the up above angle. There's just too much. Back and forth, Pyrox flicking from ceiling to floor, flicking onto his head.
Okay. Gunner gonna drop? Do they know he's up tires?
Has the Z-ping.
Oh.
And he's got to win it now as Gunner runs outside. Brilliant decision by the Twitch.
Brilliant decision.
Has nothing to do.
And that's over.
Second decision making from Gunner.
Wow.
That came way.
Hey, if I'm Cruelty, I'm not mad about that.
Cruelty again coming so
That was still scary for M80 right there.
Just managing to edge it out. It was a bold play to drop themselves into the middle.
I want to play DMRs, but I'm stuck on cheese. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, buddy.
Not quite instant.
That blitz play today in Moda looking a little familiar there. Running through church.
A little bit sooner.
Glad to see I gave you some inspiration, huh?
He was in the right place at the right time twice throughout the course of that round. He had the presence of mind to rotate outstairs and to really play out the post plan. You've essentially got to leave your teammate downstairs.
Didn't M80 choose to pick Kino over Spirits?
Down, but I'm going to win the round from outside.
Technically, yeah, right? There's no rule about 2/5 or 3/5 or whatever the hell that roster rule. So I believe Zach, correct me if I'm wrong, but they could have brought you along, I believe.
As the rotate was coming through on those main stairs.
I wish I was in a 2 versus 5 there. Yeah, you wanted those freebies.
I don't feel like the momentum's shifting massively in their direction at this point. It still feels, well, it still is really doable for Cruelty right now.
What really could shift the momentum, and as M80 have put 2 rounds.
All right, back to CEO.
What really can shift the momentum is if we get a close round and Cruelty just barely.
Looking very similar to their first attack. Gunner off the Lion. Goes Cali here. Doesn't. That's just for the castle. He's able to get all the castles. Gav still in the Flores, creating a lot of pressure.
That's the real thing that could take the mental. That's when you really feel like.
Kino on that Sense. Matt on that Blackbeard. Do they do anything different here? Maybe instead of going for that CEO plant like we did see him before, they might actually go for the hallway clear.
Every game, but I'm not sure even they thought it would be this much of a cakewalk and they'd be playing this well. But
Stuck on cheese like you are, just killing people full blind for the easiest kills possible. Yeah, you already know. Like, Zach does not want to. This guy does not want DMRs. Stuck on shields my ass.
That's when the mental can really start slipping away.
Stuck on shields.
Seeing if you can find some of those super long niche angles.
What is that?
I mean, Fatal's already showed us the best angle so far on Bank. I'm not sure that that's it. I'll be honest, Gunnar. I think you're going to have superhuman reaction times to pick anyone through that.
Is this really worth it?
To see it, though.
Is this really worth sitting there?
Again, it's just going to catch anyone that's rotating in the site. Obviously, no one being given too much of a reason to move right now, but the Rotero drones come in, that usually is a good way of shifting some of the defenders around somewhat. Get the drones in, delete some barbed wire, delete any deployable shields, bulletproof cameras that are knocking around.
Kino's been doing that cam on main stairs. I was going to say since M80, but he's still on M80. Since old M80. Whenever I prep those guys, saw that top main stair cam that he puts behind the flag. Still putting it there. It is a good cam. Diffuser, good pick. That's the stock player down.
He has been on fire too.
Good little trap.
So far. Him and Gunner have really been the saving grace for M80 on these attacks. Diffuser with these entries either late or early, and Gunner just watching these flanks. He's actually the one holding the cutoff. He's the one that when the pressure's placed on Skimsy, it's not Gunner who's all the way in.
Still reinforcing the Jan walls that way, but they covered the gap with the Goyo fire this time. No way they're going for the exact same thing. Just Matt saying, hey, I'm going to plant the bomb somewhere not trolled this time. They have no way to get this Azami out, and I don't think Matt knows that he's there. This could be an Ivan round.
Fighting from behind was still Cruelty. We needed to get an unbelievable counter defuse. Here we go. Creeping on in.
Oh my god, we somehow didn't check the corner. That's got to be tragic for Matt. Diffuser goes down too. Who's kind of been their attacking carry at the moment. We just have to look for picks now. It's all going to be ones at this point. Everything is desynced. Gav goes down. Gunner goes down. Kino goes down. M80 down to Cruelty. First fucking win. And not one that I would have predicted as well. That is insane. I can't believe that we're losing to Cruelty.
Maybe the match of the stage.
Holy shit.
Is a bold claim, but I've got to give it to you. Very possibly the match of the stage right there. A night of firsts here on the NAL. The 5th play day here in play day 1. Oh, sorry, stage
Something's
1,
off in the M80 camp, or was it an off day? I'm not sure, but that should just not be happening in a million years. I know it's a best of 1. I know it's a best of 1, but you're a top 4 team. Come on. You got to be able to put a team like Cruelty away. Is this game a video then? I think so, Aspirin. I unfortunately think so. I think I might have to make a maybe a little bit of an intro for it, and I'll send it to you. Holy cow. That has to be the biggest upset we've watched so far this season, right? EML's been pretty good. No upsets happening. I mean, Matchcode did take down, what, VP over there. But they're actually looking pretty good. Those guys. Fabian probably left the team by now. Yeah. Biggest upset I've seen in my career. Sheesh. Should I title my video that, Spirits? Is that the clickbait I need? Should I say, worst team takes down major? I don't know. Sheesh. What are you saying to the guys after that loss? Trev said it's bank. It's bank. I am kind of surprised taking a team like Cruelty to bank. Have they played that map this season? Let's see. I know M80 didn't. Cruelty played Cafe. They played Club. They played Lair. They played Lair. Huh. And we went to bank. A little bit of a surprise. Biggest upset was EG losing to Fnatic with the coach. Okay, well I meant this season that we watched. Again, there's been some close ones. Liquid almost what were they, 1-5 down on Clubhouse. They almost brought that back. That would have been a fantastic one. To Furia. You know what else would have been a fantastic one? Wildcard coming back on DZ. Man, if they just won that last 1v1. What was going through your mind there, Spirits? Sheesh. You guys were about to get some spankings after that one. Worst ever team in Tier 1 beats Manchester major winners. W. That's a W clickbait title right there. Worst team in history? Goddamn. Worst team in history? I 3-2-1 to swing. No one swing. Game was chalked with. No, my favorite thing was seeing Nate's face after that. He was just smiling and he's like, we almost rolled that. Holy shit.
Yo tengo mi Yanni. ¿Van a querer comer Yanni? ¿Puerto Yanni?
Oh, those comps were clean. Those comps were real clean. You know the meme where the guy has a smile and slowly turning into a devastating face? Yeah. Oh
my god.
I was just begging you guys to swing the guy. When he was stuck in con, you guys had the class shield on him, guy closed master door. I was like, oh, just please demoralize this guy. Just run at this guy, please. Casters were hating on Nick earlier in the game when he swung in con in a 4v3, and I was like, bro, Buck was 1 HP in Logi. That shit was a freebie. Just swing those guys.
I mean, it would be M80, I guess. I don't know. It's like consistent to like their brand of the team, but at the end of the day,
M80 comms. Yo, imagine they put the losing team's comms the last round. GG guys. Good try.
Constantly take position. The objective-based siege, getting the diffuser down every single round. They had a game plan going into it, and M80 couldn't do anything about it, even if they did try it.
When do DZ and Shopify play? I think the next. Wait.
Every single attack, every single step of the way, and it was a shutdown round after
Yeah,
round.
the next week of play days, which we are off next week due to, I believe, 4th of July. I believe America.
I mean, you're gonna go to defense. You're sitting happy regardless of where you go.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think that game's gonna matter very much. I could be wrong. We were trying to figure it out, but I think people are gonna be basically locked, possibly, after this week. By the time that game comes along, that game might just literally be for seeding. So I don't know how teams are gonna approach it.
Giving now is what needs or what has needed to be given throughout. So if they can continue this, I mean, I think Cruelty is going to easily be a fan favorite going forward.
All right, fan favorite of yours because they're your fantasy team, so like that's a little bit of bias. Blacklight Detail, however, is going to be going to face.
We got tweets.
Cruelty, so there is that. The first one that they are going to get to their name. I mean, the first.
Honkole pathetic. That's all I have to say. We go next, I guess.
A lot of first.
Sheesh. Anyone else?
But if anything, this
That's
is a
insane.
great step in the right direction.
You know, we compare like LFO getting their first win versus Cruelty and what that meant to him, and then you look at Cruelty's first win, I would say Cruelty is far more.
Almost trolled that last round against King Bader. Gee.
In terms of their win, especially
I don't think anyone else tweeted.
veteran players on that roster, and Fatal having one.
I mean, what can you do, right? Like, it's a best of one season. It's round robin. You're not going to sit there and just like disband and chalk it. At that point, you just.
I mean, what were you going to say?
I was going to say he was hitting some nasty shots. Yeah, SMG 11
That's what
shots.
that round.
You make it into top 6. I mean, he should still have no problem making it to top 6, making it to playoffs.
So he's joining us. The first interview.
Yeah, still number 5 exactly. I mean, they should have no problem making it to playoffs.
Congratulations on your win. That was amazing. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. Well, I have no words. We're feeling like super happy. And I don't know, I'm just speechless.
Hey man, soak it all in.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations, Fatal. Your guys' attacks were amazing. Could you talk to us a little bit about how the change was from the first 2 weeks into today? How did you guys become an amazing, like, how did you show, I don't even know how to say it. You guys were so good.
If we're doing a tier list, M80 inconsistency has to make them outside the top 5.
Well, I don't even know.
I still think they finish in the top 4. I think NA is pretty top heavy. I mean, they'd have to troll a couple more games.
We're feeling like good today. We were adapting, communicating a lot.
Tier list is solely off vibes.
Play your game.
That's how it should be.
I need to see that every game, Fatal, but I do want to give you congratulations. I mean, that was a very convincing win. I kind of want to ask you, what is it like being able to represent Mexico now competing in the NAL and what that means for you guys in the future just for the Mexican League and players?
Well, it's an honor to be playing on NAL, representing Mexico, and we just keep going, and we will try to get into playoffs, of course, and qualify for the World Cup.
You keep playing like you did. I have no doubt you can still make playoffs.
Oh, you're a big Liquid fan, aren't you?
It was a really good game today. Again, congratulations.
I mean, I know you've said that, but
incredible. I hope you're very happy and very proud of you.
Would you be happy as a Liquid fan? You want Fatal?
Good. I am gonna let you go. Enjoy it.
Questioning their ability to even qualify for EWC if they drop a map like this.
Bye.
Oh, he's very proud.
I don't know.
I kind of feel bad being so harsh.
I got hope, but also like I also don't really believe in some of the lower NA teams to win a best of 3 against them. But of course, like that. I mean, you're 100% right. They could fall.
Yeah, they're hiding the course. Let's have a look at the schedule in regards to the games that we saw today. If I am not mistaken, that's first 7-2 from SSG against Orgless. I mean, the games today, quite honestly, felt pretty one-sided, even when it came to the games that we did expect to be a little bit closer. I think the Wildcard DZ.
You have a free map like this? I don't know. I've just been looking inconsistent. Yeah, I worry about their mental. Again, like.
Was by far the biggest upset.
I don't know.
I'm kind of surprised. Cloud9 Envy game. I thought Cloud9. Obviously, given the start, it was a 5-1 lead.
What I've seen out of that core before, it seemed like they kind of lose to themselves sometimes, and it sucks to see because they're obviously very talented. We know what they can do, but yeah.
I mean, still amazing to see. Obviously, the upsets every.
I feel like they get in their heads a little bit or something.
I think that's a game that everyone should be highlighting and looking at because it didn't come down to M80 just playing poorly. Cruelty showed up.
Yes.
Cruelty came to win.
I don't want anything taken away.
Also, to mention that Cruelty and Envy came through the T2 scene, so that just goes to show you how important that those element games are.
Okay, but also let's have a look at the standings in regards of where exactly does this put us, because earlier today we were really emphasizing on how it was very top heavy and how the teams in the top of the league were like getting all the points, which is still the case when we are looking at DarkZero and Shopify as well as SSG. But now, Cruelty, again, just one win away from being in that top 6. And that is a great position for every single team to be in, because it does make everything just a tad bit more competitive.
Absolutely. I mean, 2 games, you're already fighting for top 4. OXG has already played all of the teams at the bottom.
Wildcard at the bottom. Yeah, that's not exactly who I thought would be down there. But we looked at their strength of schedule, right? The thing about Wildcard, guys, is they played all the tough teams. All of them are out of the way now, and now they get to kind of catch up in points a little bit.
2 play days, and we could see everything completely change from that 4th.
All right, we could take a look at it, but like Wildcard, they already played DZ, they already played M80, they already played Shopify, they already played SSG, right? That's the top 4 out of the way. Unfortunate this Cloud9 loss. Like, that's the one that's going to sting for them. But who do they have coming up? They got Cruelty. They're going to be favored. They got OXG. If they want to make it, that's very winnable for them. Excuse me. Envy, they should be able to beat Envy and LFO. So they're going to be playing catch-up on the rest of the league. But they're not out of it. They're not that bad, again, considering the teams that they played were all the really good teams.
We've seen it, a few times where teams start out really strong, and then once it starts getting to the end, they just start to crumble for whatever reason.
Losing out a little bit on steam. But either way, it's a wake-up call for some of the teams that maybe didn't necessarily have the best game today. And tomorrow is a new day, a new best of 1, a new chance.
All right, match of the day tomorrow. What are we thinking? Coming into this, obviously Shopify Space Station, right? But like
SSG, I think that's going to be a very close game.
M80 auction. I'm curious if M80 is going to be able to pull themselves out of this slump. Oxygen, a better team than Cruelty.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a heater of a matchup for me. I love the lower level teams, obviously. I mean, M80, OXG. Both lost.
Cruelty Wildcard? Wow.
Level teams, M80, OXG?
Yeah, well,
okay.
I mean, right now, the losses both stuck at 9 points. One of them is going to have to lose and still be stuck at 9
it is kind of big for top 4 tomorrow, you're right.
For the other teams at 3 to be able to climb back.
C9 wins tomorrow. It's their best shot at it. I would be upset if I was a Cloud9 fan if you couldn't close it out tomorrow. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Envy wins against DZ, another upset. I would be more shocked if Envy beat DZ than I was today with Cruelty being M80.
You need the points.
Gonna be honest. I would be more shocked. DZ would have to go to like fucking Skyscraper.
Low-key, I could
Somewhere that's like cursed.
You can only pick one. And I think.
Okay, and I'm going to grab a cab back to the hotel. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. We're going to be back tomorrow with more games, 5 best of ones coming your way. It's getting a little bit spicy, so I'm sure you want to...
Fuck it, let's go, Sky. Test the waters. Hey, I'm not saying you couldn't win it either. Out of what I've seen from Envy's attacks today. And you guys, I mean, I'm sure you could abuse some cheese ops and get a round or two. Maybe you guys are a Sky team now. I don't know. I haven't really been paying too much attention to map bans at this point. Okay, yeah. We did first ban it. We did first ban it. Okay. All right. All right, we did first ban it. All right, I expect to see a Sky tomorrow. Yep. Let's see a Sky. As a Brazilian, I'm worried this team beats Furia and almost beat W7M. And that was a W7M that was honestly looking like favorites to win the event. Right, with Paulu, they look really good. Watching those guys right now in the BR League has been quite a treat. Yeah, those guys are looking pretty damn good. DZ owns the league at this moment. I will say they're looking like the best team. Like Shopify is also, right, when we look at the standings, Shopify is also haven't lost a game, but still haven't given me the moments that DZ has kind of shown. But I mean, who knows? We'll see them play again. That game might not matter at all, but we'll see them play July 11th. Everyone mark your calendars. That is the game we are all looking forward to. DZ, Shopify, and then, I mean, even DZ, SSG. But again, these two could mean absolutely nothing. Kenny might just have the guys playing Sky both these weeks. Like, why not? Fuck it. They don't need points. Might be some learning experience for them. All right. Let me see what my boys are up to real quick. I don't know if we're still scrimming, but I think we just finished. Yeah, guys are done. All right, so no turtle tactic shit going on. Top 2 is important to get a bye. That's true. That's true. No doubt you guys will finish top 2. Oops, pulled up World of Warcraft. Did not mean to do that. Who's streaming Siege? Anyone streaming Siege? Let's see. I say that as in like no one's actually streaming Siege, but of course we are. Any pros? Anyone doing anything? Looks like everyone's hopped off. All right, everyone's basically hopped off. So we're just gonna call it there, guys. We are just going to call it. That's going to be the stream. As always, appreciate everybody for hanging out watching. Co-streaming is my favorite thing to do at this point. And NAL, I'm super biased, has been super fun to watch. EU, close second, though. If you guys haven't been following EU League, that game is... Wait, Nave streaming? I did not see Nave streaming. Was he? If Nave's streaming, then we'll give him a host. I did not know he was streaming. That is on me, chat. That's exactly what I was looking for, too, because I saw he was streaming the other day. All right, so I'm not even gonna ramble. Let's just fucking host Nafe. Go tell him what's up, and you know, good game, all that, and I'll see everyone back tomorrow for. I hope I did his name right. It's not Nafe R6. What the hell is it? Is it just Nafe R6? Oh, okay. All right, I'll see everyone back tomorrow for NAL second day of games. And bye-bye.